Well, hello there, everyone, and welcome to the Fragstore.com Winter Invitational Finals. It has been, actually not that long since we've streamed together, Ducky. We only did that yesterday on your channel, where we covered all the quarterfinals, and today we're here for the semis and a big, grand old best of 13 for the finals. How are you doing?
I'm doing very well. We saw a lot of interesting matches yesterday. It could have looked a lot different, the bracket today, than what we are seeing. Now everything kind of looks like it was expected to be, but nothing less was true yesterday. We had very, very close matches between Mafia and W, and then Hidden Run and LTP, and even Cashback and Darkside ended up being rather close. But especially that Hidden Run and LTP match, Gihan, the Frenchies almost had it.
The Frenchies almost had it, and arguably they could have gotten through. They ended up throwing like even 1 or 2 rounds here. Hit and Run once again, beating yet another team in tiebreaker, and that is why they're playing today against Mafia. That's going to be a first semi-final of the day. It is a single elimination bracket, so it's every time do or die. And for the second match of the day, we are going to have a cross-server match in between Cashback and Dopamine from North America. Actually, the only not really close match yesterday, where Dopamine was able to take the 5-1 victory over Burbology. Arguably, Burbology also throwing a couple rounds there, but in the end deserved by Dopamine.
Yeah, deserved, but that could have been a lot closer as well than what it shows. And I think there's also a testimony to, again, Onslaught, where any team can really bring it to another top dog, which is a good thing. Right, we like seeing upsets, and especially for LTP, you know, it was a good practice for them for OLS to see how they face off, and you know, knowing that they can take 4 rounds of a hit and run, that's going to probably fuel their desire and passion to continue training, continue preparing for that in the future. But today they just get to spectate Mafia and Hit and Run duking it out. And of course, Kihan, there's a lot of history here, but before we get into that, Twitch drops are indeed enabled today. If you haven't refreshed your stream yet, do that now to be sure that those are counting, and they're pretty juicy, Kihan.
They are indeed pretty juicy. We have 2 mystery drops coming in. After 90 minutes, there is a style, the Kari. Yes, you're seeing right, the Kari. Or the Yo Premium Tank. And after 180 minutes, it is either a style or a Type 63, or actually a New Year's Christmas box. So a large box, one of the ones that you can also purchase. So if you get that, it's at least 250 gold guaranteed. But, you know, the possibilities are also there for more.
Yeah, the possibilities for more, so keep your eye out for that juicy stuff. And I've seen a lot of people get a tank out of 1 box in your hand, so anything is possible there if you do end up getting that. But now back onto the upcoming match, Hit and Run versus Mafia. There is a lot of history between these two teams, especially in recent memory. If we look back, this was the deciding match between those two teams about who was going to make it to China. Hit and Run ended up edging ahead over Mafia, which was also a very close affair for those of you that remember the Airfield round there. I think it was Mentos saving them. There's a lot of history there. Of course, Mafia now wants to, you know, if they win this, they won't be winning as much as WCI, but it's a start.
It's a start, definitely. And to be honest, that match, Hit and Run against Mafia for WCI, at least for me personally, has been the best Onslaught match to date. That was absolutely a blast to watch. So hopefully today we're going to get at least a fraction of this, if not all of it. Hit and Run, obviously, their lineup, once again, 9 people, once again, integrating Mentos. And for Mafia, all the 9 players there as well. A lot of titles under their belt too. So, whichever one of those 2 Polish teams, because I don't think we mentioned yet, this is by and large a Polish derby going on here in the first semi-final, is going to make it to the finals, will hopefully do a good job at representing their country in the grand finals.
Yeah, it will be a Polish derby there, and there's definitely going to be 1 Polish team in the finals. Now, if they will be joined with an American team or a Ukrainian team, that's a big question. Prediction, 50-50. I would say that is bang on the money.
Indeed, 50-50, perfectly split right down the middle. Normally, I mean, going into this one, considering the history, you would maybe give the slight edge to Hit and Run, but after they dropped 4 rounds yesterday to LTP, obviously that has raised some eyebrows, I guess.
Yeah, we definitely raised some eyebrows with me too. That it is that possible for LTP to take so many rounds. And arguably speaking about that match, we could go back and look at it and be like, LTP should have won this like 5-2. Hit and runs, experience, and individual skill, I think, brought them across the finish line in a few rounds, which if they were playing against, no disrespect to LTP, a different team, they wouldn't have been winning.
All right, that leads us into map pick and ban. Pilsen and Westfield being taken out of the equation. We are going to start on Himmelsdorf, newest addition to the pool. Love to see it. Yesterday, we already saw quite some weird stuff happen on Himmelsdorf, and then into Murovanka, which was quite chaotic, to be honest. Studzianki would be map number 3. Then if we get to it, Cliff is going to be our map number 4. And the tiebreaker in between both of those teams, once again, would be Airfield.
Airfield to finish it off between these two would be nothing short but amazing if we get there, but it's a long way there. Himmels coming in as first map between these two. We talked about it yesterday, Kian, how much we enjoy seeing Himmels because it is, of course, an iconic map in World of Tanks. It's very, very historic. We've had it for so long. It's been in a lot of tournaments as well, and it's been gone for a little while, but now it's back. And I can't wait to see how the teams play it out. I mean, at some point, we're going to get a big hill brawl as well, which would be amazing to see.
Well, let's see. I mean, yesterday, the rounds that we saw on Himmelsdorf clearly illustrated that Himmelsdorf, albeit being a very old map, it's still new in the pool, and some teams are still figuring out how to play. I want to remind you of the round that Cashback played against Darkside, where Liberty completely got caught out of position in his 277 on the rails. That was maybe an oversight in the tactic. Maybe that is something they had never trained against. So definitely potential for upsets, and definitely also potential for surprises on Himmelsdorf. So yeah, opening with that one, it's basically gonna be a mystery box hopping into it. I really don't know what to expect, and that is kind of rarely the case. Like, normally I go into a map with expectations, like how each team is gonna play, but as we've seen so little of Hit and Run and Mafia on Himmelsdorf, like also in WCI, it wasn't played a whole lot, so there isn't really anything to go off of for Hit and Run either. So yeah, let's see.
Prediction-wise, was curious in this one. Kihan going for a 5-4 for Hit and Run, and me going with a 5-3 for Hit and Run. I think that's respecting what they've done and trying to bring it home, the title back to Europe. But Mafia could just as easily turn this around and win.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, my bet of a 5-4 is basically some hopium coming in, because I want to see as many rounds as possible in between both of those teams. But obviously, the only people able to influence that actually are the players. As we do just about get ready here for the first round to start off the semifinals of the Fragstore.com Winter Invitational. And by the way, don't hesitate to check out their website, guys. They have some really cool merch, especially for gamers, which we all are.
Now, what are we expecting between these two on the Himmels? What are we expecting? Something like we saw yesterday, more lower orientated, because the hill is still important on this map, but at the same time, holding lower is also important. You have to make some pretty good decisions on how to split and how to play for this map to work. And of course, you know, the Zeppelin is always there in Onslaught, so not a random event in this case, but it will always be present in the middle of the map, which also adds a different dynamic there.
Yeah, it adds a different dynamic. I mean, also being able to go down from the hill is like, you can go down, but you can't go up as easily. I mean, naturally, because of the difference of height, but like this way that people can basically bridge the gap between the different zones of fighting has added a whole new different layer of how the teams have to play. And now, obviously, remember, guys, this is Onslaught, so the lineups might still change, but Mafia's looks very stable, so I'm gonna start calling out that one. A bunch of V4s, 4 of them. One V4 Foshby and Batcha TD Boogaloo.
Hit and Run was indeed still switching it up a little bit more, but they seem to have settled now on... No, I take it back. Triple 50B, triple Bliska, and a Batcha 25T, Kihan.
Alright, so it is going to be a brute force auto-loading power and DPM from the Briskas against Mafia's now triple E4 and double Foshby, so they have quite a bunch of auto-loaders themselves. What do you favor on a map like this? Like having one more autoloader or having one more brawling 2D? I feel like hit and runs lineup is a little bit more difficult to execute, albeit them having 1000 more HP to start with.
I think I like the brawling tank more, but look at these 50Bs already driving through. Piotr taking the info point. They might just convert onto Kono, onto YOLO as well in that double E4. They're still unspotted. Piotr should pop the information tower, and then they should be transitioning into probably a 5-line push. And Kono Kihan looks real juicy still.
Kono looks real juicy. I think he also fired. That means he won't be able to retaliate right now. Should be popping his Juggernaut rather soon because Mentos, Pants Fury, and Chucky, the hit squad, have arrived. And now finally he does pop the Juggernaut, so the damage incoming is going to be mitigated somewhat. But with triple 50B, that obviously doesn't help. They're gonna keep rolling.
Yeah, but they're now all kind of in this 5-line though with all of them. You can see the 50Bs trying to disengage. Orchek, YOLO gonna be peeking this as well. They want to take these trades. Monster seems to be the initial focus. The Forge Bs pulling around. Can they track him? Can they keep him in position? Good shield there from T-Sec, keeping Monster alive. A big strike coming in. Doesn't hit home on many targets. No, only 2 actually. Had the opportunity for 4. Now Mentos in that 50B trying to escape. I mean, a French tank is always quicker running away, but in this case, not quick enough. As Mafia say, okay, you get Kono, but we'll take back 1, we'll take back 2, and we'll take back number 3 and 4. I mean, Profuse is getting abandoned on the 8 line. That is normal. But everybody else is finding success.
Indeed, Monster does go down in that 5-line as well. Is T-Sec going to get one more shot in towards YOLO? That is the question. He does. So YOLO is going to drop down towards 1 shot, but at this actually, at this time, Hit and Run do have the HP advantage. They're down in tanks, though, and that is the problem right now, as T-Sec also dropping. That leaves only double 50B and Briska alive for the team of Hit and Run that now once again have to evacuate because Marcel is fully loaded.
And Marcel chasing on the Forge B with the ability active as well. That's a scary thought for any tank, also for that 50B. And yeah, Mafia still down on HP, but now healing back slightly, and finally they put Hit and Run below them, and that's also mainly down, of course, again, Kihan, to that extra gun that Mafia had for a while there. They tried to utilize that, but finally Chucky finds something in return, or he finds Marcel, and YOLO doesn't really want to peek, and Barkis doesn't really have enough shells to kill Rexar in the one-on-one. YOLO misses. Orchek looking for Chucky, won't find it, will find Rexar though. It's an important shot, but now somebody needs to pick up a gun here, because when Chucky and Panzer Fury reload, and also Kian, keep in mind, they're taking the strike. That's really bad for YOLO.
Indeed, the strike might be the thing that does the difference here, as YOLO peaks once again, trying to find an opening here, but Chucky with the return fire, he takes a big one for it though, going down towards 1 shot. Pants Fury still taking the strike. Chucky going down, good shot by Ozek here. So once again, it is a 2v2. Pants Fury doesn't really have the shots here, but he does have the strike. Let's see if he uses it. Ark is there with the shots, but Pants Fury strikes him down from above. Rexar though doesn't have the damage mitigation, leaving us in a good old 1v1. It's Pants Fury versus Ozek. Possible one-shots on the board.
No, not possible one-shots. Orchek has ability. Juggernaut ability. It's gonna come back right now. It should reduce. Oh, he's looking the wrong way though. Oh, he looked the wrong way. Orchek looking for it. If Panzer Fury peeks now, he will find Orchek looking the wrong way, and sure, he wasn't a one-shot. But that's easy pickings for Panzer Fury. Kihan, explain why. Do we think Orchek thought that Panzer Fury was going down the 8 line?
I guess he thought, like, with the spotting timings, obviously, keep in mind, in Onslaught, it's only 25 meters proxy spotting radius. I mean, you do have the ability, that basically, if you're 50 meters close towards an opponent, that might give you an indication that someone is close, but it obviously doesn't tell you where. But I guess with the timings, he just thought that this was the only possibility for the 50B to be in when, well, at the end of the day, he ended up finding him, just not in the way that he wanted to. And yeah, an extremely close round with the better end once again for Hit and Run. That seems to be like an ongoing kind of theme, that like in those close rounds, it always seems to be somehow Hit and Run winning them, even though you could argue Mafia had a lot of opportunities here once again.
I mean, I think with my quick math, because of all the RNG reduction in Onslaught, right? And because of the Juggernaut ability, Orchek was, I think, guaranteed basically not to be a one-shot. So he had all the advantages, right? Because, yeah, sure, the 50B gets ability unloads quicker, but he still needs to shoot Orchek twice. However, it was great for the 50B of Fury that Orchek was looking the wrong way.
Yeah, absolutely. If he doesn't do that, then the kill on the 50B is basically guaranteed, because like the E4, like if it hits the 50B, it literally will not bounce. You even overmatch the sides, I believe. So,
but a great game for Panzer Fury though. Rexar there as well, doing a lot, and Chucky also with the 3.5K. I mean, the three of them combined, those last three tanks, I think it was Rexar, Panzer Fury, and Chucky, Kihan, they got 7 kills.
Absolutely, they got 7 kills, and between them also, like, quick maths on the stream, like 12,000 damage, something like that. A little bit more even. So really putting the team on their back. Obviously, in tactics like this, some people are gonna get the short straw. Like if you push in somewhere and then you get repushed, there are people that are gonna get focused out and die early. But yeah, a great first game to start off the match, honestly. You love to see it.
Great opening tactic as well from Hit and Run, right? I think the only issue that they had there is that they got a little over-eager, in my opinion. You know, sending those Blitzkriegers on the 5 line as well to help, they meant that they all kind of got stuck in that area, right? With all like 5 of them. And then Mafia had like easy pickings. If there was more crossfire, tanks further back, they could adapt quicker. They could just leave the 50Bs, you know? 50Bs get repushed and it's all good.
I guess they were hoping for like the people by Mafia that went up onto the hill to not come back down as quickly as they did. Like remember, they also had the Briskas in the 8 line, essentially providing the respot on the cross for the people to come back. So they were kind of banking on that a little bit, but then obviously it ended up being a chaotic fray essentially everywhere. And yeah, like the Foch Bs by Mafia, I mean, they came in, they clipped, but all of a sudden then they were kind of useless, and only when they were reloaded, Mafia were picking back up steam. But that was round number 1. Let's talk about round number 2, because it seems to be starting already. We do have a 268 V4, a Minotauro, triple Bliska, make that quadruple as the V4 gets dropped for another Briska, together with Centurion Action X to Inspire Medium and a 50B.
Mafia in return, bringing the double E4, the double 268, the Mino, the Bat, and the 60 TP. Again, Hit and Run's lineup is more aggressive than Mafia's because of those numerous Bliskavitzes.
I mean, interestingly enough, both teams here opting for the Mino, so I guess they're hoping for some trades in the windows of Himmelsdorf, but Barkis right now seems to be driving towards the 8 line. Marcel now with the V4 immediately booking it towards the middle, and the same thing can actually be said for a lot of hit and run tanks. I mean, obviously Monster is going to hang a little bit behind, but everyone else just driving in towards that middle. Piotr already seeing Marcel here, both of them contesting the strike, but quadruple Briska, that is a lot of firepower about to come in towards Marcel.
Ooh, Marcel seems to be the Kono, but of the second round, he's going to get picked up quickly again. Hit and Run making their way through the middle of the map. Find the initial target. Bark is now in that Minotauro, trying to get back. Will make it all the way around the corner, but he's getting pressured by numerous Hit and Run tanks. But look at Rexar in return in his own Bliskavitsa. 686 HP remaining, and Mafia doing a number right now on Hit and Run, getting the crossfire from the 3 line, getting the bad shot involved as well from the side, and now Bark is in a little bit of an unholy situation. One from the left, one from the right, can't angle towards everything, but he's trying, and he's forcing Chucky to overpeak as well in his own Mino, and Barkis is wasting a lot of time here, and Chucky's taking a lot of damage in return as well. Profuse comes in with a shot in the 60p. YOLO will now be peeking out in the E4 as well, hitting another target, and finally Mentos picks up Barkis, but not before Chucky is down towards 425 HP, and yeah, Hit and Run has been able to get 2 guns out of the game. They still need to somehow survive. They're down a decent amount of HP.
They're down a decent amount of HP, and they also have Piotr that is on a one-shot. Conrad to pick it up, so the kills are almost even again. Kono needs to be very careful here, though. At this point in time, Mafia cannot afford to drop any more guns, as Panzfury is starting to come in here. He wants to help T-Sec, but T-Sec on his own does shut down Orzek. Kono to fall to the grave as well, and all of a sudden, the HP, they are in Hit and Run's favor, and the guns as well. 5, make that 6 still available for Hit and Run. Obviously, Monster has to run here now from Conrad, but he drops down towards 1 shot, so Monster should be about to reload here. Ooh, the heat shell does end up only tracking the bat shot though, so for now, Conrad surviving.
Conrad grabbing the reload as well, but it's not going to matter too much because Rexar is taking the strikey hand, and Rexar will predict, I guess, where Conrad is sitting. There it is, the big green circle, and sayonara to Conrad, as Rexar does not miss those strikes, puts him down, and again, Hit and Run not that great on HP, but now only 2 Mafia tanks left standing.
Only 2 Mafia tanks, and YOLO doesn't find an opening against Panzfury and Mentos. He also gets tagged from the side. That's once again the Centurion Action X from Monster, shooting from the sideline, and Mentos and Panzfury, they even have more HP than necessary here against YOLO, who just ends up falling. Profuse, the only one remaining, and Hit and Run once again in a very close round. Do not be deceived by the fact that they have 6 tanks remaining. Do end up taking it. They're going to take down Himmelsdorf 2-0.
That was, again, a close-ish affair in terms of HP, Kihan, because if you look at it, there's not too many tanks from Hit and Run left with a healthy dose of HP, but this time around they were getting the snowball going, right? They find one target in the middle, then they find another target, which I think was Barkis, then they find Orchek, they find another target after that, I think, as well, with the AX, and HP was never really good for Hit and Run, but they were able to pick off target 1, 2, 3, 4, and in Onslaught it's pretty hard to come back after you lose that amount of guns.
Absolutely. At some point in time they were down 3000 HP, but if you're able to just continuously keep those guns in the game, and then even from those one-shots you're able to generate 1, 2, 3, 4 more shots, in the case of maybe, yeah, the Piotr in the 50B not really having the best of showings, but you can see, like, Monster went down pretty low, 4.2, and like all the Briskas that started pushing, all of them with at least 2k, and in Mentos's case, even 4k plus damage. So, yeah, Hit and Run just completely snowballing out of control in this game number 2. And good enough for them. And for Mafia, it must feel a little bit annoying that, like, you know, you were close in 2 rounds, but in both of them, you weren't able to really get that, you know, final nail into the coffin to put one on the board.
I mean, in the round number 1, they had more to say about who was winning. In this round, Hit and Run didn't really make any mistakes after the initial kill. They found it, they continued, it was close, but Mafia wasn't really at a point where they were like really winning outside of HP, right? In game number 1, they had all the opportunities to win it.
All right, that means Himmelsdorf over in an absolute blast here. That didn't even take like 15 minutes or something. Now, immediately, we're going to Murovanka. And Murovanka, while, you know, it is a bit more open, there are possibilities for spotting, etc., the chaotic way in which it was played yesterday and also in the Swiss stage last weekend indicates to me that probably, or maybe, the games of Murovanka are going to be, like, short as well.
Short, but at the same time, action-packed with a lot of possibilities for either team. The way that it's being played, it's super fast. Lots of different lineups being played. Lots of different strategies being employed. We saw W yesterday lose out because, well, let's be real, Kihan Drakefa missed quite a few shots, and that was also an amazing round outside of that, though.
Yeah, exactly. Murovanka yesterday, the fact that it was so chaotic, the fact that the meta has not really settled, really does make for some interesting rounds where, you know, you really see players that encounter situations that they've never been faced with before, and then on the spot they need to start getting creative about what they're actually doing. That is so cool to see. Murovanka, I mean, do we once again expect Piotr in the IS-7 to literally 1v2 or 1v3 in the middle of the map? That is something that Hit and Run really liked during WCI, but obviously the opponents today, Mafia, they weren't there, and so they have a different playstyle than the opponents that they were playing against. So let's see, as we do have the possibility of a K91 here being hovered by Monster right now, together with double Batchat, 1277, double 50B, and the EBR, so no IS-7 this round.
I mean, it wouldn't be the first time that we see the K91 come in, so Mafia in return bringing none of their own, but a Batchat, a CS, for Blitzkrieg and an RHM. I think it was even literally Clueless. That was the first time team to bring a K91 on this map. Of course, it gets the mini strike just like the CS does, but that DPM Kihan is pretty significant. The only downside, of course, is that it's a heat gun on Murovanka. We talk about that from time to time, that Murovanka is one of the maps where there's a lot of objects, fences, all of that stuff that can block your shots.
Although I think the APCR of the K91 actually has a bit higher pen than the usual APCR from from the other Soviet mediums, so it's quite usable actually, as we do see Mentos here with a spotting run in the EBR, does see Conrad here, who isn't even reloaded yet. Profuse does end up getting reset even in the spotting circle, so not a lot of information currently for the team of Mafia to work with, despite having the RHM, but that one is currently nowhere to be seen as the EBR ends up chasing Conrad here over the open field. He does make it safely towards the red line though.
Safely, but Piotr is not very safe himself in that 277. It isn't the I7 this time, Kihan. It's the 277 of Piotr that is getting picked up, but that is the secret weapon from Hit and Run. That means he can just lead a little bit better. Mentos even smashing into the back of Profuse in an EBR. Probably not what you want to see. Chaki pushing out Conrad. Mentos needs to get out of that part of the map, needs to survive, will get respotted by the plane, and Mafia now swarming in towards this area. They find another kill, they find Mentos, they find Rexar, they'll find T-Sec as well. This one, Kihan, not looking like it's going to be working out for Mafia, for Hit and Run, as Mafia come back in and say, what are you doing, guys? Come on. You can't only push us 3 times and get away with it.
Yeah, the firepower of the 50Bs is quite large, but not large enough to defeat all the tanks that Mafia had in the middle of the map, together with the help of the Bruskovitzes coming in from the 1 and 2 line. So Mafia, they do get tomfooled a bit on Himmelsdorf, but on Murovanka, at least round number 1, they really put the pedal to the metal, and they are going to put their first point on the board. Yes, there are still 2 stragglers left for Hit and Run, namely also Monster with that K91 that somehow is trying to do something in K2, I guess. But yeah, that's also a problem that Hit and Run had this round. Like, they have this continuous firepower of the K91, but really it was not really in the fight where it mattered. Like, when the 50Bs pushed, the K91 was unable to contribute.
I think he's just extending the time now to make the round slower.
Yeah.
So let's recap. What went so wrong here for Hit and Run? Outside of, I think, 50Bs are really not as good as Bliskovitz's.
Yeah, I think that, you know, Piotr basically got countered by the CS Briska combination. And then he went like super low before the fight even started. Then he went down. This is what prompted Hit and Run into sending the the 50Bs in towards against the tanks that were shooting down Piotr. And but then obviously Mafia had already reacted and were sending the Bruskovitzes of their own into the fray, and then the firepower of the 50B simply isn't enough anymore to chew through all of those targets. Like, they evaporate one, but after that they're sitting ducks and they just get, you know, killed as well on their own.
Yeah, and I'm not a fan personally. I don't know what you think of the 50Bs here. Like, I understand the point, but with Bliskovitzes, with damage reduction, with them hitting you for like 800 plus, I don't know, Key. And then even we talked about the 277 that we're not a fan of it. We're allowed to not be a fan of that. I don't know. I find the Mafia lineup that they brought just being better at this, unless they were able to catch something. Like, they would have to catch something really free in the beginning, like a freebie. If they don't catch something for free, then you just see Bliskovitzes come in and you're like, great. It takes, I think, roughly 3 50B clips to kill 1 Bliskovitz with damage reduction. So, you know, that's pretty hard, Kian.
Yeah, absolutely. And the fact is also that Murovanka is not like Himmelsdorf in the sense that the 50B can essentially go in, clip fast with its ability, and then get around the next corner and be gone. No, you actually have a lot of open ground to cover, to get away, to get into cover, and to not take damage anymore. So here we do see, I mean, yeah, Piotr there getting caught out behind the house by 2 tanks. Obviously didn't help. Then Rexa not even getting his full clip here. You can see 826 damage with 3 shots dealt, so he was shooting something with damage reduction. And yeah, that's just the problem here. I mean, Monster was able to continuously deal damage throughout the fight, but you know, some of that damage, some of the 4.6k here is bound to be endgame damage, where it doesn't really matter anymore. And before that, the burst potential of the K91 is not really there. Like, yes, the DPM is crazy, but you open up with 320 alpha.
Yeah, that 826 from Rexar with 3 penetrations, Key, that is a grand total of 275 per roll. So, I think it would be like 350 Bs, depending on the ability of the Bliska to kill one Bliska. So I honestly feel like hit and run from the beginning of this game, lineup for lineup, we're down. They're really experimenting a little bit from what I see, or what I think at least, because that was not really a usual way to play Muro with 50 Bs, right? On Himmels,
91, also pocket pick.
On Himmels it worked, but here there's a reason why the Bliska is so popular.
Exactly. So let's see if Hit and Run will try to double down on what they just did. Maybe a few more pocket picks, or if, you know, Mafia playing a bit more meta. I mean, they could also switch away from that, obviously. But, like, if it works, why switch away from something? I think it is up to Hit and Run to make a reaction here. And Mafia, I think, are starting to realize what the plan here is for Hit and Run, which is like, you know, we just rush them every round and snowball them out of the game. And while that has worked on Himmelsdorf, the adjustment now from Mafia is there, and it was a good one. Hit and Run did not stand a chance in the first round of Murovanka.
Second round of Murovanka coming in, though. Hit and Run still changing it up a little bit, but it doesn't look like they're stopping the experiments just yet, Kihan. Currently, they're hovering over double Centurion AX. Make that singular. Mentos is going to be playing it. No, Mentos is going to be going to the sack, so a little bit more changes. Triple Bliska and triple Forsby.
Exactly, so a lot of firepower here, and possibly also regeneration on the team of Hit and Run, with the Tesak obviously being there. He can reset the spotting point, and on Mafia, that looks a little bit like the setup that we had last round. It is an RHM Panzerwagen together with a Forsby, double Briska, double CS63, and a Batchat. Very, very nimble, actually, with the double CS and the Bat.
Yeah, the double CS and the Bat is able to run away at a lot of points and is able to disengage as well. We saw Mafia disengage beautifully yesterday against W, where they were able to take the tanks from the 2-3 line, the CSs, and run away from W, who is just trying to chase but never able to catch. Piotr is going to be going on the info point, though. He's going to be taking it. He's going to be spotting everything out, and that leaves Mentos to immediately go on the cap there. Do they find a reset on Kono? It doesn't look like it at this moment in time. They will be able to take that strike. Piotr's not there either on time. He's already getting blasted from the side by YOLO, who's taking another strike. And of course, there's nobody on A7 to counter this. And now Piotr getting pushed from the other angle. He's just going to be going for Kono, trying to clip out. He's doing it as well. He's just standing his ground and saying, I am going to clip Kono no matter what happens. He's now switching towards Profuse, but he's going to be the first one down. And now you can see Hit and Run trying to convert from the 3-line, as again Mafia is using that CS to disengage from that 3-line position. Orchek falling back, getting to a safe house as well, and now Hit and Run forced in between the guns of Mafia. Monster down, Piotr down already, and it's not looking good for them yet again. Mentos now coming in with the Tesak as well, but he's getting chased down by Kono. And for Mafia, it's like, okay, thank you very much. You're going to keep playing like this. We're going to keep punishing like this. Strikes now coming in as well on towards Rexar and Panzer Fury. Tisek down, and it's looking like Mafia Murovanka a lot better than Himmelsdorf.
Absolutely. Double the HP now available for the team of Mafia, and more guns to go with that one, as Hit and Run's very, very aggressive tactics and working out on Himmelsdorf, but not so much on Murovanka. We now see the last remainder of the Hit and Run team here. Panz Fury also getting pummeled to death. It's going to possibly Barkis to put the last nail in the coffin. He's about to be reloaded. There we go. Barkis with the pickup, and just like that, Mafia equalize the scoreline. We are at a 2-all.
2-all, well deserved at this point. Hit and Run still on the very hyper aggressive train, which can be good, can be bad. In this case, it was not that good, Kihan, if we look at it, right? Again, they have Piotr dying already in the middle, and then you have Monster dying before the 2-line guys are coming in. And you're again left with the issue that Mafia is using those CSs just as, you know, he's playing the 2-line. If you push him, he's just running.
Yeah, and that is, I think, a really good adjustment by Mafia here, that they essentially have those tanks. Oh, what happened to Profuse? But yeah, essentially Mafia has those tanks that are able to fade away and just give time to their team to, you know, react, get into position, and then start farming. Whereas, you know, the just straight up pushing approach by hit and run, it has worked twice on Himmelsdorf, but here on Murovanka, with a lot more room to maneuver and room to react, it seems to really be working out well for the team of Mafia. And now I think it's time for hit and run to once again make an adjustment and stop it with those like hyper aggressive strategies. At least if you're on open maps where the opposing team can react.
YOLO there with the line also doing a lot more than at the SAC though. Like 3.3 for YOLO is a very good number comparing it to the SAC. I don't know how much of a fan I am from the SAC on Muro, right? I'm a fan of the Tesak on Pilsen, which we will not be seeing here, and on Ensk as well. But Muro, I don't know, I kind of like the RHM.
Yeah, I mean, Studzianki is also the possibility actually for all three possible lights are there, right? T100, RHM, and Tesak as well. Like, we've seen all of those lights being played before and successfully. Although the T100 was more like a storm pick. They liked picking that in combination with a Gorilla, for example. But yeah, let's see. I mean, mostly on Studzianki, you would use the Tesak, for example, to spam on towards the information point that the opposing team cannot take it. But yeah, 2-2, and to be honest, like right now, who would you give the advantage to?
I don't know. I mean, I feel like Hidden Run is the more dominant team because they're trying to play more, but they're also not allowing Mafia to do anything. They're just pushing them every round. But normally that ends up in the long run being the team that wins, though. You know, the team that tries to take more initiative. So I'm still gonna go with Hit and Run because of that, because they're really trying to find the openings in every round, and if they can do it, then they will run away with it.
All right. Let's see. I believe we're just about to enter the next round here. The first one on Studzianki. And that one, I believe, has been played in between both of those teams as well in the past. So let's see if we're going to see any kind of adjustment already. Hit and Run with a very, very interesting lineup. They do have a T100, a Jagdpanzer, triple Batchat, and double Mouse. All right.
Interesting. Mafia in return, RHM, Quad at 268 V4, a Jagdpanzer E100, and a Batchat 25T. Double Mouse, yeah. It's been a while since we've seen that. Really, it's been... I'm trying to recall when we've seen double Mouse. We've seen double Jagdpanzer yesterday, and I think a Mouse. But double Mouse itself with a Jagdpanzer behind?
I mean, German steel.
Yeah, of course you're happy.
Let's see if I'm happy still at the end of the round, right?
I think the plane hit 5, if I can count right. I think it's 5.
Yeah, I think so. So the most important thing right now, obviously, is that YOLO wasn't able to recharge his plane, while Mentos is still keeping a charge of it. I think he just... No. It looked like he was going to use it. Let's see. As Mentos does go in towards a passive push, does go in towards the next row, though possibly opening himself a little bit up to some counter rotation, as Mafia have gone for the good old bait and switch. They are in the cap with triple V4. They have another one there, and the Jagdpanzer in support as well. As Monster on the outside in that Mouse already taking a huge beating. Piotr as well, so first damage coming in, and it's favoring Mafia.
Favoring Mafia, who are now continuing the cab. Rexar and Monster coming in, but look at Monster and the damage that's been taken on that Mouse. 2.2k HP left. I mean, he's already gotten punished quite hard. They're trying to use those Mouses to take the shots, and they're doing exactly that. As Rexar drops to about half HP, Monster gets a shot back, but Mafia now up 3000 HP, and Panzer Fury there from the side, trying to be annoying, is getting countered by the Batchat from A6, and currently Mafia very much chilling at this point, Kihan. You could say they've taken the factory, they've pushed back Panzer Fury as well, and those Mouses are not looking that dangerous anymore.
Indeed, the Mouse is proving to once again be big HP Pinatas. Mentos on the other side can obviously not push against the RHM of YOLO either. I don't think he has the DPM to even take him out, and it looks to me like Mentos doesn't even have HP equipment on his tank. And now I think Mafia are like, all right, so far so good. The trades that we did were pretty nice for us. Let's see if we can get that going a little bit more. And Hit and Run desperately trying to readjust, even sending Chucky towards the outside with that bat shot now as well. But as you can see, Mafia, they do have the strike under control with a bat shot of their own.
Hit and Run, 3000 HP down. Aris taking control over the style. That's a good shot there from, I think, Chucky. A secondary good shot from Chucky as well. They've allowed Chucky to take a pretty good position, though. Back towards B1 with that bad shot. He can get repressure, but he's at least putting some pressure on the tanks from Mafia, forcing a move towards his location with Conrad and Orchak. Monster, they're not doing too well in that. Mouse gets picked up. Of course, the V4 heat, pretty nasty. 365 or 375, Kihan?
I believe 365 pen, but yeah, they're chewing through those mouses. Also Piotr with that Jagdpanzer not looking too good anymore. So the German steel does fall to the Soviet heat shells as Bark is maybe about to be reloaded. Rexer does make it around the corner for now. So if he white peaks, he might take a bunch of damage for that, but he's just gonna shut down the mouse. That is the second kill in a row for Mafia, and they're not done yet. They're getting a third one. Yes, there is a response on towards Conrad, but Hit and Run now fighting with only 4 remaining.
They do still have 3 bad shots in this fight, though. If they can find a kill, Kihan, 1 kill, only just 1, to bring it a little bit closer, they have something to play from. You gotta remember that both light tanks here carry a lot of HP, but YOLO carries more because an RHM is just more healthy. The biggest issue I see is how do you reset at this point?
Yeah, how do you reset is going to be the big question, because the 2 strikes are also, well, not in control of Mafia, but they do control the access to it, and that is, at the moment, the most important thing. Mentis and T-Sec now furiously trying to readjust here. Also, there is no tank on the team of Hit and Run that has a baby strike, so they do actually need to reset with the tanks of their own. They do get the plane out. They do get the spot on where the tanks are, but does it help them? It doesn't seem like it. As 4 tanks in the cap, that's 1 more than necessary. A bit of an overkill by Mafia, but they do end up taking the round, and they turn around the result of the match as well. What used to be a 2-0 is now a 2-3 in Mafia's favor.
Again, it looks pretty weird to me, the way that Hit and Run is playing. I mean, the double mouse, how much real impact did they have?
Let's be real, it was kind of useless. Like, I mean, they bring a lot of HP to the table, but realistically not a whole lot else. Like, yeah, they're maybe able to trade back a little bit against the V4s, but keep in mind, like, the mouses, they can maybe group heal a little bit, but the V4s have a much more effective tool in their arsenal, and that one is called damage reduction. Combined with the fact that the mouse actually really needs to aim against those V4s, and you end up with 2 mouses that are not having the greatest of games.
No, I mean, look at them, 1.4 and 1.1. Mental's not having a good game in this. I mean, it's a T100 shooting on range against V4s. Sorry.
Yeah.
It's always going to be a struggle for him. Piotr, they're performing the best in the Jagdpanzer, but in return, across the board from Mafia, not really any issues whatsoever. Everybody hitting home, and again, YOLO on that light is doing a very good job. Like, he's always kind of pumping out the damage from what I see. It's not the first time we see him that far up the scoreboard, if I'm not mistaken. So he's been doing a good job at that RHM and showing that that DPM machine, which is what the RHM is, of course, is still very, very useful. So in this regard, he beat the T100.
Absolutely. He got the upper edge, or the upper hand, in this kind of a small mini game of the light tanks interacting with each other. But yeah, overall, Hit and Run caught a little bit on the back foot, because realistically what Mafia were doing, that is not something new, to be honest.
Like, but they did it well, though.
They did it well, yeah.
They executed it well.
Yeah, it just felt like the tools that Hit and Run had brought, like the double mouse plus Jagdpanzer, it wasn't enough to stop what was happening. And to be honest, yeah, double mouse plus Jagdpanzer doesn't stop for V4s.
I mean, it does for about 25 seconds.
Yeah, but it's more like a speed bump, not a roadblock. But yeah, once again, it is up to Hit and Run to now make the adjustment. I mean, this time around, they were not really trying to YOLO push into Mafia anymore. You could see they were playing a bit more of a reactive kind of play style. But the reactions to what was happening, they were just subpar in this first round of Studzianki. So let's see. Maybe Mafia will be able to go on towards a match point already, because that's effectively where we're at. Like, Hit and Run will be trying now to prevent Mafia from doing that. And I mean, after the first 2 rounds on Himmelsdorf, Hit and Run were absolutely looking, yeah, just like crazy good. But then Murovanka happened, then this first round of Studzianki happened, and all of a sudden I think Mafia are starting to look like the better team.
They are starting to be the better team, not just look, they are starting to be it. And can they bring it to match point? That's a question for the second round of Studzianki. Double Batchat, a Forge B, a Jagdpanzer, a Mino, and double V4 for Mafia.
And Hit and Run are bringing a Tessak together with triple Jagdpanzer, double Foch, and a Batchat. I mean, that is a lot of 420 millimeters blaze through it with that heat, but like that also means that the lineup of Hit and Run is just so immobile.
I don't know. I feel like they're cooking a bit too hard, Kihan, at this point, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Initial plane shows 5 targets spotted from Mafia. Kono and Barkis are the 2 that weren't spotted, just to keep it into the back of our minds.
And Mafia, once again, they're sending a lot of V4s here straight towards the cap. So they're like, all right, it worked once, let's try to make it work twice. This time around, Hit and Run have brought a lot more Jagdpanzers though. So if the V4s don't start over-pushing, then the trades normally should be favoring the Jagdpanzers.
I mean, YOLO Profuse here capping, but they spot out the double Forge B of T-Sec of Panzer Fury, and they're like, Ooh, Profuse now spots out Chucky as well. He's going to be popping his ability, trying to make it around the corner. Chucky pops his, trying to get a shot, but not succeeding. So now they know about the double Jag, at least. I don't think they've seen Piotr yet. So once they spot Piotr, they'll know what is really happening. Panzer Fury takes a shot. Now the Jagdpanzer starting to make their march into the cave. The second Panzer Fury look to be going for Barkis, who takes a big one immediately to the face. And if T-Sec, Panzer Fury and Mentals push this, I mean, Barkis doesn't even have his ability ready right now.
Yeah, Bark is currently trying to heal back up, but now T-Sec and Panzer Fury engaging. Panzer Fury, though, taking a lot of damage down towards 72. Doesn't even get off his heal here, as now T-Sec starting to get focused out. And this Forge B push over the A-line completely falling to pieces for Hit and Run at this point in time, as the second Forge also crumbles.
What is currently happening for Hit and Run? I mean, Panzer Fury there takes the push, goes for that, but he overcommits. The ability doesn't save you from Jagdpanzers and Minos and Batchats hitting you at the same time. If they can kill you in the time required for you to start healing, then you will just die. Now Mentos tries to make up the mistakes of his fallen comrades, but he will not be able to do it either, and he's probably also left wondering, like, what was this, guys? What are we doing right now? Because that was an execution failure of the level of Hit and Run that we haven't seen for a while from them. But Mafia shut it down. I mean, they immediately deleted Panzer Fury, who wanted to go for that push, but that was not in. And now Rexer in that Jagdpanzer, he hits like a truck, but he gets absolutely demolished in return. Chucky in the meantime fallen as well, and that's Monster and Piotr as the last two standing, and they're really scratching their heads right now, thinking 2-0 to 2-2 to now match point for Mafia. All that, how did it happen? Well, they're gonna have to figure it out quickly, because Mafia make it match point for them on Studzianki.
Absolutely, that A-line overpush, it completely looked like a train wreck. Like, it was horrible, but, you know, you don't want to stop watching it as it happens. Like, really, Hit and Run, that, you know, they once again try a pocket strat, and to be honest, like, there is a world where it maybe works, but that world doesn't have Jagdpanzers close to punish the Force, and that maybe has a couple tanks out of the game on the other side of the map that are also then unable to punish on towards the Force. Because, like, yeah, the Force heal ability is crazy, but, you know, you first need to get to the part where you heal. If you don't get there, then it does nothing.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's all about crossing that gap in between popping the ability and the heal. And even then, Kihan, you have to be a little bit careful, right? Because the heal works in steps. Across the time that it requires the ability. But yeah, for Mafia, amazing. Kono there, top damage as well. Across the board. Barkis is the worst one of the lot, but he was also the one getting pushed on. But there was no reason for Panzer Fury to go that aggressive.
No, I think it was just the two Foshbis of Hit and Run getting over-eager. Like, as soon as the Tesak was there, he was, like, kind of maybe passively pushing them as well. Like, you know, guys, I cannot go first, so you need to. And then the Foshbis were like, all right, let's commit. But they committed into crossfire of too many tanks, realistically. I guess Hit and Run were hoping that Mafia were going to empty like a lot of their guns on towards the Jagdpanzers that were pushing first, because realistically that was happening too. But then, you know, the Foshbis got spotted before they started pushing, and then they drew back a little bit to maybe wait for the Tesak or something. And that is what enabled Mafia to readjust and just completely align on towards deleting those Foshbis before they could even clip out. So that means now 4 consecutive rounds in a row for Mafia here, and they do it on their own map picks. So currently, if the trend persists, we are going to get a tiebreaker, but Hit and Run have been sort of spotty on Cliff. Like, once again, I will keep repeating myself. Some of the rounds, they seem completely unbeatable on Cliff, and some of the other rounds, they look completely horrendous. So it really depends which Hit and Run we are going to get today on Cliff.
I mean, let's be real, Kihan, the Hit and Run we have gotten so far between yesterday and today hasn't been too much to write home about. LTP had them on the ropes as well and could have taken it all, right? And this Hit and Run, I mean, against LTP, let's be real, Kihan, they got a little bit lucky that LTP is a more inexperienced team and isn't able to close rounds just as good as Mafia is. But Mafia is not going to give them the same opportunities. I would hope so.
Mafia, like, nominally should be a step above LTP. Obviously, LTP will have the opportunity to prove me wrong there during the next season of OLS. But as of right now, Mafia should be considered to be the stronger team when comparing between the two of them. And that is proving to be correct today. I mean, Hit and Run, they do get a couple very, very close rounds on Himmelsdorf. One of them arguably even a bit lucky. So if Mafia had picked up that one, we would not be at a 4-2. We would be at a 5-1 as it stands.
Look, I think right now that the first 2 rounds, Hit and Run had a really good strat that works out for them. And then they're really trying to like take the initiative every round again and again. But I did say that I think that the team that takes initiative wins in the long run. But then it also has to make sense though, right? At the same time. Taking the initiative and doing some, well, nonsense, even though there is a thought behind it, is not that great. However, it's not over yet. Cliff has been a very good map for them. So double BZ, double Batshot, a CS63, and a double Foshb is what Hit and Run is going to be bringing to fend off the match point.
And Mafia trying to make it over the finish line. They do bring a light tank, the T100 of Yolo, that enjoys a lot of playing by all of the teams recently on Cliff, together with a Foshb, a Batshot, 1277, double BZ75, and the 50B on there. And so, which lineup do I actually favor here? I mean, naturally, like 7 combat tanks is a really cool thing to have, but Mafia now also in turn with that T100 light tank get a lot of information. You can see a readjustment, one of the BZ75s already turning around to help the middle of the map, or maybe G5, as the Batshot already gets sent towards K5.
Yeah, Yolo takes a shot there from one of the BZs. Piotr now making his approach towards the ramp. Rishek and Mentos are actually going to be crossing over to those double positions there. Not sure who got benched for Rishek. It looks like Chaki on the bench now. Rishek coming in, and this is a big crossing from Hit and Run. Monster, Panzer Fury, and another BZ arriving. The Forge B also starting to peek from behind. Barkis is starting to engage on that one. Marcel and Kono are now in trouble. Kono would like to take the strike before he decides to boost out of here, but look at Barkis already in a lot of trouble. Orchak getting blown up in that 50B. Now Barkis getting chased down by Hit and Run, who have finally found a good overpush. Mafia thought 1-2 line, it's so free for us, let's take it. But Hit and Run said, no thank you, we will take it back. As they chase down Marcel to make it 3 kills, but only losing 1. Profuz and Kono are gonna need some mystical crossfire to bring this back.
Absolutely, but I don't think that's going to be happening as Marcel is about to get obliterated by Rexa, and now only 4 tanks remaining for the team of Mafia that are also down 2.5k HP. YOLO with that T100 trying to provide the crossfire, but he is but a T100. That is not a lot of firepower. And now Kono and Profuse trying to chase after Mentos, but obviously that leaves Pansfury in the 1v1 against the Batchat here. Konrad desperately trying to get in before Rishek should be able to pick it up, and now it is all but over here on this first round of Cliff Hit and Run. They are going to fend off the first match point.
Fending it off and making it a little bit closer, finally getting in this match again after losing 4 consecutive rounds on Cliff. This was the 100% right reaction. For Mafia, it's a hard one, honestly. Their positions on 1-2, Kihan, were less optimal, actually, than you would imagine. They need to be up with every single one of them, expecting this repush to come out. They need to be, in my opinion, grouped on the south corner, so where they can shoot on the overpush on middle or the hill if it was coming, but at the same time also able to run back into the middle. Because with the T100, which of course Hit and Run knows, right, that they have a T100. If you're asking how do they know, they got spotted in the beginning. They know that it's a light tank. So you will always struggle with this T100 against a full repush. So the positions they had on 1-2 were not good for a repush. Like, they were not set up for a repush whatsoever.
Exactly. As soon as you pick that light tank and you basically are down half a combat tank, so to speak, you need to be careful not to get completely collapsed upon by the entirety of the enemy team. But the fact that Hit and Run immediately found success with like 1 or even 2 kills on the 1-2 line, that then put Mafia into a position where, you know, if no miracles like blowups or something happen, then essentially they're not gonna be able to get back into that game. And we can see here, I mean, Piotr, yes, he probably got focused out at the start of the push, but everyone else actually above 3,000 damage here. So yeah, the Hit and Run players really stepping up when needed, but they will do so. They will need to do so once again, because that was the first match point, but Mafia have another.
Sure, but I think that for Hit and Run, they're lucky that it's going to Cliff, because it's a map where they have seen really good on. The only time where, I mean, yesterday they lost 1 against LTP, I think, but I was also down to them bringing, like, what was it, 4 50Bs or 3 50Bs in 1-2 line, and then they're forced to push across the open, and 50Bs pushing across the open usually die. If they don't, it's an issue. But the odds are looking good for them, Kian.
The odds are, I mean, Mafia, they're probably going to be shaking themselves a little bit. They're going to be like, all right, we got caught once. Let's not let it happen again, guys. Let's not go to tiebreaker. Let's do it here in regular time. However, obviously, Hit and Run, I mean, they are this team that, strangely enough, whenever it's like match point against them, all of a sudden they stop losing rounds. And obviously, for their opponents, that starts becoming an issue.
It does. It does start becoming an issue, and I think maybe now Mafia will opt to play without a light tank, maybe Kihan, and go for the full brawl after what the Hit and Run did. I think by now they should realize that Hit and Run only really wants to fight. There's only fighting in them. So maybe if you're Mafia, this is the part where you, well, first of all, I would ditch the T100 and I would go to an RHM, or I'd play without, you know, because the RHM is just a better combat light.
Yeah. Maybe that's the adjustment that's needed. I think we are going to go into the battle soon, and then the first question of the next and coming round is going to get answered, and those would be the lineups of either team, as once again Mafia in the match point position here. They do take your advice, and they do ditch the T100 YOLO, instead bringing the RHM together with Triple CS, 1 Batchat, and double BZ75. Like, yes, that is a lot of mobility, but actually it's not a lot of burst potential on Mafia.
Hit and Run in return, though. Double BZ, double Batchat, double CS63, and a Fujbi. And I like that Mafia adjusted here. I don't know if they did it on purpose or not, but, you know, the T100 doesn't quite add as much firepower as an RHM does, Kihan. I mean, lower profile, yes, but pure firepower, it cannot compete.
Well, let's see. Hit and Run trying to stay alive in the Fraxtor Winter Invitational. For them, it is a do or die, as they once again know that the opposing team does have a light tank. As 6 of their tanks actually end up getting spotted. Those are the ones driving towards the middles, but the Batchats and the CS is now getting diverted towards the side, while the Hurricane is getting sent on towards the hill. That is Piotr there. The Forge B obviously on the 1-2, kind of useless right now, but starting to drive in. Piotr opting against driving up here. He sees triple CS63. That is not something I can compete with on the hill.
No, YOLO needs to be careful in the middle of the map though in the IHM. They have nothing in 1-2, and they have no Marcel either on the hill as he's dead. And now Fury, Piotr and Rexar are climbing Kihan, and for Mafia this is looking like not what they want to fight, because the double BZ and the Hurricane will always win this part of the map. So now Conrad is trying to bail, but when he bails, he's running down. They're just pushing from the side of Hit and Run because they know they can do this. There's a Batchat driving all the way through the south. I think that's Kono taking the longest flank ever, but Hit and Run in the meantime will dominate the hill and put these tanks in the middle in the crossfire, as well as Barkas is the one tank left standing on the hill. Hit and Run find their stride finally on Cliff as they pick up 3 tanks on the hill for nothing in return, and the rest of the Mafia tanks now just waiting to fall, as well as Kono's made his circle around the hill and has now arrived at the middle. He will realize that, well, I think it's kind of over.
It is indeed kind of over here for Mafia on Cliff, as we are gonna go the distance, and once again a best of 9 in between Hit and Run and Mafia is going to get decided on Airfield. Love to see it, as now Ozek here, the last tank for Mafia, is gonna get cleaned up as well. I mean, T-Sec, he's still reloading, but he has enough other tanks on his team, and this last round here, absolutely not close. Absolute domination coming out from Hit and Run. 12,000 HP remaining and all 7 tanks alive. This Mafia tactic just completely fell flat on its face.
I mean, good adjustment from Hit and Run there. I don't know if it was intentional or planned out from the beginning, but the fact that they decided to cross over with those Batchats towards 1-2 line. I mean, okay, the first 2 guys made it up relatively for free, but it's the third one, it's the last one in the line that's like, guys, I'm not making it. Send a letter to my family and delete my browser history, you know?
Exactly. And yeah, we do see exactly the person that not only had his browser history, but also his tank deleted, Marcel here, without a single shot of damage. Not that Conrad was actually faring much better. I think the only shot that he did was actually on towards Piotr on the beginning of the cross. And yeah, Hit and Run on their own map pick here of Cliff, just completely wiping and mopping the floor with the team of Mafia. And that is going to mean that this first match of the day already is gonna go to overtime. We are headed to tiebreaker.
Yeah, headed to tiebreaker. Deserved now at the end of the day if you look at it, because on Cliff, Hit and Run was just too good for Mafia. Opening wise and reaction wise, well, in round 1 it was the opening, in round 2 it was it was the adjustment, in round 2 it was the opening. So fair to say Airfield. Now Kihant, final predictions for this one.
I'm not going to change my prediction that I had coming into this one. I'm still going to say 5-4 for Hit and Run.
Oh yeah, you actually predicted 5-4 for Hit and Run.
Mm-hmm.
Unbelievable. I don't know. I really don't know. I think Mafia has it.
Well,
but it's Airfield though. It's Airfield. Airfield is so different than any of the maps that we've played so far.
That's the thing, right? I'm kind of trying to deduct anything from the rounds that we've seen and to apply it to Airfield, but obviously since Airfield plays out completely different, that's hard to do. Like Himmelsdorf and Cliff were extremely brawl heavy now in between those 2 teams here, and basically Hit and Run ran kind of a skill check on Mafia that Mafia failed, and like Murovanka and Studzianki on both of those maps, Hit and Run completely tried to cook, but Mafia was just receiving whatever Hit and Run was doing on their own map picks so well. So it's kind of difficult to really decide what I want to go with. But obviously, since I said 5-4 before the match even started, I'm gonna stick with it for Hit and Run. But that obviously doesn't take anything away from Mafia. Like the fact that we are on tiebreaker just poses to demonstrate that either of those teams is very, very capable and very motivated to take this last round here.
Yeah, but like I said, this is such a different map, different beast. Airfield is the single slowest map I think we have right now. I swear that if we look at the statistics, that the average round duration on Airfield is like double, if not triple, from most of the maps that we have. About double, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure the average duration on Airfield is double of that of any other map.
I mean, yeah, but the fact is also, like, think about the last rounds of Airfield that Hit and Run has played. Like, what comes to memory? Winning the match for WCI against Mafia on Airfield, and then also winning WCI, I believe, against 1-1 on Airfield. So Hit and Run have proven in the past that they're able to win important rounds on Airfield, also against Mafia.
Yes, I remember that. That was, I think Mentos climbed the balcony, right, and made the crucial kill.
Yes.
I mean, felt real bad for Mentos that he wasn't able to go to WCI either.
Yeah.
I'm certain he got a good chunk of money though.
I would hope that his Hit and Run buddies, you know, made his effort worthwhile.
I mean, they wouldn't have qualified without him.
Exactly.
But no, Airfield is indeed very, very different, and production whispered in my ear that the average duration on Airfield is about 5 minutes 40, and I think on like other maps it's about 2 to 3 minutes, I would say.
Like sometimes maybe 3.5, but yeah. Normal map game duration is a lot lower on other maps, but that only means that hopefully we're in for a lot of content here in this already very, very long match, as you know, it's been over an hour since we started and the match is still not going. So another topic that we maybe need to talk about is fatigue for the players. Like maybe not for the Hit and Run guys so much, because they are used to like these big best-offs from WCI as well. But for Mafia, I think, also the stress could be setting in a lot here, because sometimes getting the last point on the board can be the hardest one, and they've struggled to do that 2 rounds in a row now.
Airfield, the final match, the tiebreaker between these two, and in very different styles is what we're going to see. Hit and Run bringing in the 50B, the double bat, the Centurion EX, and the triple E4.
Yeah, so Hit and Run really once again want to go for that fight, indicated as well by the Inspire medium. For Mafia, not so much, however. Triple Batchat, they do have the Grilla together with Mino and double E4. So Mafia, I think it's fair to say they want to go for a little bit of a longer game. They want to get the Grilla in the fight, or rather, they only want to get the damage that the Grilla does in the fight, not the tank per se. But yeah, let's see how those 2 different approaches to Airfield are going to stack up. Ozek immediately getting sent towards the outside with a singular Batchat only, however, as Kono gets sent towards the artillery strike. Both Pansfury and Rishek getting spotted here together with Piotr in that 50B as well. Pansfury taking a huge chunk of damage by those E4s already, but still, Rishek is going to make it through full HP, and Pansfury does keep the gun in the game for now.
Pansfury keeping his gun in the game, but at what HP? 350. That is a one-shot to strike at any given point. Now, Rishek didn't make it. Orchek obviously rocking a little bit different equipment than them, because look at his HP, Kian. 2,450. I'm actually curious what equipment Orchek is using, if we could see that at some point. The triple E4 is now capping the base. Profuse is sneaking into the strike, but Rishek will definitely end up resetting him. So somebody will have to block, which is YOLO. Rishek does now cross over. He takes a shot, and Orchek is in position there to face off, and he has a Grilla behind him. Profuse is going to get repushed here. You can see them grouping now. Tsek, Mentos, Rexar, Piotr already peeking. Here comes Tsek, dumping, and Orchek now pushing across. He wants to pick up Panzerfury first. He is able to do that, but he gets immediately blasted in return. He does get behind the rock, and he will survive on a 2-shot, as now Hit and Run dumping in on towards Profuse. Mafia coming to retaliate. The Grilla trying to support as well. Rishek takes this opportunity to pick up Orchek. That establishes the crossfire, but Mafia has a huge HP lead, but not the guns, because also Parkus is in the far back. And look at these double bat shots from Mafia, Kihan. Not in the game currently.
The double Batchat from Mafia have just killed the Inspire medium of Hit and Run in the middle of the map. That's why they're so out of the game, and Hit and Run, they are trying to capitalize on this fact. But Barkus in the grill is shutting down the 50B of Piotr. That is a lot of the burst potential and firepower for the team of Hit and Run gun that are now trailing in the HP department. They have the super low HP Batchat of Rishek that also gets sent towards the grave. and it seems like Hit and Run for the first time in what feels like an eternity are not going to pick up a match. Mafia here with the HP, with the gun advantage, 4 versus 2 players in the game. Rexa about to fall, and Hit and Run are not going to make it to the finals. Instead, their Polish buddies of Mafia are doing that.
Yeah, no, I mean, Hit and Run can start the copium train right now, you know, at least we won in China, but Mafia is going to be going on to the finals. They're going to be very, very happy with that. I mean, they get the chance for a little bit of redemption, starting the end of the year, like ending the year good and potentially starting the year good as well. We put 2025 a little early, Key, but you know, it's a nice Christmas gift for them if they were to win it all, but there is still another match that will decide who they're going to face off in the finals. Yeah, Mafia here had it. I don't know exactly what Orchek had, but his base HP was a lot lower than the other ones. It looked like...
I think he ditched the HP module. I'm not sure what exactly he was running, but the fact that he didn't get spotted...
It probably was something, if I had to guess, right? If I had to guess, we can ask, events, low noise, and like turbo, because that gives you the highest camo value.
Possible.
No. Vents. Yeah, vents, low noise, and turbo. And then like a camo directive or a vents directive, or a low noise directive, whichever one gives you more camo. I'm not sure entirely.
I would assume low noise directive as well, because he wasn't getting spotted whenever the batchet in front of him was peeking. But yeah, first of all, let's take a quick look at the battle results, because obviously we haven't seen those yet either. We do know the outcome, however, and that is that Mafia are going to make it to the finals of the Fragstore Winter Invitational. And yeah, we see Pants Fury not really having the best of games, but that is arguably not really his fault, right? He gets sent there, he takes a lot of damage, and then the only shot that realistically he can deal, he actually, you know, scores. On the other side, though, Orzek and Konrad not really with the best of games, but then the third batchet here for the team of Mafia, Kono already with 3,002 kills to his name. And I think the biggest problem here also for Hit and Run was that the other side, like the one we were not spectating, the Inspire medium of Monster was getting completely caught out. Like you can see, he only did 3 shots of damage, and in turn, he just got completely rushed by double batchet. That's never supposed to happen.
No, they did a lot of things at the same time for Mafia, even with a Griller, right? That the double batchet pushing Monster, while they also were covering Orchek, who, I mean, you know, Fury basically died for that crossing over. Rishek did a good job then after to kill off that batchet of Orchek. But Mafia did a lot of things at the same time, even with a Griller. And deservedly so, they end up winning as well, and congratulations to them. Hit have looked defeatable. I don't even know if that's a word. They haven't looked that strong, neither now this tournament or in WCI, but they won in WCI, and that's about all that matters at the end of the day. They're not winning here, though.
They are certainly not winning here. Single elimination bracket, meaning that now Hit and Run are going to be eliminated from the competition, and Mafia are the first ones to put themselves into the grand finals. And this means that now we have 1 out of 3 matches for the day done. However, there is one that's going to be up and coming. It is in between Cashback and Dopamine. So the winner of OLS Season 1 against the North American representative at WCI.
I mean, playing against Cashback is always... I think you want to do it as a player, just because that everybody considers them as the best team, so you want to see how they stack up against them, yeah? At least I would like to.
Yep.
It's going to be a really tough match for Dopamine. To be honest, we got to see how well they will do in this one, Kian. I'm not sure personally.
I am also not sure how well Dopamine will do, although like maybe a little bit of a silver lining for them. Yesterday they had their match against their NA buddies of Burbology, and there they ended up looking pretty good. I mean, 5-1 the final scoreline, Burbology throwing a couple rounds, but still Dopamine looked like the more stable team. And also, and I think that is very important, especially against Cashback, they also looked like a team that were able to like really play together, have good focus fire, and like those essentials that sometimes weirdly are missing from teams. Dopamine demonstrated very visibly yesterday that they are masters of this kind of game, and so there is certainly a question to be had as to how the arguably best NA team right now will stack up against maybe the best EU team of Cashback. Like, obviously EU is considered to be the stronger region, but I think if Cashback end up not bringing everything to the table here, they could be in for a rough ride.
I mean, they're also going to have to play a little bit on a Neki hand, which is going to be an experience for them, right? Because we're not playing everything on EU. Because people always ask about this, like, how does it work for the servers?
Yeah, I think like basically the rule as to how it's decided is the Team A and the pick ban system. Like the first 4 rounds in the best of 9 will automatically be played on the home server of Team A. In this case, I believe it was Cashback, so we're going to start on EU, but we are most certainly and definitely going to go back over towards the NA server for the following 4 rounds. And then for a tiebreaker, just to quickly wrap up the rules here, is the team with the winning condition, so the fastest game. They get the choice of either picking the server or the side of the map for the tiebreaker, and then the other team gets the choice of the gets the remaining choice that's left over, right? The other side or the server that they want to pick. But yeah, I think that is for the time being quite enough yapping from the two of us. We'll be back with Cashback against Dopamine right after some replays.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Frack Store Winter Invitational. We have replaced Skihand with another German model, more handsome, more well-spoken. Hi, Phil. How are you doing?
Well, that was quite a nail-biter, right? I was watching from behind the scenes and got like very excited, especially when we went to the tiebreaker. So doing very good. I hope you are as well.
Yeah, I'm chilling. That was a crazy match where both teams could have gotten the better of one another. But now we get to watch America's finest versus Ukraine's finest. Cashback versus Dopamine. Now, this is a match that if you were a bookmaker, you would have all of the odds in favor of Cashback.
Yeah, I think the community prediction later will show that very similar. I think something like 95-5, something like that. But we'll have to see. Cashback has struggled a bit yesterday in the match against Darkside. And Dopamine looked quite convincing, even though maybe, as you mentioned, the score might have not been showing a fair reflection of the strength of both the teams.
Yeah, no, I think the score was a little bit too much in favor of Dopamine. They shouldn't have won it just that clean, Phil. I think that's fair. Bears did not capitalize on all the opportunities that they had, which is, of course, down to Dopa as well, able to win those games, right? It takes one team to leave openings and the other team to capitalize on it. But yeah, you know, Dopa team here with 8 players, they didn't replace Dark Ninja. Dark Ninja's no longer playing with them after the China tournament. So
I mean, you could argue that they either replaced Dark Ninja or replaced Nexus, because they removed 2 players and added Niklas instead. So, and obviously Misha is back,
yeah,
meaning Ferret will be hopefully able to focus on his lighting gameplay. We saw a couple of good rounds from him yesterday. And yeah, as promised, the community prediction quite in favor of Cashback, and I would heavily agree with them.
96 is a bit much though, Phil. Huh? Don't you think?
I mean, the easy choice, I feel, after you've seen Cashback dominate the OLS and Dopamine struggling the previous times in the cross-regional tournaments. But we have to say Dopamine gave it a really good fight against Hit and Run during the WCI. It was a great match. I think you casted it with Adam, and it went even to the tiebreaker with like 3 points in advantage for Dopamine. So I hope we will see something similar today, where both teams will put some blows and the better team wins in the end.
Yeah, we're going to be starting it off. Gian explained that already on EU for the first 4 rounds, and then we're going to be switching to NA. So I guess for Dopamine, they want to not head to NA with a 4-0 deficit. I think that would be the best thing to start with. Ensk coming out though. I mean, Dopamine letting Ensk through against Cashback. Cashback, Curie, apparently the statistic was right, didn't lose a single round on it in OLS. So
neither did they yesterday, I think, right?
No, they didn't lose it yesterday either. 2-0.
Yeah, then Ghost Town, another of those maps where you can definitely brawl, but if there is a difference in ping, then those long-range shots onto mobile lights, like we saw, I think W yesterday played with 3 light tanks even. I don't think that we will see that again, but definitely something where this like small milliseconds can make a difference. But yeah, Ensk definitely a very good map to start on, and then later Studzianki and Murovanka, maps that we have seen earlier today already. Cliff as potential tiebreaker. We'll have to see if we even get there.
Cliff is a long way down in a best of 9. First we got Ensk and Ghost Town on EU, then we'll have Studzianki and Muro if we get there on NA. We'll definitely have at least 1 round of Studzianki. Looking at the maps, I find it really interesting. I mean, I'm no surprised that Cashback picks Ensk, but maybe a bit surprised that Dopa is like, okay, we are down to play Ensk against Cashback on Europe server. I mean, it takes some belief in yourself to do such a thing.
I mean, maybe they are grounding themselves after their clean victory yesterday, that they are saying we'll get back down to earth and then we'll see what the next map have to say. And also, like, if you feel like there are multiple really strong maps on the side of Cashback, I mean, it's not like they can't play Westfield, right? You saw the Westfield ban. So maybe they say, we take the potential Ensk losses at the very beginning and then we can recover from it. So we'll have to see how that goes.
I mean, if you take that kind of approach, though, then you have to bank on winning at least one of the rounds that comes after Ensk, hopefully both, because you want to then go on to your server where you're more comfortable than the other team, of course, and play it out. However, if you're going 4-0 into NA, then it doesn't matter that you're playing on NA. You're likely not winning 5 rounds or 4 rounds in a row against Cashback to begin with. But for Cashback, it will be an interesting test as well, right? They're used to playing against these OLS teams, these European teams, quite often. But against NA, they don't have that much experience outside of potentially trainings that they have done against one another, which again, I'm not sure about how much they train against NA. So will they get surprised here? Not sure.
Yeah, I think they have been washed with all the waters, so they will be easily able to adapt to those situations. I'm fairly certain they have watched the teams playing at WCI as well, so they have seen we have those adaptations by the Chinese teams as well. Maybe like a bit of variety there, and I'm sure that Cashback will be able to adapt. And yeah, you said it, like Cashback should at least get 3 points out of the first 4 rounds to have like a solid start getting into the NA server for the second half of the match.
Now, Ensk coming out. We saw Dopamine in China try a bit of Gorilla. I don't think we're going to be seeing that again now that Misha is back. He's going to be leading Ferret going back to the light tank role, which is of course ideal for him. Can focus 100% on his gameplay again, which is, we talked about it, you cannot do either 100%, right? You cannot play both the light tank and lead at the same time to the best of your abilities.
Yeah, I mean, the Tessak, for sure, one of the things that we will have to check in the lineups if they bring it back. We also saw Batchat, Centurions, various options here for adding a mobile tank onto your usually fairly TD heavy lineup on Ensk. And then we'll have to see if they maybe decide to add like a mouse or like an other super heavy there. Like usually there's not a lot of other heavy tanks that teams tend to play. But yeah, I think it was Dreamer yesterday on Cliff who did like 8k damage in a 60 TP. But I heavily doubt that against all those big TD guns, they will bring a 60 TP here on Ensk.
Nah, 60 TP kind of fallen out of fashion on this map altogether, in my opinion. Mainly TDs and maybe a light, but starting it off actually, Cashback. Now that's an interesting one. Phil, 4 E3s, double E4 and a Wheezy TD. That's a lot of E3s for a team on Ensk.
Yeah, Barbarian has played this WZTD various times, very successfully as well, and we see it on both sides, Misha as well. We have triple 268 version 4, double Briškavicka, and Vova in the Batchat. Obviously, Vova, one of those standout players that we will keep an eye on. And we'll have to see if he can make the difference in the only medium tank here.
I mean, the Bat can be very powerful on this map if it gets involved in the fight, yeah? But getting it involved is not always that easy, getting behind.
Yeah, we saw it yesterday in the Dark Side versus Cashback match. I think it was Hellmind who brought a Batchat, and he wasn't really able to contribute that much. He got the initial strike, but then his damage came in only when the match was basically over. Ferret immediately opting to go for the outer strike. We see a bit of damage being traded there. PM losing out on the trades against the E3s. Pretty difficult to angle against this high APCR premium shells. But yeah, the strike definitely helps them, and now in the approach, we'll have to see if they can come back, because the deficit of 4000 HP from the start is not that insignificant.
No, it is not insignificant whatsoever. PM and Choppa, they're bleeding a lot of HP in those TDs. They're now swinging from the 3-line, but look at Cashback converging on that city area. Choppa now down towards a one-shot. Blur taking one from Barbarian as well. Vova needs to get involved. And you can see Cashback, that blob of tanks moving towards this field area. The strike will hit. Looks to be 2 targets, but Choppa now getting flanked by Little as well. Ferret taking damage on the crossing as well. Now 5,000 lead for the side of Cashback. I mean, fair, they're trying to peek out, but get set on fire even. That's a rare occurrence in Onslaught. As now the HP is coming a little bit closer as they do find Barbarian, but the tanks here from Dopamine surrounded on the field, and Choppa will fall, Ferret will follow. PM not doing much better in that regard either whatsoever, as now Barbarian is finally the first one down for Cashback. But looking at the situation, we find ourselves in Phil. It's going to be Hockey down soon and PM as well, and then Cashback should have no problems to close this one out.
Yeah, we can see Twilight there having the reload on Hockey, and I have to say Barbarian did a great job buying time, because if you know that you're the only tank on this flank, your job is to dish out as much damage and buy enough time to secure the overmatch on the rails. I think he very much succeeded in doing so, and now you can see the guns being kept alive. Twilight 200 HP, Little roughly 100, but that should be the first round for Cashback on the board.
Yeah, and a pretty convincing one for them as well. They got that initial damage and then never really let go of the hold that they had on Dopa. I mean, Dopa pressures the field. They don't really find anything off of that, I think, Phil. And then they took a lot of damage for that. And then Cashback says, okay, we'll just repressure. But it was an interesting move from Cashback, right? To bring this amount of E3s. That's uncommon, usually.
But I think it worked out fairly well, because the E3, I think you mentioned the same with the E4, which they also played, obviously, is very good against the version 4. You have the penetration to basically secure, depending on the angle, either through the upper or lower plate. And yeah, the version 4 has to not shoot in the move, because you might end up shooting the gun or the mantlet, bouncing on the sides of the upper plate. So that's plus, obviously, the Alpha 100 difference can help. So good trades usually for the American tank destroyers, and working out for them pretty well.
Good start from Cashback, showing why Ensk is their home turf. One of their best, if not their best map. There was good memories to it. I think they also won OLC 2 on it, or I think OLC 2, I think it was. So a lot of good results by Cashback, and I think that will be reflected in the battle results as well, Phil, right? Which are, of course, a very telling sign of how a team has done across the board, because with all of these tanks, you want everybody to be picking up some damage when we get into the battle results. I mean, Barbarian there was the isolated one in the city, but across the board, you know, those American TDs all hitting home at Twilight, and Little there, top damage. Squeezy, Liberty, also going above 3k. But yeah, another dynamic here, Phil, that we haven't really talked about for Cashback, right? They seem to be rotating players yesterday. Not today so far, but Baby and Twilight were being swapped in and swapped out. How do you think this dynamic works? We have to ask, because of course, you know, this is a Ukrainian team with Baby as a legionnaire. He probably learned already some understanding, but how do you think they're like approaching this? Because they seem to be just like swapping, like I said.
Yeah, I think it reminds me a bit on the situation that Storm had, where they have their one player which is not Polish. So Lukin was telling me that he basically picked up initially some Polish here, some Polish there, and then he got more and more fluent over time. But obviously, you mentioned Baby just joined the team, so his level of understanding and communication might not be as good. So there might be limitations to it. But if he is, and that is something that we saw quite often, doing those specialized vehicles like the Centurion or something on the side, then maybe he can just stand out as an individual and, yeah, be swapped out if there's a cohesion brawl happening like the one we just saw.
Now, the second round of Ensk is coming our way, which means that we can see what both of these teams are going to be cooking for us. But yeah, so far, it was really interesting. I don't remember the last time we saw 43s, but yeah, it does make sense. I mean, even with all the modifiers, E3, you take a long time to shoot at it. It's a very annoying tank to shoot in general, because you need to be fully aimed before you actually let any shots go.
Yeah, plus, obviously, with American tank destroyers having APCR, you have a much easier time shooting in between all those small fences on the sides. Same for all the like shooting in between into the sides of tanks, into tracks and so on. The APCR goes through there quite well. And with the heat of the V4, you might have a disadvantage in that regard. Yeah, the VZ, again, being picked by Barbarian, and we see again a couple of 3-3s. Looks like they're no longer switching. 1 E4 and double V4 for cashback. And we see a comeback of the Batchat and the Jagdpanzer E100. What do you think about the Dopamine lineup?
Dopamine, yeah, with the Batchat, the Jagdpanzer, V4, double E4, double VZ. I like the VZTD a lot, but I think the E3 is kind of a natural counter to the VZTD in a way, because the VZTD still needs to aim fully, even with that 395 heat pen, needs to fully aim to pen against that E3. So I'm a fan of the VZTD, but maybe not like this complete lineup, because you don't really have like the E3 or V4 that you quite often see just to brawl with.
Yeah, now we can see Hockey and Barbarian both on the outer sides, advancing there. Hockey a bit further already, making his way over the green, and in the meantime Paddy approaching the strike. Iset now getting spotted. First shots of damage soon to be traded. Yeah, there we can see both of them taking roughly 800, Barbarian making sure to punish. And this time the trade's going much better for the side of Dopamine, because the initial trades in the first match were having a huge impact on the development of the middle part of it.
Yeah, Cross Little has taken some damage in that E4, about 1.7. Is being held by PM and the Jagdpanzer as well, and Hockey from zero line, of course. That zero line position, as much as we like to say that North is better, the zero line position there from F0 is pretty good to shoot towards that A7 area. But now Dopa has taken the strike in the city, and both these teams right now just respecting one another, not really moving out. There's some slight cap pressure which Dopa will have to deal with at some point in time, but so far neither of the two teams in really any dangerous situations.
Yeah, now Hockey took one in return, and the second one actually there, the E3s making good work into the WZTD. And yeah, we can see the advance here has started. Barbarian moving forward, good damage there onto Hockey. Now the strike is being taken as well. The cap has 2 players in them, 30 seconds. Hockey down to 300, and Dopamine has to react because they're in a deficit of HP and they have to make a move.
Yeah, Barbarian now just making his way towards Hockey to pick him up in that VZTD. He's going to be finding the kill. A strike hitting home on Little Knights, doing a large amounts of damage. HP still in favor of Dopamine. Hockey there could say that his play was not the greatest. The Jagdpanzer lets the shot go. I think he connected that one as well. I said missing one. Paddy now turning to face off against Little, who is going to go down towards a one shot, but they're now focusing out Liberty, who is down and out. But now they need Ferret and Vova to come back into this fight as Paddy's trying to make it away, but Iset shuts him down. Now the Jagdpanzer, left to his own devices, will still hit hard, and hits really hard on Squeezy, who runs out of ability, as well as Barbarian finds Blur, who's coming back in to try and maximize the damage on, I think, Iset. Not entirely sure about that one, as Vova finds Twilight. Ferret now chasing down one of that E4s in his V4. That's what you like to see. BM getting another one on towards Iset now for 1066. That is the Jagdpanzer to finish it off with the Ram as well, and cash back actually looking like they're gonna lose a round on Ensk against Dopamine. Probably not what they expected or what we expected, but the reality of the situation is that Dopamine has 4 tanks left standing and Cashback has only 2, and they've actually managed to do it on Ensk, even with Hockey losing a lot of HP there in the beginning and even falling relatively for free, Phil.
Yeah, they managed to really contribute well with a strike initially, and then the second restrike there, you saw that strike take from Iset was immediately stopped, and even a second tank drove in there, so Iset dropped to like 700 roughly. And Dopamine really made sure that they focused out Liberty quite early.
They
and
found,
then
they found that first target in the city,
yeah.
I think, even, right?
Yeah, exactly. And then we managed, we said it earlier, like, it's really important to then get back on the fight if you were on the other side. And yeah, you mentioned the Batchat being a mobile tank, able to really contribute, and I'm fairly certain we will see Vova with quite a good amount of damage.
I mean, it's kind of expected of the Batchat in this kind of game, to be honest. You have to be farming, because that's what the Batchat is picked for. You have to be able to get those numerous clips in. You expect him, I would say, above 3,000 for a Batchat in this game.
Roughly 3k. I would say that he might have had to take some track shots, because there was the brawl in the city, and with the V4, I think Liberty was in the V4 taking the ability. The Batchat might have went for like 1 track shot, But yeah, 2 clips should have been there, and the match was quite fast, so we'll have to see. But yeah, there we have the post-game stats.
The Jagdpanzer.
Taking a look at Vova.
Ferret actually doing a lot of damage that we didn't see. I mean, Vova hits just about 3k, but Ferret 888 and 5.4. PM with 5 shots is 3.6, but 3 kills with a Jagdpanzer though. You have to take that into account as well. We saw him hit at least 2 shots for that were full damage. So,
yeah, so it's 5 penetrating hits.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, you can see everyone dealing their fair share of damage. Hockey being pushed quite early, as you mentioned, but on the other hand, Liberty, who was pushed on the other side, only did 1 shot more. So yeah, Barbarian dished out some damage, but in the end it was not enough. And as I mentioned, like them stopping Iset and focusing him out immediately, then later the ram kill from PM as well to save a shot, I think, in the Jagdpanzer. So one of the 3 kill shots was just the ram. Was pretty good by them.
And it's ideal for Dopa. I mean, picking up a round against Ensk, I think this was the map where we said, or I expected them to lose 2-0.
Yeah, on the other hand, obviously Ensk, with all this close brawling, might have been their decision to say, if there are any connection disadvantages, then with very short distances and so on, it might be easier than sniping long distance. Now, us going to Ghost Town, I think this could make a difference.
I honestly think on high ping, playing close range is more annoying than long range, Phil. I don't know.
I think in World of Tanks, if it's stable, I mean,
I
ping
agree.
or
I have
ping.
played a lot on NA, so I understand where you're coming from. Like, I agree that if you're used to it, it's pretty fine. However, Phil, you know what's the one annoying thing that really does exist when you're having high ping? Shooting V4 cupolas. Luckily for them, Cashback didn't really play with V4s, but V4's wiggling, Phil, with ping, that's annoying. Everything else is fine.
But funnily enough, Cashback won the round where they didn't have V4s and lost the round where they had V4s,
I know. But still, that's about it. Ping in World of Tanks, as long as it's like stable, packet loss is the worst. Anything...
Yes, for sure.
If there's no packet loss but it's stable, it's very, very playable. But you went for 5-1 with Cashback, okay.
Well, I mean, someone has to show some confidence, right? And not wanting to copy your guys' homework. We can take a look at the copying of strats, because yesterday we saw something very similar from Cashback, this attempt towards the cap circle with fairly light vehicles. I think it was like double Batchat and a Centurion or something like that. Now Baby again in the Centurion. ISET 277, we have a CS, triple E4 and a Blitzkowitze. And on the other hand, the famous double light duo having an EBR and then the RHM. Which do you prefer?
I prefer the double light actually in this regard, if they can play it out properly. I mean, the cap will be started so quickly though. Baby now switching into the lineup. Not sure who is benched because Twilight is still there by the looks of things. So they're going to be boosting Iset into the cap. Baby's going to be playing behind with the AX. Can they do some damage? They will find a little bit of shots, like 2. One on Twilight, one on Iset. So some damage being dealt here.
Yeah, but they're already capping. You can see PM there taking the airstrike. So plus they have the control over the ramp. I think it will be, a prompt repush here from Iset onto potentially Hockey, who dropped fairly low already, down to like 1000 HP. But now they need to continue this push because the Foch B is coming in and the strike as well. So HP still in favor of Cashback, but there's quite some distance to cross.
Yeah, now Peter coming back in with that Foch B as well, starting to clip out, needs to get involved. They're going for Blur on the offside, but the strikes have done a lot of damage from side of Dopamine. The RHM at A4 as well, now putting in the hurt, and PM with that Foch B chasing down Squeezy together with Blur. And now this is Cashback turning around back into the city. PM lets off his last shot to go, and now Blur needs to pull out of there, needs to get in some sort of a crossfire to get his teammates to help. There's strikes available on 1-2 line. If they can slow down the game, Phil, anything is possible for Dopamine right now. Blur will fall back to behind a building, spots out Liberty, who will not miss these. Double strike being taken though by Vova, by Paddy. They're only about 700 HP downfield. The double strike could be the difference maker.
Yeah, now we can see the double light tank has their advantage and obviously also their downsides. The light will not be able to provide as much firepower, but if you keep distance, if you collect those strikes, then you can play around the tanks of Cashback, make sure that you have the vision advantage and potentially get those important decaps.
The only thing they don't have is a plane on ferret right now. Ooh, Blur actually falling against Liberty. I think they destroyed the buildings. They may have to blind strike at this moment in time. They do find Baby with the strike, but not Twilight. They do find Twilight as well, actually. Brilliant strikes there. I don't think that ferret even played that, so they really were...
I think they had the strike from E1 and the strike from E4, so they could cover quite some space. But yeah, now we are roughly at the same HPs, and we mentioned that the brawling ability is quite in favor for the sides of Cashback, and now we can see the same peak that yesterday was done by Jackifar, taking like 900 from the E4 HE in his face. So we'll have to get another decap, and there are no strikes available.
No, the BR is now coming in though. He's spotted out, but he picks up Iset actually. So Paddy finds the shot against that 277. That was a one shot. Now we're gonna see the cap. 2 seconds left. There is a reset coming in. I think it was Paddy and Vova yoling around that corner. We almost missed it there, but we get back in as Vova picks up Baby. Now Barbarian going in return for the kill on that batch of 25T. Paddy will make it out in the EBR. They need to pick up Liberty in the E4. Can they do it? No, the HC not connecting, but it's gonna be the Blitzka to find it now. Paddy needs to disengage as Ferret picks up Twilight, leaves Barbarian as the last one standing, and can you believe it? Dopamine gonna be picking up the second round here against Cashback.
Yeah, I mean, definitely not something we had expected, but we mentioned it earlier. All this mobility, all the distance that you can cover with it, and then the decaps securing step by step those important kill shots. The very end, like, that looked quite chaotic. I think that could have went either way, but I don't think Barbarian will be able to pick up the strike. Paddy has his side, puts in a good one. Ferret will make sure that they can constantly keep this E4 spotted, and I don't think there's anything for Barbarian to do at this point.
No, I mean, but what can Barbarian do? He can just blind towards the EBR. They're gonna take strikes and just slowly kill him.
Yeah, good stuff there by the team of Dopamine. And I think we should also give credit to Shopa, who now you can clearly see the difference in leading, like the decisiveness and also the way of not fighting. Like they did a really good job in disengaging the fight when they had to, and then fighting together when the Force B was earlier back in the game, ready, coming from the ramp. And this Dopamine is definitely a much evolved Dopamine compared to what we saw in the OLF earlier in October.
I mean, they hit a strike at Barbarian. I mean, they could just go and kill him now. They have a full HP RHM. Ferret should just end the Barbarian's misery at this point, unless they're really trying to play it out clean, which of course is their right. Like, if they want to do it that way, they're allowed to do it. I mean, they will slowly kill him with strikes. But this is good news for Dopamine, though, to be honest.
Yeah, they will secure at least 2 points. I mean, this is only the third round, obviously, so they could even go 3-1 up and then going back to your own server where you supposedly are coming with like a bit of an advantage. I guess Cashback made sure to play some trainings on an A as well, just to get a feel, get to see how the ping behaves and how the connection is and so on. But yeah, that's a really good start for Dopamine, and I think Barbarian had enough. He is driving out right now, getting replaned again, but in the E4 there's not much he can do.
There's nothing he can do at this point. I mean, he's going for Ferret there. They're going to pick him up, but this is amazing for Dopa if you think about it, because they're going to be going to NA, but at the bare minimum a 2-2 scoreline, even if they lose the next Ghost Town. I mean, Hockey will die against Barbarian, but still collecting the strikes here will shut down Barbarian. And yeah, I mean, ideally, if they win 3-1, going into NA with 3-1 would be amazing. It would be amazing. It's really curious here. I mean, Cashback did try to make this play. Oof, that's a big HE. That's a big HE to figure out.
Barbarian making sure to pad his stats, getting another like 1.6k damage. But yeah, I think that was all he could have done and all he could have said about this round.
They did try to push down on towards those TDs, but I think Dopa did a good job about coming back from the field with the light tanks.
And the push B, obviously.
Yeah, so they took...
And the shielding was really good. We saw that there was quite a lot of damage initially when Cashback went up by roughly like 2k HP, but then they had a fairly good shield and they distributed the HP equally over multiple tanks. and then they were able to withstand this initial pressure, keep the guns in the game, and yeah, successfully take this next round here. Yeah, Barbarian at the very end, 5.2k damage, but I think the very end was no longer really anything contributing to the game or the outcome of the game.
Nonetheless, they found the rotation, which again, going back from the field with the strike and then setting up the crossfire between the lights and between the IHM and the Forge B coming back in. They didn't find indeed the kills onto Choppa and Hockey, who were both alive on a one-shot, right? At some point.
No.
And then taking over. Of course, that mobility advantage was amazing for them, right? When they were able to take over the strikes on 1-2 line.
Yeah, and then they had the distance again. Like Ghost Town has 3 airstrikes, so capping against double light tank being alive, and you see those are the tanks that in the end survived, right? Is basically not possible anymore. If you don't have like a strike on your own to, they even decapped I think one of the points of interest, but it was just not enough.
No, they hit the mini strike on Vova, but they were always going to take the strike in 1-2, and then they hit them. And then I guess an important kill was you know, the EBR coming in and killing that 277. It's always a bit iffy because EBR doesn't have great heat pen. And when you're shooting at these 277s, you're always a bit wondering that he could bounce, but he didn't. And that's 2-1. If they could go into NA with a 3-1 scoreline, that would be amazing for the NA team. That would put them in a very comfortable position.
Yeah, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. The best of 9 obviously has just started. Very good start for them, and I think also making sure that they have enough time to play the maps that they picked later down the line. So now Ghost Town first round going in their favor, but if they don't secure this round, we are basically back to where we started, equal scoreline. But you mentioned the advantage of them playing on their own server.
Yeah, I mean, they still have, even if they lose this round though, Phil, you know, going into NA with a 2-2 scoreline, you can't say then that you don't have all of the advantages for you, right? Because, you know, then you go even into your server. That's the same thing with Counter-Strike though, like playing on your server should make you more comfortable. So the fact that Dopa is leading is amazing for them.
Yeah, for sure. Do you think there has to be like an adaptation on this cashback rush into the cap circle style now that it didn't work? Like we saw them play this various times with triple CS, with bed chats and CS. We also saw the Centurion CS combination. Now we had like, I think, 1 CS pushing a 277 and a bed chat behind. But I guess like teams got used to it. And yeah, Dopa did a very good job surviving this initial repush out of the cap. So we'll have to see if Cashback decides to go for light tanks as well. And it seems like they even opt for 2 of them.
Dopamine also opting for the double light though. EBR RHM with WE4 Fosh 155, a Blitzka. Oh, he switched to the Fosh B. Maybe he misclicked. And the Batchat. Yeah, this is going to be the match off, right? 1 EBR versus an RHM. If the EBR can spot an RHM, great. But then you still have to kill him.
That is correct. But you have big firepower behind you with a WE4, obviously. Vova did a couple of amazing rounds during WCI on exactly that 0 line that he seems to be heading to right now. Ah, no, that's the other bedchat. So Vova moving towards the cap, trying to get some initial spot just in case. He did it before as well. And yeah, Paddy in the middle spots out Liberty. You mentioned earlier, now both light tanks are spotted. The EBR gets replant. I think Liberty has this little rubble there where he can take cover behind. But yeah, now the angles are there. The Forge B is clipping out. Liberty dropping to 800. Still spotted. The Forge misses another one. EBR puts in one. Liberty dropping to 27 HP. Ferret now being spotted as well. Big fire coming into Ferret. 500 HP and the first kill pickup by the 60 TP. Liberty still alive. Another shot missed. Paddy now on 200 HP, and the brawl has continued there in the cap circle. You can see the Force B battling it out with the E4. The Arty Strike comes in. The 60TP has a lot of HP, and Dopamine down 5,000 HP by now.
Yeah, for Dopamine, they're not killing Liberty and losing Ferret in return. Liberty yet still somehow alive. It doesn't get spotted out again, but it has all fallen to pieces for them. I mean, they spotted out the light, but Liberty somehow staying alive behind that little hill. There was potential for shots from, I think, both Ferret and also Paddy, but then Ferret getting spotted out and his cross down zero line, he never made it. So maybe Dopamine not expecting the second light, which potentially blamed Ferret, but he died. If they would have picked up Liberty for this, would have been a great start. But like this, Phil, when they can't, I mean, Liberty is still alive. Yeah, so when you put all your eggs in one basket,
anymore, right?
no, they won't kill him anymore. When you put all your eggs in one basket and you don't manage to convert, it's not good.
Yeah, and that is how quickly the game can turn back into the favor of the other team. Now you can see the 60TP should be able to pick up the last HP there of Blur. Wova the last man standing, and that's a fairly quick comeback here from Cashback, 7-1. And I have to say, when both the light tanks got spotted and we saw the Force clipping out on Liberty, for a moment it did not look good for Cashback. But then they had the second light tank, which was unspotted, fairly safe. Somehow they managed to also get Ferret out fairly quickly, like the 60TP hits a shot on this distance. What equipment do you put on the 60TP there?
HP Turbo Rammer, I would assume.
Yeah, so, I mean, he only has the Onslaught modifiers. Yeah, good stuff there. I think the Batchat also sniped quite a lot, and usually the Batchats in those chaotic fights, especially if they're not being focused, are one of those main damage dealers. But yeah, we'll hop into the post-game stats very soon, and then obviously hop onto the other server as well, because you mentioned it. NA server is next, and yeah, the Batchat, great damage, 15, 15, 40, and quite a lot of sniping damage, which I assume has also contributed to the death of the light tanks. And yeah, Twilight, good stuff there. The Leopard contributing, still 3k quite well. And yeah, 1,800 spotting and another 1,300, so that's roughly the two light tanks. The 60TP blocking quite a bit of damage as well, and somehow getting 1.8k. I guess that's the proximity spotting. But yeah, in the end, the double light not working out for the North American team. Would you say this was like a counter, or was this just like implementation and execution?
I mean, I think that they really needed to kill Liberty. If you kill Liberty, you have that tank advantage and you can play from there. But now they committed so much to killing him, a Force B, the EBR, the RHM, and they just weren't able to find it. And that is interesting, because if they kill him quicker, I mean, with Ferret getting spotted, it would always be an even trade. But if they were able to do it without him getting spotted, because that was an opportunity for that as well, then the game would have been all in their favor. Two light tanks alive, an EBR then versus one light. You know where the other one is because he's on the cap. He can't really escape anymore either, you know? So then you have the game in your hands. But now, man, they threw everything at Liberty and he refused to die.
Yeah, and in the end, yeah, the kill pickups were just more decisive towards the light tanks on the side of Cashback. So I would say it deserved 2-2, and both teams showing definitely that they are here to fight and that they are here for a reason.
No, deserved actually. 2-2 is always unexpected on EU server coming out. So it's great for Dopamine, I think. I was really expecting like a 3-1 coming out of EU for Cashback. To then switch to NA, and then maybe Dopa brings it back, you know, but now they have a really good position. And again, we were wondering, right? How do the NA teams stack up to Cashback or to EU teams? And we saw during the Swiss stage, Phil, that you can't just underestimate the NA teams. Storm knows about that one quite well.
Yeah, Storm having a lot of fun in the Swiss stage. I think they played two NA teams. First they played stacked and went to tiebreaker, and I remember watching it, and that was very much a déjà vu there on Ghost Town. Storm ended up taking multiple strikes in their favor. They had a lot of map control, But then, similar to what we saw, I think it was Darkside yesterday, even with their advantage in HP and positions, yeah, they threw it all away, and Stacked took the round, and Storm wasn't able to convert against Burbology either, so deserved to have the other teams here in the last stage.
Now we are moving to NA though, so the question is how used is Cashback on playing on this ping? Because I'm gonna be honest, most EU teams, and if they train against NA teams, the training will be on EU. It's almost never on NA. So I would say that I think Dopa has more experience on playing on the bad ping than Cashback does.
Do you think it's because of like the jet stream pushing the internet in the right direction
The
there?
jet stream pushing the internet in the right direction. Yes. I thought we replaced Kian, but apparently not quite yet.
He just came over here. But yeah, so we mentioned it earlier, some of the maps are potentially more annoying to play with, but in the end, if the ping stays more or less stable, I think we can
No
expect
packet
something like
loss and everything.
100 or 120 pings. So
Ukraine's a little further.
I mean, maybe like
get-
140 then.
I get like 100 to 120 myself, so I would stream it like slightly higher than that, but very much playable, honestly. Like, I've played a lot from Belgium to NA, and I can tell you that yeah, of course it's noticeable, but as long as it's stable, smooth sailing. You get used to it. Like you just adjust to it, to be honest.
But I think both teams have managed to adjust to each other's aggression and each other's like rotational capabilities. And now seeing that they still have to secure 3 more points, right? We'll have to see if Dopamine manages to get 3 on the A side, or if we go maybe to a potential tiebreaker.
Potential tiebreaker. We're getting ahead of ourselves, though. I mean, either team has picked up 2 rounds so far. It could still all switch. I lost it for a second. What was the next map again that we're going to be seeing on NA?
I think we followed up on the initial maps of Ghost Town now with Studzianki. So Studzianki also a bit of a brawl map.
Can be.
And then we have Murovanka, which is potentially open, but we saw quite some heavy fighting over the middle airstrike there around the church.
I mean, Muro is like open, but the way that the cap is like positioned, it's not the case. You cannot really play for map control on Murovanka too often, because that eastern strike is positioned in a way, I don't know if it was intentional or not, but it's positioned in a way that you can't actually capture it for free, right, on Muro. The strike on the forest can get either shot from 1-2 line or from the A line. So if the enemy team is capping and you try and take that strike, more often than not, you are not able to take it. So you always have to be somewhat ready to fight near or on the cap or in the middle before they even start capping.
Yeah, and the choice of vehicles there, we saw, I think Conrad was in a Batchat trying to approach exactly the area that you were just describing. And then we had Mentos in an EBR trying to push him away immediately and so on. So there's quite some variety in what we can see. We saw some K91s. We saw also the NA teams bringing some M60s. I'm not sure if we'll see that again, because the Centurion has
we've seen
quite
M60.
successful.
We've seen M60 on Ensk as well. We've seen yesterday M60 also, if I'm not mistaken. We've seen Hidden One play M60 in China. I mean, it is a good tank though, at the end of the day. The gun is amazing. It has really, really high speed, like top speed, and glorious heat, of course. I mean,
yeah, and I think if we are talking about fast vehicles, I think the T100 should not be forgotten. We mentioned obviously the EBR, but because the RHM has to deal with so many fences with the heat ammunition and the HE ammunition, which are sometimes really hard to place in between all those buildings and the destructible objects in between all of this. So the T100 was picked by, I think, Storm quite a lot. Hit and Run played it as well. We'll have to see if this or just the CS. We saw CS used for capping. Kono did that earlier. Could be valid choices as well.
yeah, I just not entirely like the T100 too much. Like, I understand why it's picked, like the low profile and all, but like gun-wise, it's so much worse than RHM. Like, if you're comparing just like pure gun to gun, RHM is such a actually very, very enjoyable. Not only in onslaught, but also like in random battles. If you play your RHM as a damage dealer, the gun is very, very, very nice. Well, the T100 is a lot more random, not quite as good.
Didn't Mentos play yesterday T100
Yeah.
as well?
Yeah, there's been a lot of T100s. We see a lot of T100s now on Cliff. On Studzianki, it's almost entirely T100s or Tisak, of course. But if a team brings like 7 brawling tanks and you're playing with a T100, it's always a bit rough.
Yeah, but sometimes you just pick like 3 light tanks like W did and just go for the next round. You don't want to play that side, right?
I mean, I'm glad that we didn't see 3 light tanks so far on Ghost Town with like 2 bad shots at Leo. I don't remember. I think it was 2 bad shots at Leo and EBR, double RHM, and something else.
And 1 E4 or something, yeah. And they basically had like more or less no no defensive tanks or no like really heavy brawl lineup. But yeah, in the end, it's a gamble, and if it's a best of 9 and you drop a single round because of a strategy that could give you like a surprise victory, it's probably not the end of the world.
No. But we will not be seeing 3 lights on Studzianki. Don't worry about that.
Fairly certain about that. But what we could see, and what we've seen a couple of times, especially by sign-ups from LTP, is the MYO.
Yeah.
I think it's a decent choice.
It's actually pretty good on Studzianki because of that hold-on potential.
Yeah, and you have the fairly easy to like. You have like a reload that helps you decapping if you have to. I think the strike, like the what is it called? Comms center takes like 7 seconds to be taken, and you can shoot twice during that time for potential decap. So that's also nice. And yeah, I mean, in the end, yesterday, was it the tiebreaker round, the Studzianki game? I think it was the tiebreaker in between LTP and Hit and Run, where Synapse put in like 6,000 damage, but in the end,
I mean, he did a lot of damage, but he also bounced the Yak Bouncer like at the very end twice, from what I remember. So he ended up bouncing the Yak Bouncer, which gave Monster time to close the distance. Honestly, if he bends the Yak Bouncer there immediately, then that could have been a different game. Like if you didn't watch LTP versus Hit and Run yesterday, you missed out on a great series where Hit and Run almost went down. But back on this one, Cashback versus Dopamine, going into Studzianki.
Yeah, so the Polish map, but no longer any Polish players here playing in this match. Do you think Ferret will come back in his Tessak, or are we going to see more of like a T100 situation, or maybe even like we saw, was it yesterday? Yeah, I think it was also yesterday where we saw like 5 times 277 pushing the south. I think it was the same LTP versus Hit and Run, or who is playing that?
I'm not entirely sure, but this is an interesting pick from Cashback, though, if they end up going with it. Triple bad shot, an UDAS 1516, double E4, and a T100.
Yeah, fairly light setup. The only real steal you have is the E4 and maybe the UDAS if it gets hull down. Yeah, and on the other side we have the double Force B, interesting choice. So we got actually a third E4 now on the side of Cashback. And yeah, we mentioned that the Gorilla 15 can definitely make some good work with a double light supporting it. And if Cashback is not able to bring a fight on, then we definitely will have to see if they can extend the match long enough, because fighting against double light tank on a big map like this will definitely over time be against you.
Now you see that triple batcha moving out. Choppa does spot them though in that RHM. Him and Ferret playing theirs respectively. Spots out the triple ban. He's going to be backing up. Does little Squeezy and Barbarian decide to commit here? Or do they stop? They opt to stop. Some damage being taken on Squeezy, and some make that a lot. Minus 1,900 on that batch 25T. The plane comes back out as well to keep them spotted. And the cap has started. Ferret did get spotted out though by those E4s and takes a double whammy to the face in that RHM.
Yeah, now you can see the HP is roughly the same again, being traded there onto first the Batchat and then the light tank. And yeah, the cap pressure is on. There is, from what I can see, no strike available. Obviously the ditch not attemptable for the RHM with all those tank destroyer guns there. 10 seconds now left, and I assume PM has to be the one that drives in. Yeah, now you can see the mouse driving in, giving a good decap shot. Now, Baby trying to shield Aka, but 5 seconds still available. Iset and Liberty are the tanks that have to be decap. And last second decap there. PM now pushing in. Dopamine has already a slight HP disadvantage. And if PM falls, they will also have a big shield there for Iset and Liberty, right?
Yeah, big shield coming out, and now though Cashback is playing it out of this capture attempt. Squeezy falling though, Dopamine trying to come back in. They still have that Gorilla that is also moving in, trying to play close range. Baby and the Uras trying to fall back towards the strike, and Paddy and the Fush B getting chased down. Barbarian on the hunt, on the prowl with that batch of 25D. Paddy will not be making it. So the initial start was there from Dopamine, but then this cap pressure, they had to deal with it. They didn't find the right answer immediately, and Cashback capitalized by finding numerous successes, as we see 3 of the tanks from Dopamine down now, and the chase will not stop just yet either for Cashback.
Yeah, I mean, Ferret staying alive, but not really being able to get into position. We saw it that he was trying to give decaps there across the shots on, I think, first Baby and then Aka. We saw this like 200 something damage going in. But yeah, now with 5 versus 3 tanks, I don't think there's a realistic chance for Dopamine to crawl this back, especially with this big of a HP disadvantage.
No, it should not be possible anymore at this point. No.
Yeah, Barbarian has 2 more shots. So that's it for Choppa. And now it's Blur against 3. Little has 3 shots left from what I can see. And that should be it. I mean, good stuff here. And I think also for Cashback, important that they find their initial footing on the server of the American team.
Yeah, of course. I mean, this is their first round on NA, probably in some time. I would assume that they haven't been playing on it too much in recent memory, but they come in strong. Initially, you saw a lot of damage being taken on Squeezy, right?
Yeah.
But then that camp pressure, Dopa wasn't really able to handle it very well whatsoever. I mean, also Ferry took a lot of damage in the beginning. Don't think it changes the game, but like taking 1.5k and then some on the RHM where you don't have anybody pressuring you, Phil, is less than ideal as well.
Yeah, for sure. And if you're the RHM that has to basically always be afraid of a Batchat, they saw triple Batchat, right? And then Batchat's rotating, pressuring you out. You lose a lot of decap angles. He managed still to put a couple of, I think 2 at least, good decap shots. But then PM had to commit in, and the mouse in the end, yeah, took some damage, and I don't think he bounced a lot. Yeah, 7 penetrating hits and all those heavy tank destroyers guns made short work of it. The double Fush B is, yeah, I thought so, was not really able to contribute, because in all this close brawling there, they just got double tracked, and then the Batchets run over them. Barbarian again, strong performance, same from the side of basically the whole upper half here.
Man, Barbarian has been farming. Like, honestly, he's always stopping the boards recently.
I think he only had this one round where he was the sacrificial lamb on the other side of Ensk. But yeah, what do you think about the Gorilla in this game? Maybe it was just too short of a match for it?
I mean, the Gorilla was forced to play close range at some point, which is not really what you want to do with the Gorilla. You have to play the outsides of the maps and get the resets with the light tanks, I would say. And let the Gorilla just shoot when they start pushing. The Gorilla being forced close range is, I think, a sign that something wasn't going the way it's supposed to go. Because it's supposed to be hitting those 1000 alpha shots.
Yeah, and you can see the Gorilla was able to dish out some damage, but yeah, if you take 4 times 4 plus this 1 kill shot, he wasn't really able to like make big use of his ability there.
Yeah, and that's the issue.
I think he hit like 890 or something like that at the very beginning on the Batchat, but then yeah, then they were just not able to make best use of this double light tank commitment plus the Gorilla, which just can't share the HP the same way as the mouse did. And then the mouse died, and you ending up with the Fosh Bees having to drive in, not really being supportive by the Gorilla, and it all falling apart.
But Good as to catch back coming into a name, starting strong. And I think it was a smart decision for him. They went for the brawl there as well. They didn't really go for the light tanks or the slower game. They went immediately for the brawl. No better way than to get warm. Just like that. Now they're transitioning to the other side of Studzianki. But I think this is one of the maps where I really couldn't say that one side or the other has an advantage, Phil.
Yeah, no, it's fairly similar when it comes to the balance of it. I mean, there are a couple of positions, especially when it comes to the southern area, where some of the houses give you a slight better decap angles and so on. But I don't think there is like a huge preference from the teams when it comes to either of the sides. Especially after the rework of this approach to the middle. You remember that initially on the DE line, there were like different kind of rubbles, which gave one side a bit better shots. But yeah, no longer the case. Dopamine coming in with the Yo tank. We mentioned it earlier as an option. From what I can see, triple Jagdpanzer E100, Guerrilla 15, Batchet, and the RHM, while Liberty in his signature Tessac is being supported by 3 Batchets, a CS, Force B, and an E4.
Versus the Mivi, actually, the Bat, the Guerrilla, the triple Jagdpanzer, and an RHM, Phil. All right. That is that's a very interesting lineup.
So Blur tries to get decaps there onto the Tessac. Oh, big shot there. 1000 HP onto the Tessac. 1400 actually. And it looks like the Yo tank was able to immediately capture the strike. Now we'll have to see if anyone approaches Aka. But yeah, initial HP 3k in favor of Dopamine.
I mean, Liberty taking that initial damage is pretty rough on the sack. It's something that you don't like seeing, getting hit by one of those Jagdpanzers. And now you can see the transition from Dopa towards the cap, giving up the south as well. And they're pushing through the B line. And this is a very good reaction, Phil.
Yeah, and we'll have to see if this triple Batchet is fast enough to get back into it. We mentioned it earlier. Sometimes you have those tanks that are being pushed at, and it's very important that you're able to support them. Initially, the E4 should be the first pick. There is a decap possible. Actually, 2, I think. Aka just put in the second shot, so he for sure has his own small strike. So if he puts in his small strike first, then maybe the big strike, he can generate a third strike for himself. But yeah, the decap situation is getting more and more dire. 30 seconds left, and you can see the Batchets now crossing more or less across the field.
Now, Little, Squeezy, and Baby are making their move towards those Jagdpanzers. The plane is coming out from Liberty as well. The mini strike hitting, and they're converging themselves on this middle of the map. Aka is the first one to make his peak. I said they're looking to take the shot from PM in that Jagdpanzer. Little now taking a shot as well from the grill in the back, but here comes the bad shot. Squeezy, Baby coming back in. PM is the first target. Paddy on reload as well. Can they find something? Can they do something? Can they make these bad shots stick? As Choppa Misha picks up I said Paddy takes the brunt of these bad shots. Do they even have the alpha to kill him? I think they just about do it, but that's a 1k alpha from the Grilla. Paddy even survives, finally gets picked up, and that took all of the bad shots to barely delete one singular Jagdpanzer.
Yeah, the dust has settled and it leaves Cashback with a big HP disadvantage. I mean, we are nearly talking about double the HP now. Good kill pickup here by Squeezy. But still, advantage on the side of Dopamine. PM somehow surviving there with 50 HP. Squeezy, the next one to fall. Cashback down to 3k HP and 3 tanks. That's it.
Yeah, Baby now even going to get rammed by Hockey. That doesn't do much because the grill is very light, but Hockey will shut him down. And Dopamine on Studzianki. They lose the first, but on the second, they take that initial lead. They take that initial punishment on the Tessac as well. And you see Liberty, I think, has been in that part of the map for basically the whole battle, far back away, afraid in the Tessac. And Dopa does clean it up, making it 3-3 on Studzianki, and we have a real match in our hands here.
Indeed, and yeah, running this into like this kind of setups into multiple matches in a row actually gives you this confidence that the Gorilla can win. Like we saw earlier, the Gorilla was not working out at all. Now, I think seemed to be working fairly well. We saw a couple of big hits there coming from the sidelines, and Dopamine sticking to their idea, not taking the game onto whatever Cashback wants to play. And 3-3, you mentioned it, we continue playing on the NA map side, so that also gives maybe like a slight advantage. And the Yo as well, putting in quite some decent damage here.
The Yo actually doing very well, no? 4K, Phil, you gotta remember, shooting at TDs as well. Very good numbers. And the RHM as well, the Jagdpanzers. And yeah, for the lineup of Guidewire, the Jagdpanzers are very annoying.
Yeah, you can see the Jagdpanzers here, like PM took 12 shots until the game was over, and he didn't die. He survived on like 50-ish HP. Shopa as well, I mean 9 penetrations, even though they penned him all 9 shots, like that's a lot of damage that goes in there. Barbarian, again, great performance from his side, but in the end, like the remaining tanks, you see like the Batshets were just not able to put in the hurt enough. And yeah, good round. Good round
across the board. Yeah, those bat shots, Phil, you saw it, right? Those triple bat shots come in, and they really struggle to make anything work. You saw how many shots it takes to kill a Jagdpanzer.
No, I mean 9 shots in total, and the Jagdpanzers, they did their damage. Like they need to shoot like 2 times, 3 times, and then they have a tank out of the game, and especially with basically only 1 E4 on the side of Cashback, the Jagdpanzer shots, they always hurt. It's always 1,000 damage, and yeah, good secured round for them. Murovanka next, and I don't think we'll see any Jagdpanzers there.
I mean, you never know, right? Have you tried?
I have indeed not tried, so Jagdpanzer E100, Murovanka, maybe Ducky's secret strat, but I don't think so. I think there are a couple of tanks that are more suited here, and especially on longer distances with all those buildings here, the heat of the Jagdpanzer will not really work out. We mentioned yesterday another tank that was picked quite surprisingly often on this map was the Tessak, but you said you were also not the biggest fan of it.
On Muro Tessak? No, I prefer the RHM. I don't know about you.
Yeah, I think the RHM has obviously the disadvantages of ammo that can get stuck there, but in the end you just have like a much stronger gun, and if there is a fight in between like 277s, Blishka Vistas, V4s, like you will always find an angle to shoot into someone's side superstructure or even the back, give some good shots here and there. And yeah, in the 1v1 you mentioned it, like the EBR doesn't really win against the RHM, and neither does the T100.
No, nobody really wins against the RHM. I mean, the EBR is the one that gets closest to it.
No, because you can get some distance and maybe avoid some shots and so on. But I mean, the Batchet will not be able to fully clip out the whole HP of the RHM either. And if you get close combat with, I think, 105 HE penetration, the RHM will definitely put some hurt into the French tank as well.
What is your ideal lineup on Studzianki, Phil?
I really like this Foch B for middle idea. I think Foch B is quite versatile. I think Blishkavitzes have shown to be like better, I would say, than V4s. So maybe like 1 light, couple of Batchats, 2 Blishkavitzes, something like that. But yeah, we'll see here. More or less what I said. Foch Bs. There's no light tank on the side. Triple Batchat there and the 277 on the side of Dopamine, and roughly 500 HP less with the typical cashback special, 7 different tanks.
7 different, but somewhere closer to one another. You know, like Blitzka and V4 are both brawling, but just a little bit different. The V4 of Aka, they're shielding Liberty to take the info point. They will succeed at doing that. 1-2 line getting taken over by Dopa, where they get the Foch B onto the info point as well. The cap has been started, and so far it's looking okay for either team. Which one do you think is currently ahead?
I personally like the positions of Dopa quite a lot. Sure, they have to get their Batchats there out of the danger, but they control the middle strike, they control potentially the cap circle. I'm only afraid that the Foch B does not want to be the tank that is sniping.
Yeah, you don't want the Fush B to be the tank that is named whatsoever, but here comes the repressure in towards the fort, though. Blitzkavitz of Twilight getting spotted out, and there is Cashback. Look at the mini-map, guys. Right now, you can see the conversion coming out from both these teams. Across the FH line, you see Cashback moving in, and across the E line, you see the guys from Dopamine making their move as well. Choppa Misha already taking a lot of damage.
Double-tracked.
Yeah, Hockey taking a lot of damage there by the Tsaak. That is Liberty. Hockey there with the bad peak, with the track, with the health from Liberty, with the kill from Barbarian. That was not it. He knew that the Tsaak was there as well, Phil. That was a bit of nonsense there from Hockey. But in return, they do find Aka. He's getting pounded between two Fush Bs. But now Ferret, left to his own devices in that batch of 25T. On the move, on the run. Still has 5 shots available, but he's not going to make a single one of them actually count as he falls. Twilight still alive. Blur not doing well either in the 277. The mini strike, will it hit him? Yes, it will. I said picks it up, and now Cash back cleaning up the Fush B as PM comes back in, but he has nothing left to say how this battle is going to end at the end of the day as Cashback takes it away, making it match point for them in this first game of Murovanka.
I think Hockey was a bit over-eager there. I think his idea was that he just gets a bit closer, tries to proxy spot. I think it was Twilight in the Blitzkavitze on the other side, and then he has the triple Batchat that can pick up the kill for him. But with only 25 meters of proximity and a lot of bushes and trees and foliage there, he was just not able to get close enough without exposing. And then he popped the ability, which maybe also was one of the issues. Like, better to take 700 damage of the shots from the side than 500 getting double tracked, and then it's the end of the game for you.
Yeah, I don't know, but he knew that the Tsaak was there. That the Tsaak shot at him before, so...
Yeah. He even destroyed all the destroyable, I think there was like some cars and stuff that got destroyed, so he definitely should have known.
Yeah, and I think there was potential there for Dopa if they didn't lose Hockey in that fashion. I mean, that was completely for free, because you saw them find Aka in return, right? And they would have found Aka either way, whether Hockey died or not. So, you know, a misplay there from Hockey in that regard, and that the Tsaak showing its power, right?
Yeah, you can see here damage cost players assistance 4,200, and I'm fairly certain there's quite some tracking as well in this one. So good stuff here by Liberty, and also shout out to Isat, 12-12. He even picked up, I think, a kill with his mini strike, and Liberty, making sure that the whole damage that gets on there, supported by Little in his Centurion, transitions into pickups here, pickups there. You mentioned it, the Batchats were not even able to put a second clip in. I mean, Ferret, maybe he did some shots at the beginning, but yeah, then the Batchat damage was just not really enough. Same for the Fush Bs, both of them did only one clip. And yeah, I think it was fairly okay for Dopamine until they did this overcommitment. You mentioned it, that the Fush Bs were picking up the tank in the middle. I think it was Aka and the V4, and it didn't look bad for them, but then it was just like a bit of a domino effect, and they ended up with big gun at disadvantage, then 6 against 4, 6 against 3, and it wasn't like, I mean, they weren't able to come back.
With losing Hockey, right, you lose that kind of cover for Ferret, so he's in the forest, and once Hockey dies, it's like, well, he has to run away, but he can't, and I think he did none of his shots at that point when he was in the forest, so that was a completely useless batchat after, and it wasn't really his fault, right? I think it was, you know, just a misplay from Hockey, a rare misplay from Hockey, actually. He performed quite well in China, if I remember.
No, yeah, for sure. I mean, I remember the first match in China, he was actually subbed out for Nexus, if I remember correctly. And the Nexus had a couple of oopsies, talking about flip tanks on Ensk and like some tourist moments on later parts, but they secured that match anyway. And yeah, you mentioned it, Hockey, definitely one of the standout players. And also, you were in a part of the team that qualified. And Hockey had like a very big round in his 430U on Studzianki in the deciding match there.
Yeah. It was a 7-8k damage. I don't remember exactly him and Ferret closing out a lost round to a win, which we then ended up winning on Ensk. That was a crazy remontada as well. So he definitely has been a performer for this team, but there, of course, was not what you wanted from that. And it's, of course, The power of the Tsac, there it does work. I mean, I said I like the Archem more. The Archem wouldn't have kept the hockey permatract in that scenario. But that means that it is match point for Cashback. But they have been working their ass off to get to this point because Dopa is not making it easy on them. Cashback is now coming in with the bat, with the CS, no bat. Well, the CS, this AX, double Bliska, Fushby, V4 and a Tsac.
Yeah, double Batchet on the side of Dopamine, also the Centurion again. This time Ferret in the Tessac, so the only the disagreement of the both teams is the choice of tank destroyers here. 4 on one side and I think only 3 on the other side. We'll have to see. I said before the round had like top damage in his CS. Maybe we can see him making the difference again.
Will he be?
And I think it's a cap rush, right? Like double Bishkevitze plus Tessac.
Not necessarily cap rush, but at least they're trying to cap the 9.
I think Ferret just blocked both of them and then they all got spotted.
Yeah, but yeah, because of the info point.
I said we'll for sure get the strike. So that's obviously you have the CS that takes the info point, so it charges up the own strike. Good damage there onto Twilight, 1700. And there are more shots coming in. He's dropping down to 800 now behind a building, but good stuff there. Dopamine securing a roughly 1.5 KHP advantage.
Yeah, Twilight there making a little bit of a misplay, getting tapped I think by the Blitzkrieg and then getting clipped out by Choppa, giving Dopamine an opportunity here to make something happen. Paddy now spotted out in the batch of 25T running away. The Tsac trying to get some damage, but on range, you know, it's not that easy. Now Vova has to play around with Barbarian. Aka lets a shot go, doesn't connect it though. Now Barbarian facing out. 6 seconds left on the cap though. We gotta remember that this is something to pay attention to, as now Barbarian in that force B is exploding to Vova. He gets picked up. Choppa crossing over, takes a lot of damage himself. But now Dopamine takes those tanks from the 3 lines and they are starting to come back towards the middle by the looks of things. As Barbarian is the first one down, it slows down for a second. Now they're pressuring the 3 line. They might want to go for this AX of Little, but can they find something? They're kind of driving through the open. A strike comes out as well. They spot out Squeezy, who's coming back in. This Bliskavitsa duo, Hockey PM, and then the AX is currently driving into nothing. Dopa is making a little bit of a mistake here. Ferret is still going, but where is the support? I mean, he's going for the clip here against this AX, but there is no support anymore. Hockey finally came. Ferret will have to clean it up by himself, and after this great opening, it now looks a little bit worse for the side of Dopamine, as Ferret is now getting pushed by Liberty as well, who's coming back in with his own starting to clip him out in return. Squeezy picks up PM. Ferret does find the kill. Aka falling, Little falling as well. It's a 3-on-3, but an advantage back towards Cashback all of a sudden.
Yeah, you can see the Batchets there are reloaded. We'll have to see how much damage they can put in though. Paddy takes the strike, dodges it actually. Iset will be able to put in one more at least. No, the kills being picked up at 2 versus 2 now, and we'll have to see how Squeezy with the immobile tank destroyers can put an important shot there. Blur dropping to 100 HP. Liberty should be able to pick him up even with a ram kill, risking quite a lot of HP, and I don't think Vova has the chance even with his 5 shots in the frap. If they play it well together there, this should be it.
This is 3-line push here. That was a big mistake for Dopamine as Cashback pick it up 5-3. They really left wondering, Dopamine, what happened. I mean, Phil, we saw it, you know, that it looked a bit touristy, to be honest. That 3-line move with the double Bliska and the Tsac into nothing. I think the right call was to turn onto the Bliska behind them. But good job there from the AX from backing off a little bit. But you know, they got Barbarian for free, and then they seem to have made an overreaction.
Yeah, I think the biggest summary of all this is that Dopamine simply can't win without you, Ducky, right? Like, if you just think about it, like we had the tournament that they won. Obviously, that's the one that they played with you, and then they didn't play the Independence Day show match with you, lost 5-0, then lost in China without you, and now losing here again. What do you have to say about that?
I think they had a lot of potential in this round to at least bring it to tiebreaker. I really think they overreacted there on the 3-line. I think that's what they wanted to get the X, but they drove so much through the open. They enabled, for example, even I think Twilight, who was like hugging that building for dear life to get some freebies onto the side, right? And enabled Liberty to come back and clean out the Tsac, and all they got, I mean, they lost 2 Bliskas and a Tsac, and what did they kill? Little, right?
Yeah. And I think this overcommitment was a big problem on the Centurion. Like, Little was just dishing out damage, ignoring the Tessac, which I think was a very good decision, because they had a couple of things that were fairly low already, and the Tessac was just not able to burst enough. And yeah, in the end, that was the right decision to end up being in the final. Mafia versus Cashback now, something that we definitely have seen before. We'll have to see if Mafia versus Cashback, the rematch of the WCI qualifier, which was taken by Cashback, obviously, will have a different outcome this time.
I think we can say when we look at the bracket here, though, because we're at the grand final, when we look back on it, we had a very competitive tournament. Burbo Dopa was the least close match, but even that could have ended like a 5-3. Let's be real about that. But
yeah, for sure.
But
for sure.
5-3 for Mafia, then hit and run 5-4, Cashback 5-3, and now another 5-3 for Cashback and hit and run, losing in tiebreaker as well. Like, honestly, this tournament could have looked completely different. We could have had LTP versus W in the semifinals, and then LTP Dopamine finals almost, by the way that the tournament played out, right?
I mean, I wouldn't go that far, but...
you never know. You never know. But the semi-final then would have been, LTP, for example. Like, it was a very competitive bracket.
Yeah, and I have to say, yesterday as well, Cashback started like really strong against Darkside, and then you remember those 3 rounds in a row that Darkside took back, and they could have won the Ghost Town round for sure. They were up like 4, 5, 6,000 HP, so Cashback could have been out immediately in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, yes, that's what I mean. Indeed, correct. It was very competitive. That could have really gone either way, and I think that's a testimony to, again, the mode where every team is able to potentially beat each other, but also the effort that the teams have been putting in to, of course, prepare for OLS coming up. That they've been doing very good stuff, and Dopamine here, yeah, like, look, they threw the last round, let's be real about that, but overall they put up a pretty competitive series.
Yeah, for sure. And I think everyone so far has really enjoyed what was offered, both by the players, by the teams, and obviously by you guys, the casters, me subbing in here as well. So I guess we are ready to show some replays, show you the highlights, and then we'll have a best of 13 grand final between, well, 2 of the best teams that World of Tanks has to offer. I hope everyone is staying tuned and looking forward to that.
Well, hello there for the final time in 2025. Yes, this is going 2024. Sorry, this is going to be the final match of the tournament and the final match of the tournament season as well. After this one, I am going to, who would have guessed, gonna go on towards a vacation. But first of all, I think, Daki, we have a treat of a match up and coming.
We do have a treat of a match at hand. Mafia versus Cashback is going to be a banger between these two teams, where we're going to be seeing the best of the best face off against each other, at least at this moment in time. Mafia coming through some strong opponents. If you look at Mafia's road to the finals, beating W, beating Hidden One, now facing off against Cashback versus Cashback's beating Darkside, beating Dopamine, you could say they've had the harder side of the bracket.
Yeah, I think that is a fair statement to make, especially the semifinals against Hit and Run. I mean, it was a close affair. Once again, one of those matches that really did end up delivering lots of close rounds. But to be honest, like the second semifinal that we just saw, Cashback against Dopamine, was also kind of a pretty close affair until the map of Murovanka. Like Dopamine was really putting a fight up against Cashback, especially also on the EU server.
It was a close affair. Like all of the matches have been throughout this tournament, and they all have been close affairs all together. And it has been absolutely amazing to watch these matches play out, and we're hoping that this is going to be a close one as well. It's going to be a marathon, not a sprint, this match. We went from an entire tournament of best of 9s to a best of 13. Now, Kihan, what do you think the teams prefer though? Do they prefer playing like a best of 7 with like a best of 7 lower bracket, or this kind of longer match where normally the better team wins out?
I mean, depends on how you look at it, right? There is advantages and disadvantages to either system. But obviously, like this here, and especially with such a high best of in the finals, you at least supposedly are seeing the better teams play more. So supposedly you're going to see better gameplay, but obviously that is kind of a bit of copium. It always depends on what's happening in the bracket. But yeah, here we see the community prediction coming in now, and we do see a 70-30 split. So roughly 3/4, 70% of people going with Cashback. I think that is still fair, even though Mafia had the harder bracket run. Cashback are still the reigning OLS champions.
I think it's still fair to predict in favor of Cashback. They have absolutely decimated the opposition in the OLS. They've struggled a bit with Dopa now, but they're playing against a little bit more familiar foe at this point, you know?
Yeah, indeed. Those two teams did meet in the OLS multiple times, and now we are in a grand old best of 13. That means, well, essentially each team gets a ban, and after that, it is just map after map after map being played. We're going to start off on Clip, so quite the banger to start it off. Then Pilsen would be map number 2. Map number 3, we're going to see that fully as well. Studzianki, then Himmelsdorf, another city map. So back-to-back. There city maps coming in with Himmelsdorf and Studzi. After that, Murovanka, where we did see Cashback getting the edge over Dopamine. If it's still needed after that, there would be Ensk as yet another city map. And then, sorry, Murovanka as tiebreaker again. I'm not sure that's correct, but we'll double check that right there. Ghost Town is actually going to be the tiebreaker.
Oh, it's the one map we have left, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
So Cliff, let's see the pace of the game here, right? No Westfield, interesting. Nobody wants to play Westfield against Cashback either. Did you notice? Dopamine banned Westfield against Cashback. Mafia banned Westfield against Cashback.
You can see we switched the video already, so soon we will have Ghost Town as the decider of the tiebreak. But yeah, Cliff to start it off. I think Cashback really wants to repeat what Hit and Run did earlier today, because both Himmelsdorf and Cliff, those were the two maps on which Hit and Run really completely overwhelmed Mafia, and it didn't really see like Mafia was getting a foot into the door of the match. But obviously there were 2 more maps that were being played in between those where Mafia really shone. But yeah, I think Cashback saw that match and we're like, all right, let's try that again.
Well, Cliff is going to be very fast. Pilsen is going to be pretty fast as well, and Studs can be very fast. Himmels will be a bit slower, I assume. The pace here is going to be not entirely super fast, because we would need like Cliff, Westfield, Ensk in a row to have like the quickest combination of maps IMO. Now we're going to set it off with Cliff. Like I said, this is a marathon, not a sprint. Winning 2-0 doesn't really mean much in this. I will agree with Gihan there. If you win this 2-0, you still have a long road to 7 points.
Exactly. And that is, I think, where best of 13 is like a very interesting format, because not only does it demand from both teams to like play a lot of maps and, you know, showcase like different kinds of playstyle, because obviously you need to play differently on different maps, but also I think best of 13 is really the format in which either team has the possibility to really react to what the opponent is doing. So kind of what we saw in the semi-final as well between Hit and Run and Mafia. I think we saw some adjustments being made towards tactics and approach to the match. And obviously best of 13 having 4 more possible games to be played, that leaves a lot more room even for that. And I think we also saw that at WCI in the finals there, where it wasn't like, you know, the maps being properly split or something. No, there it was like one team getting a couple or even 3 and then the other team responding. So really trading huge blows there.
Yeah, and I feel like in Onslaught, unlike Attack Def, we see a lot more comebacks come out as well, where a team is up a few rounds, but the other team is able to bring it back. What did you predict?
I think I went with a 7-4 for cashback. What about you?
Nice, you copied my homework.
Oh, I looked at nothing before. I copied nothing, if you get that reference. But
Can you prove it?
Unfortunately, no. But you know, you're gonna have to take my word for it. Anyway, the map video is going to announce the last and a final match in 2024. This time I'm gonna get it correctly. I always get confused with like holiday ops. This year is 2025, but we are still in 2024. Too many numbers. Anyway, 7-4 my prediction, and yours as well. So both of us forecasting a cashback victory, but with a team of Mafia that should be able to take quite a few rounds.
Yeah, our prediction. Do you know what Phil predicted?
I actually don't know. He said 7-3 actually for cashback, I assume. So he's being a bit more brutal about it, but to be honest, like the difference 7-3, 7-4, not really there. But yeah, let's see. I think the teams are getting ready. Obviously, this entire match is going to be played on the EU server, as this is the home server for either team. This is going to be essentially a derby, Poland versus Ukraine, that we're going to kick off here. Let's see which team will have the upper edge in the Fragstore.com Winter Invitational. Obviously, huge thanks to them for sponsoring. Don't hesitate to check out their website as well. It should be in the chat, posted by the bot too. But let's get into the Fragstore Winter Invitational Grand Finals. Cashback versus Mafia on Cliff. And Cashback, interestingly enough, right now, they are hovering the Tessak together with a Foshby, Brüskowitzer, Double Batchat, and the Double BZ.
Versus Mafia's T100, Double First B, Double Bat, and Double BZ of their own. So only very minor differences between these two teams here.
Minor differences, but I really wonder what Liberty wants to achieve with that Tissak, because we haven't really seen that tank that often on Cliff. That is a very unusual pick, but, you know, what about starting off the finals with something spicy as the planes go down, and actually the Mafia plane hitting a lot more tanks. I think that was 7, the grand total. So full information available for the team of Cashback. And on the other side, Mafia, not really that much, as the double batchat of Konrad and Kono is going to transfer over into the middle. Liberty with that Tessak in the middle as well. Doesn't really get any shots off, does get spotted in return. And right now, YOLO considering driving up the hill, not doing it as of now.
Not doing it. He's stopping in the position because he can get crossfired by Little and Squeezy. And you see that position that Little is using? That's a new one that wasn't really used that much before. I mean, we know it existed. It just wasn't really utilized to often whatsoever. And now the strike being taken on 1-2 line by Mafia. But neither team here really... Oof, Orchek not really paying attention. Aka gets a shot. YOLO now driving up, takes 1.3, but does make it on the hill.
Does make it on the hill, but I think the Tesak probably had HE loaded, but actually Liberty paying a price for that as well, down towards 1.1k as Baby in the Bryskowitz gets sent towards the middle. Currently the BZ's on the ramp still fighting it out. Big shot by Baby in towards Marcel to start off the brawl though.
Start of the brawl as now the BZs are climbing the hill. Actually, I don't think they want to brawl, Kihan. I think they just want to take the hill and secure it with more numbers, but Orchek seems to be tracked completely, sliding down now, survives, but the Tesak picks it up. Marcel now driving down, but I said lording from above. Aka coming in as well, and Baby from the front with the Bryskowitz. Now Marcel on 37 HP. Cash back in the beginning of the game. Pull a number on the double BZ. The ram kill as well from Aka. And now the closing on the 2-line even with the Batshot 25 Ts. And there is not much that can be done here for the side of Mafia. I mean, they're committing on towards Little, which is the correct play. They're trying really hard, though, from Cashback to already close out this game. It's maybe a little bit too much too soon at this moment in time, as Squeezy will make it out. No, he won't actually make it out. Oh, he will, because Conrad misses, but Baby Liberty now crossing over and making this closer than it should be, Kihan.
I mean, Barbarian, Barik the GOAT now starting to appear here. Still 2 more shots. Make that 1 as Conrad goes down towards a 2-shot as well. And yes, Liberty goes down towards a 1-shot. But as Barkis is reloading and Aka comes with the ram kill, this should most certainly be the first point on the board for Cashback here. Conrad with nothing left to say in the game. Barbarian simply having too much HP. And yes, Profuse is still very healthy and YOLO has the hill. But what does it mean at that point in time? Well, essentially nothing, because Cashback have been able to close the gap once again from the donut area in the middle of the map, and now Profuse is just going to bleed out.
But for Cashback, looking at it, I mean, it's only Profuse and YOLO left. A good start for them on this map. Both teams kind of evenly matched, but that push on the hill key with the double BZ or attempting, that was not it for Mafia. They lost so much for that.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you. Like, yes, there was some damage traded back on towards the Tesak of Liberty, but in the end, the punishment on towards the tanks from Mafia that were trying to cross up onto the hill, it was just too brutal to be overcome. As Barbarian with a little somersault, he is going to celebrate the first point on the board. So Cashback starting off the best of 13 here with the first round for them, but obviously this is only the first step in a mountain to climb.
Yeah, I mean, we said it already. This is going to be a long match, winning this first round as much as it's good to start off with, right? Because you want to start it off strong. You want to win that first battle. It's also not the end of the world to lose it, right? Of course, you always want to start strong, right, Key? I mean, every team does, but in a match that is going to be this long, it's okay. You can get away with it.
Exactly, as we do see the damage numbers coming in, and Orzek that was trying to drive on towards the hill really not having the strongest of showing, because he was the one getting focused out. I mean, I think he even took a shot into the cupola earlier before the fight even started, and then obviously from below you had the Bryskowitz at that kind of distance. It will do almost its full alpha damage of 800, so not having the best of games. And Liberty with that a little pesky, annoying Tesak, able to even get 2 kills. Like, yes, obviously the light tanks will not, most likely, not end up top on damage, but he was really able to get those pickups that mattered. I think it was even Liberty killing Orzek there at the start, and obviously those initial kills, those first bloods, they are so crucial, because from there on out you can just try snowballing against the opponent.
He even picked up a kill with the Tesak. I mean, that was yeah, well, initially when the BZ going up, so pretty nice from that player being Liberty. I mean, it's not the most highest amount of damage, but it's important amounts of damage.
Yeah. Yeah, and especially the fact that he was able to do it at the start, also onto the light tank. Like, of course, we sometimes see high damage numbers on winning, on losing teams, and you're like, oh wow, the dude did a lot of damage. But some of that will always be during the phase of the game when, you know, the round is already decided and you're just farming at that point, right? But the initial damage and the initial kills, those are really the deciding factors of each round. And Liberty once again able to have an impact And I mean, Baby was 6,000, right? He was basically adopted on towards the roster of Cashback as, I guess, damage dealer. And he's also starting to perform that role.
I mean, that's what he was recruited for, right? That's what you expect him to do. He was the damage dealer in W, and if he wasn't, he would have never made it to Cashback here. So now he's playing the finals, though. So I don't know if this is like the final decision from them, but they were rotating a lot.
Mm-hmm. I mean, they were trying out things, and to be honest, they had the time because yes, they didn't get to go to China. But that only left them with more time to like scout out the competition, train more, and just get better. And also, as we said, integrate Got You Baby as a damage dealer in your team. Because there's obviously a little bit of a language barrier for him. But as of right now, I mean, if you click, bim bam, tuk tuk, tiki taka, do the damage, then he seems to be, you know, integrated well. It's working, but obviously we only saw one round here now against Mafia. That being said, I think we are about to be headed in towards round number 2, where Cashback want to extend the lead, and doing so with Liberty switching to the RHM. Then we have a singular Fosh B, a Bad Chat, a 277, double BZ75, and the 50B.
Triple Batcha, TVP coming back, T100, and the double BZ for Mafia. So again, some differences here, that Cashback is a lot heavier, right? With a more brawling orientated lineup.
Yeah, Cashback a lot heavier. Mafia, they do have those nimble autoloaders, and those obviously can completely snowball out of control. That being said, both of us, I think, not the biggest fans of the TVP as a whole, but some of those players have been able to make it work beautifully. So let's see how it fares this round, as both of the light tanks are driving towards the ramp here. Are they going to commit is the question. They do see each other, and Liberty actually does miss the shot here against YOLO, who now tries to go up. He sees that in the 1-2 line there is not really a lot of tanks able to shoot at him, but he does take one by Got You Baby here. Make that a second, as the 50B has apparently already spent its entire clip, now starting to join up with the rest of the forces on the 1-2.
Yeah, but look, YOLO again takes the hill, but at what cost? A double batch that is flanking from behind, and Aka will need to react to this when he starts getting clipped out by them, because now they are spotted out. Liberty sees them. Little is supporting Aka, now realizing that the danger is there, will probably readjust his position to watch out for those. But how does Cashback proceed from this point?
Yeah, it's a little bit of a problematic position right now for Cashback, because Liberty is also stuck basically behind this house here. He just took a shot by YOLO as well, so there is multiple angles looking on towards him. However, Got You Baby is now going to capture a point of information here. That is full info available for the team of Cashback for the time being. However, as it fades, the triple bad shot all of a sudden by Mafia are starting to make a move. They really want to catch this RHM Panzerwagen of Liberty, but he's trying to book it out of there, taking another one by the T100, but does get unspotted, and the full rotation has been seen by Cashback. How do they react to it is the question, because Aka is now out in the open and ripe for the taking.
Can they get the shots needed, though? Because Little is also in a position where he could counter these bad shots. I mean, he's keeping them perma-spotted as well. I don't think it's as easy as they're making it sound to pick up Aka, because of Little's position, keeping them spotted, and a lot of tanks, including Aka, being ready to retaliate.
There's the plane, though.
Ooh, the plane on Little is a good one. Now Konrad and Orchak realize what's happening, but in return, though, Istead and Baby, this time around, Kihan, last time there was a Centurion AX from Darkside in A4. They realized that this time maybe it's good to clear it, and they do actually find that TVP. Marcel had nothing to do against the double push from the two guys from Cashback, and now Little starting to peek out, trying to get the shots out on towards Orchek, on towards Konrad. Needs to be careful, he's getting shot from behind as well. I think he will just about get his full clip out. He is on reload now, so is Orchek. Little falling, Aka falling. He was the pincer in that middle, and Mafia with the top of the hill now have a lot of positions to close out this game.
Yeah, indeed, and now Iset and probably Baby with that 50B as well are trying to come into the fray as well, but YOLO is raining down hell as much as he can with that T100 from the top of the hill. Iset, though, very healthy, starting to drive towards Profuse. He's going to put a big one in towards the side of the BZ-75 that is now on reload. Obviously, Iset with the advantage here, but still Mafia have 6 tanks up and available. Slight HP advantage still for the team of Cashback, but finally, Squeezy has arrived on the hill. He is going to make the life of YOLO so much more difficult, but that one has called in support as well. Barkis has arrived.
Barkis is going to be cleaning up Squeezy together with YOLO on top of the hill, and that is good. I mean, yeah, no, Squeezy's in a lot of trouble here. I thought for a second maybe the 277 could bring in some support from behind, but it's going to be Barbarian actually that's going to be coming in with the Foch B, as I said, is getting pushed on. If he can get one more shot against Conrad, Liberty has taken the strike. Oh, the ram as well, the shot, the kill. I said finds it. Kono now on reload. Hold up, wait a minute. It's not going that well as we would think here. Liberty now shutting down from 1-2 line as well. Bark is getting tracked numerous times in that BZ. Is not potentially going to find the shot either against Squeezy. He does make him a one-shot, but now it's playable for Cashback.
It is actually playable, and look who's behind enemy lines. It is Liberty that is currently not on a one-shot for the T100 either. Obviously one clippable for the Batchat, but Kono now trying to bring himself into the fray as Liberty finds the first shot in towards YOLO here. The strike coming down, it should be enough to kill the T100, but Ozek with that Batchat should be able to give chase. The first shot does connect. Liberty doesn't make it around the corner. We find ourselves in a 2 versus 2.
Playable for either side. Kono behind the hill, though, it will be very important because he wants to take that strike. He wants to find it, and Squeezy knows that he wants to. Barbarian might just push into Kono, though. I don't know if Kono going through the strike there was the best of ideas he could have ever had, because now he gives away what's happening. Barbarian is going to be making his way. I thought Barbarian for sure was going to go around the hill. Gihand.
Well, he's trying to chase Ozek now in that 2-shot Batchat, but in the meanwhile, Kono is going to catch a timing to make it on towards the hill as well. So that should mean, in theory, that Kono, with that HP advantage that he has, should be entirely able to kill Squeezy here. He does indeed decide to go for it. Barbarian is capturing a strike on the other side as well as we speak, but Kono now, first shot actually does bounce here, but the second one surely will make it into the tank, and there we go. Barbarian finds himself in the 1 versus 2.
I don't know if I like the decision making there from Barbarian. I thought when the strike was being hit around the hill, he would push back around the hill to clear that angle. But it makes sense that he wanted to protect the 1-2 line strike as well. He's now hunting for Orchek, but it's not going to happen. And Kono will be able to take the info. So right now it's looking like equalizing potential.
Yeah, it does indeed look like it. If we just remind ourselves quickly about the rules here. If the time does run out, the team with more tanks alive is the one to take the round. And now Kono is once again going to take the or attempt to take the information tower. The artillery strike by Barbarian does get used, but now Ozek and Kono are taking both as well here. So Barbarian now knows where both of the enemy tanks are and probably assumes that he has hit Kono with the strike. So he knows now that Kono should be on like 700 as well. Though good shot in towards Barbarian. That was, I don't think it was out of render, but it was a crazy long snipe to make.
Now, what does Barbarian have going for him here, outside of control over one strike?
I mean, he's going to go for the info tower as well, but that is only going to give more possibilities towards the team of Mafia that still should have at least one strike available on those Batchats. Indeed, it does come down. Barbarian down towards less than 800, but now is starting to heal up. So it's a possible 3-shot now for the Batchats. As actually the heal does quite a bit more, is now a possible 4-shot even.
Yeah, but look at Orchek's position. I mean, Barbarian is 100% going to take a shot from him. Then Kono is going to peek. There's one. There's the second. And the third one will come out as well. It's going to be Orchek to pick it up. Good, clean finish there from Mafia. Not letting him get down to airstrikes. Just shutting down the game and finding their first round on the board from this cliff. Good showing from both teams.
Yeah, good showing from both teams. Very clean there as well with a double bat shot at the end to just find the kills on towards the RHM, and then obviously not making any mistakes because against a fully loaded Fosh B, that can obviously be very costly. So Mafia are able to equalize the scoreline. This means effectively Cliff does get split a 1-1. Let's take a look at the post-battle result screen as well. And we will find that, Kono had quite the carry. 7k for him.
Not just him though. Barkis also at 5k, and the BZ is pretty impressive for a tank that has no DPM.
So obviously Profuse not really finding the biggest of impacts with his BZ75, and on the other side we see that Aka seems to have had similar problems. Liberty not really with the biggest of impacts. He did pick the damage light, but you know, he was kind of running around the map trying to avoid the bat shots for the longest time. So actually it is quite impressive that he still managed to somehow get 1.7, but obviously the name of the game, or the name of the MVP in the battle at least, for this round should be going towards Kono, who was also able to really, together with Ozek, team it up, double team against Barbarian and get the point on the board. This means that after Cliff, which was kind of slower than I expected, we are now going to Pilsen.
Pilsen? I'm curious what kind of style we're going to get between these two, because you can play... Pilsen is always the question about, like, does somebody play for the cap and does somebody play for the field, or do they both challenge the cap? Because both are possible. It's really, like... Nowadays, I find that we see a lot of cap plays. Middle pressure that we saw for a while, not that common anymore, though.
Not that common anymore, but to be honest, every time we saw it, it worked out pretty well. I mean, fairly recently, obviously, the strike on the coal field was introduced as well. That makes cap plays a little bit less viable, but we have still seen them working out. So now it becomes the question, how is either team going to approach it? Because I think one of the most awkward interactions that you can have is actually when both teams try to somehow execute a cap play, and then they meet up with like fairly fast tanks but fairly low DPM, and then they start shooting each other, but really not a lot of tanks drop until the rest of the team actually does start joining the fray.
Why do you think we no longer see like really aggressive mid plays? That was meta for a while, to push really heavy down the middle.
I think a lot of teams now know how to play against it. So I guess it stopped kind of working in scrims, like when the teams were training against each other. And I guess that is why we don't see it as much during the actual tournament streams either. But that is just an assumption I have. I have no numbers to back it up, but you know, it's the most sensible explanation I can come up with, actually.
It makes sense, Kian. I was just curious about your opinion on the matter, to why the things are what they currently are. Lineup wise though, Mafia still switching a little bit. Double Batcha, a Fosh B, triple V4, and an RHM to round it off.
And for cashback, we do have 1E4, 1E3, 1V4, a Fosh B, a Batchat, and double 277. That actually looks like both teams could consider going for the cap here. That double 277 normally kind of indicates that you want to play close towards or even in the cap. And like E3, E4, V4, those tanks also really want to go to the brawl. And how else to force a brawl than by, you know, sounding that cap siren, as we see Aka, Squeezy, and Barbarian driving back, avoiding the possible spot by YOLO. That indeed misses all the three of them. So only 4 tanks spotted out currently for Mafia.
I said going towards the strike in the middle with the 277 will make it without punishment. Marcelo's going to be challenging him there, but I said we'll make it first. Of course, I think the RHM from YOLO should always get a decap there. So the strike should actually be in favor of Mafia.
Indeed, the strike will get taken by Marcel, and I said they're taking the second shot by YOLO. I think good marksmanship from the outside in that RHM coming in, as Marcel ends up getting the strike, and Conrad is even taking the secondary one. on the coal field as well. This is why Cashback is now sending one of their V4s, I think that's Liberty, in towards the western strike. He is going to collect that, but obviously they are playing 2v1 right now in the strike department. Almost a nuke is what they're accumulating there currently, as Kono and Conrad in those batchets starting to push the field, and they do have the info as well on who is there, and that looks ripe for the taking. It is the Foshby tailgating it out of there, and the 277 remaining, but that one doesn't really have a lot of DPM to punish the batchets with, and now it seems like Aka might be getting caught out in the open here, as he does take one, make that two. The batchet may be able to get a third one. Nope, swinging up Barbarian, but missing is Kono, and meanwhile the cap has started.
Kono letting off a few more shots, gets another one on towards Aka. He has one remaining onto Barbarian as well, who takes 1k, 1.3k running away just about. Fades in that Foshby, and the cap has been started, but there's so many strikes available for the side of Mafia that I don't see how they would ever end up capping this one out now. Squeezy will rejoin the cap. Little, I think, making his way over there as well. One more strike, I think, available for the side of Mafia to get a reset of it. Aka taking another shot, still getting pressured by these bad shots. I mean, he's been running for as long as I can remember. He has been running away. Now they're starting to peek on towards Iced, who's trying to block Orchek actually from decapping, but Orchek just makes it in, so now they're forced to peek out. The strike coming out as well. Good focus fire there on towards Marcel, who takes a strike as well. Little now with the E4 could finish. Aka falling in that 277. It seems like he could not run away far enough, but Mafia have everything going their way right now. One kill for either team. Iced surrounded in the middle as well. He will be going down, and then the double batshot even on the flank. Barbarian trying to commit, everybody committing even towards it. The breakout push, but they're not going to be breaking anything except for their own backs as Iced falls. The hopes from Cashback fall with it that they're going to be picking up this round. I mean, they're going for Kona, they're going for the bat, but they're losing so much in the process.
Yes, indeed. Kono does end up falling, but Squeezy gets picked up by Iolo in return, and now only 3 players by Cashback remaining alive here, with Twilight getting picked up possibly now by Conrad as he does. So only Little and Liberty here to fight a very strong looking team of Mafia right now, and Bark is now fully loaded as well in that Foshby. He's not going to have any trouble with that E4 to speak of. Liberty in the background as well, getting swarmed by a plethora of Mafia tanks. So Mafia are going to turn it around after being down 1-0. Now the score is 2-1 in their favor.
Good stuff there from Mafia. I mean, they found the perfect timing on the field, right? If you look at it, they found actually the best timing you could find. They see the 277 run away. He takes a decent amount of damage, but more impactful even is the damage Barbarian then took, like 1.5k before he got despotted. But it's also the positions you gain, right? I mean, once you take that field control, where's Iced supposed to go in that 277?
Yeah, not really anywhere. Like, first he tried blocking the 2684s, and that didn't really work, and then he kind of gets stuck out there in the open. And to be honest, the 277, it doesn't have the best of DPMs, so it can't really melt through those V4s, even with the help of some other tanks on his team. And now we do see, I mean, 340, maybe the shooting could have been a little bit more ideal, but even I think even with that, it wouldn't have mattered, probably. Because, like, even those 2 additional shots of damage, the output would not have been, like, ample to sway the battle in their favor.
Conrad and Kono in that bad shots. I mean, they were getting some free shots as well. 5k, 4.4k. Good stuff by them, actually. Very good stuff by them. Bad shots, popping off, doing exactly what you expect. In return, yeah, I said in Aka there. Can we repeat that we're not fan of 277s?
I mean, I believe I've said it once or twice already, but, you know, third time's the charm. And, yeah, once again, those 277s, I mean, there's always a reason why the teams pick those tanks, obviously, but most of the time the opposing team then is able to play around it, because realistically the 277 is able to buff its own DPM and gun handling a little bit, but that's kind of it, right? The DPM is not great to start with, so it doesn't get, like, good, and the gun handling isn't great to start with, so it gets, like, acceptable maybe, considering as well that we have onslaught modifiers on, so most of the people probably are not going to be running vert stats.
Yeah, I think the biggest issue with the 277 right key is the fact that it doesn't get like the ability that it has. It's not very powerful.
Yep. All right, this leaves us with a scoreline of 2-1 for Mafia, but obviously we are far from being done here in this best of 13, and we have another round of Studzianki remaining, first of Pilsen remaining, I'm sorry, before anything else is gonna happen. So yeah, let's see what the next one is going to bring. I mean, from Cashback we now need to see some kind of adjustment, I think, because like the first round, yeah, pretty good, they won it all right, but then things started crumbling a little bit for them.
What do you think sparked this move away from the field? Because usually you see teams hold it until the bitter end, and they were like running away, but they didn't have a follow-up for it.
I think they were trying to do this cap move, Cashback that is, and then they were like, all right, we don't really need the field positions for that anymore, so let's run away with the tanks and form up with the rest of the teams. So if the opponent of Mafia actually comes close, then we, you know, roll over them like a ball of death. But the fact that the rotation on the field by Mafia came in so early and the Batchats were able to get those initial clips already on the tanks, obviously was kind of a disaster to start off with. Speaking of starting, I think round number 4 is going to be doing just that, as Cashback now on the back foot, trying to equalize the scoreline. Squeezy coming in with the Batchat here. Liberty is taking the Inspire medium. Actually, that means that Baby did get dropped from the roster for the time being. Barbarian with the Foshby, double V4 and double E4 as well.
Mafia in return, Batchat 25T, Foshby, quad 268 V4 and an E4 to round it off. So neither of the two teams here going with light, just good old-fashioned 7-on-7 tank brawl in action at some point potentially, where you can see Mafia sending the quad V4 straight towards the 3 line, and in return Keyhand Cashback kind of similar.
Kind of similar, yeah. Although I think in this kind of matchup, I would prefer the more straightforward approach that Mafia have employed. But yeah, let's see what those players are going to do when they see each other, because that is exactly what has happened now. Triple cap does get employed, and Kona and Profuse also taking the strikes here. Aka already bearing the brunt of the damage in that V4, as Kono with the outside strike will be able to wreak havoc against the tanks from Cashback that are now starting to come in through the upper side as well. The Fosh B and the E4 of Twilight coming in. Marcel taking a huge chunk of damage. They're not really going to be able to cap, but they do have those strikes.
Yeah, they have that double strike right now. They have positions as well, and they have the cap. 14 seconds. Pay attention to it. Nobody on this team has a strike from the side of Cashback. No mini strikes, no big strikes, nothing. 8 seconds, 7 seconds. It's going to have to be Iset committed forward. Profuse is holding the other angle, and they know that Iset is forced to hold this. He cannot do anything but stay on that cap. Little now peeking from behind, trying to get a decap. He will not be able to do it. That's the big strike coming out on towards those tanks. 400, another one hitting home as well. Now Iset getting pushed. Montula and getting pressured as well. They know that Iset is surrounded in the 268 V4. He backs off behind that hold on. He had to decap, and the fight slows down a little bit. The Fosh B of Barbarian, I think, is now re-pushing on towards his Provuse's position with this NTX as well. So Cashback has something to play from here. As I said, will get into safety. Can Mafia hold on with Profuse, because he's dropping rather low, but not that low at the same time. There's 2 more shots needed to pick him up. Liberty puts him down towards a 1 shot. Now needs to look for the finish, but he will not be able to do that, as you can see at the bottom left corner. Orchek coming around, body blocking, even keeping Profuse alive for a little bit longer. Barbarian peeking with that 1 more shot. He wants to keep Liberty alive as well. Aka now coming in as well with his V4, picks up Conrad, and that was actually the first kill of this game, Kihan.
Indeed, but it doesn't stop here, as Kono from the outside has an almost fully loaded Batchat. Aka in the V4 drops. In the meantime, though, as the HP are still very close, but Cashback on the receiving end of that one. Currently, Barbarian healing up a little bit, but against the 750 Alpha guns of an E4, for example, that doesn't really help. Bark is getting picked up by Twilight, however. Marcel now needs to convert this kill, as Profuse gets picked up now, as 2, like the Mafia tanks, they're just crumbling, but finally, YOLO, Marcel and Ozek with the triple kill to almost equalize the numbers. Ozek, though, down towards 1 shot. This one's down to the wire.
I said in that 268v4 that was punished at the beginning, yet still alive, now getting pushed by Kono. Pops the ability, so he will not die in one shot. He wants to watch out for the bad shot. Now he knows that Kono wants to finish him off, but Kono will not give it up for free. He's going to wait for Iset to turn around, and if not, YOLO will just pick him up. YOLO will find the kill. Marcel will get one more shot against Squeezy as the little returns there the shot. Orchek now gives a shot as well. Now we can see Squeezy sneak onto the strike, and it's not over just yet, Kihan. It's not over.
It is indeed far from over, actually, because the E4 of Ozek is in one strike range. Even if Ozek has full charge, which he does on his ability, I think the strike still does 280 damage, and that is more than enough. And indeed, the strike now gets picked up. Also, Little is not really a one-shot currently in his E4. Same can be said for Squeezy, albeit the E4 could load HE. But all of them are obviously in one clip range for the Batchat of Kono. That is a one-shot himself for Little.
I mean, Squeezy could also kill Kono in the one-on-one. He's a 3-shot, Kono is a 2-shot. Depends. Now he spots out Kono. Oh, he misses the shot though. Kono's going to give one more here. No. Squeezy now drops towards the 1-shot for those E4s as well. Good shooting there from Kono. And now Little getting pressured by YOLO, who snuck by as well. Squeezy now playing Ring Around the Rosie, returning back. Kono, does he seem aware of this? That's a good question. Squeezy now turning around once more. Knows that YOLO is coming from behind him. Does he get around the corner on time? He seems to be fine. But he has Kono pressuring him from the other angle. And Mafia here looks to try and close out the kill. Does YOLO predict that Squeezy couldn't have left? That's a good question.
Well, let's see. He currently seems to be aiming, so I think they're kind of predicting, but YOLO now turning around. He wants to go for that E4 that in the meantime has repositioned as well. It is a game of chicken, but now Little in the E4 finds the shot here. Squeezy with the pickup. This means that we're down towards a 2v2, and still Squeezy held on towards that strike.
He still has a strike. They just need to find Orchek now. Little will get pushed by YOLO in the meantime. I think Little knows that this is coming as well. He spots out YOLO. YOLO finds the kill now. Squeezy left in an impossible situation. He is running away from 1-2 line. He does seem to have low noise as he's not getting spotted by the 268v4. He needs to find Orchek rather soon. Or what else he could do, Kihan, is he could disengage towards the field.
Yeah, indeed. Look at YOLO. He doesn't have a commander, so this is why Squeezy didn't get spotted here. YOLO probably running something like fuel to boost his tank at the start of the game, but now without a commander, without a driver, this is obviously hugely problematic. Now Squeezy, he does still have enough HP to take the informational tower and then also take a secondary strike. Does he opt to go for it? Because obviously YOLO has a strike of his own. He could make YOLO super low for taking this one. Probably a worthwhile trade though, because realistically Squeezy is a one-shot anyway.
Yeah, Squeezy I don't think will be dodging that one. He is not able to dodge it. And Orchek is coming key hand. So Squeezy says, I don't want to do it anymore. He bails out from it because he knows that the E4 from Orchek could be coming to try and decap him. Orchek needs to go inside of the factory though, because Squeezy here did use his strike, apparently.
Mm-hmm. Well, he is picking up another one, and he knows he can do so for free because YOLO just used the strike from the western part of the map on himself, and you can see how slow YOLO is in that V4. And obviously,
no driver
the view range
and no commander,
yeah,
so
no,
that means no Jack of all mentor. I mean, it's mentor now, right?
Jack of all trades still.
Is it still Jack
mentor
of all trades?
Is the one. Yeah, I think mentor is the one where you give XP to all the other crew members as the commander.
Jack of all trades doesn't exist anymore. It's mentor, like I said, actually.
Mentor? Alright.
So, I think when the commander dies, mentor isn't active anymore either.
Yeah, no, exactly. So he is going to be blind as a bat, and he is also going to have a driver that essentially doesn't really do anything, as Squeezy is now hovering here, and he does use the strike. Someone leaves the cap here, so does it connect actually? No, it doesn't. And now the problem for Squeezy is he is strikeless as other people are maidenless, and YOLO is picking up yet another of those. So as soon as Squeezy picks up one additional thing, then he's going to get striked, and then he will be dead.
And Squeezy does spot out YOLO. He spots out Orchek as well, and Orchek with the shot picks it up. Something to do there for Squeezy. But no, Cigar gambles on the wrong side of the strike, but wouldn't matter too much, actually. The strike would still be taken by Mafia. He really needed to find Orchik somehow.
Yeah, he really needed to find one of those kills, and after that, he's a bad shot, basically playing against, you know, a TD. But it wasn't to be, and this means that Mafia now are going to pick up their third point. And for Cashback, I mean, the start into the match was okay by picking up one round, but since then, it has been Mafia's, you know, Mafia's match all the way this far. 3 rounds back to back to back. And slowly but surely, Cashback are gonna have to make an adjustment to how they're playing.
Either team, I mean, fact Cashback came back and this was already impressive in my opinion, because honestly, after the initial opening, Mafia had the K, Mafia had the strikes. Was there something that Mafia didn't have?
Yep, as we do see Ozek and YOLO. YOLO there, keep in mind, he even had a dead commander and dead driver for probably the longest time in the battle, but still he's able to get those 4 kills, and that's probably why his damage is a little bit on the lower side behind Orzek, because probably a lot of his alpha did go in towards securing kills. But yeah, on the other side, ISET not really having the best of times either. Once again, I think ISET on the bottom of the scoreboard with not really the best of pen rates, to be honest. And yeah, Barbarian obviously not able to get the second clip loaded in that Foshby.
Well, Barbarian not on top, where we see him most of the time throughout this tournament, so that doesn't help. But yeah, Mafia closes it out. Good team play there towards the end from them. Now they're leading 3-1, and we're going into Studzianki.
Well, Studzianki. I mean, we have seen the map today already quite a few times, but I don't think like the full potential of how the map can be played was actually explored. Like, I don't think we really saw any outside kind of repushes that like we saw, for example, yesterday during the semifinals. Like there, a lot of the stuff was actually not focused around the cap, which is what we saw today a lot, but instead on the other side. But obviously there are going to be 2 rounds of Studzianki here, and that means hopefully some great action.
What are we expecting from Studzianki? I don't think either of these... Mafia's not known to play with a Guerrilla either, no?
Not really. That being said, I mean, the way that they opened up on Cliff, for example, with the Tisak, I don't think it's like completely out there for them to try something, you know, kind of weird that we haven't seen before. You know, just keep those kind of strats for the final and then surprise the opponent with it.
Do you like the Yak Panzers from Hit and Run? Because I actually think they're pretty good in mass on this map.
Let's see what we're gonna get as we are about to start round number 4 in the grand finals here. Cashback bringing triple bat, triply 4, and a Tisak.
Mafia in return, double bat, a Bliskavice, a Yak Panzer, and triple V4.
So pretty straightforward lineup, I think, by both of the teams.
Yeah, just don't know if I like the bats, like 3 bats. We saw Cashback against Dopa really struggle with that, if you remember, right? Against those TDs, because they take so many shots to kill one.
I mean, yeah. Let's see if they're able to get those 3 bat shots into the game. That can obviously be quite hard, but over time those bat shots really develop an astonishing amount of firepower, as the Tisak of Cashback is able to spot out 5 of the 7 tanks on the team of Mafia, so they're only really missing the double bat shot. And Liberty does go a little bit beside the spotting tower, does not decide to go for taking it, as Conrad with 1 bat shot already down in the ditch, taking one of those airstrikes.
In the meantime, the V4 is pushing through. The triple bat shot is going to be clearing A-line though. Barbarian, Squeezy, Little shooting on the move, even finding Kono still running. Can they get some shots out from the side of Mafia? Some meaningful shots, because that triple bat shot, look at them now turning in though, Kihan. They're a little bit confused. They're a little bit driving through the open. Not a fan of that movement from them. Marcel's going to be holding the backlines as well. Squeezy's going to be going for Kono to pick him up. Barkis already getting annoyed. Bite at the stack from Liberty. Aka now in between a rock and a hard place in that E4 is able to face the music coming from behind him though. Squeezy finds Kono, but Barbarian takes a big one for Marcel, drops him towards the one shot. The strike now coming out as well. One more shot should do it on towards Aka. Barkis doesn't even pop his ability because he knows that the stack wants to track him. Orchek puts it down, and now Mafia with a little bit of an HP lead. It's really costly for them to kill Aka.
It is indeed really costly for them. Barkis, though, also very low, could get picked up as Squeezy is on the long rotation with that bat shot as well. Fully loaded at this point in time. Does get spotted out in the open. Probably has shots on towards Profuse as Baby picks up a big damaging hit against Orzek here, who drops down against 1700. And the Tesak, once again, Liberty, that little annoying tank. It hovers like a butterfly and it stings like a bee. Removes another tank from the team of Mafia.
Now on to 4 tanks left from Mafia. They still have HP, but that push out of the factory was so costly for them altogether. It was really hard for them to kill Aka. They took a lot of damage for it as well. Conrad will now come over and pick up Barbarian, so at least something. Squeezy is clipping Marcel. Does get out of ability and then immediately taps Squeezy in the face, who's now getting peeked by Conrad, but Conrad is going to get picked up by the strike as Liberty shuts down another player on the side of Mafia. Conrad there, Kihan. Was it worth it to make that peek? Time will tell. I don't think so.
Time will tell as Little gets another pickup onto one of the V4s of Mafia, leaving only Marcel and Orzek in the biggest predicament ever, trying to still get any kind of kill, but Baby is actually going to shut it down, leaving only Marcel remaining for Mafia and Cashback. They do some kind of adjustment. For the longest time, it looked pretty dicey what those bat shots were actually doing, but Little to pick it up, and Cashback closing the distance. It's going to be 2-3.
I really thought that was going to go better for Mafia, but then they started pushing out of the factory and it started really costing to kill Aka, and the sack is so annoying. Like, if I was be playing a TD man and you're like constantly getting tracked by some little annoying human in his sack,
and you know he's probably chuckling to himself.
Yeah, and he has like it's like hundreds of bullets as well, man. So like you can't even use your repair kit because you're like, it is literally 1 HP on the track, or 0 HP, whatever, 1 I think on the track with Juggernaut ability. So any bullet of the Tesak is a track shot.
Yep. And he's sitting there like chuckling, like, hey, gotcha. Anyway, though, let's take a look at the damage numbers, and once again, not the biggest of damage here for the Tesak, but let's see about that assist damage. I mean, 1300, but the thing is, obviously, a stat that you cannot really show is that the damage that is not being dealt because of those track shots. You can really lock down 1, 2, or even 3 tanks. You can take a lot of options for mobility away from those tanks, and we even saw some of the tanks of Mafia actively deciding not to use the ability just to not fall victim to the track shots from the light tank.
Yeah, just the fact that he's there and they see him is enough, you know, like they're just not using the ability because of it. So,
yep.
That is causing them to not use it. Like Barkis was just simply not using it. But then, of course, you don't have the damage reduction either. So it's like a trade-off you make.
Yep. And I mean, here, the trade-off, obviously, for the opposing team didn't work. Mafia ended up losing the round, even though I do agree with you. That push by the Batchats over the field, it looked like the Batchats were going to be out of the game, actually, with the other TDs from Mafia collapsing on towards the cashback tanks that were close to the cap. But I guess in the end, they were able to get back in right at the point when it mattered. And cashback after 3 rounds for Mafia. Once again, a pickup one here on Studzianki. But obviously the map is not done. The sides are going to get switched and we are going to load right back into it.
Do we expect Mafia or Cashback? I feel like Cashback is going to make it all even. And then turn it into a good old best of 7.
Yeah. I mean, then all of this would have been just a preamble of the things to come. Let's see.
So far, though, Kian, who are we giving MVP if either of these two teams wins? I feel like we're giving it to Barbarian if they win.
Oof.
He had so many high damage games.
I mean, yeah. But at the same time, it's always kind of weird to give MVP to a player that is not really winning.
If they win, of course.
Yeah. On the other hand, though, I mean, who is so far outstanding on the team of Mafia? I think it's just like a team effort for them at the moment.
If you ask Phil X, he would say Kono.
Because he has highest DPG, or?
I don't know.
Oh.
That's what I'm assuming. I'm just reading Phil's mind, you know?
Anyway, though, we go into the next round of the Winter Invitational, and Cashback are looking for the equalizer. Liberty, once again, probably chuckling already, has locked the Tessac, and now we do have quadruple E4 Foshby and the Butter Chatillon 25 Ton being played by Squeezy.
Mafia in return bringing a double V4, a Mino, a Jagdpanzer, a Foshby, and double Bacha. They are not interested, Kihan, again, in the light tanks altogether. They want to make another push.
Indeed, they want to make another push, but a lot of their tanks actually driving towards the back, trying to avoid a possible spot, but obviously we do know that Mafia don't have a light tank, so... right now, the Tessac of Cashback does get a little bit of info. It should also be noted that both teams are essentially starting with even HP, slight advantage there for Mafia, that are also bringing Batchat and Foshby here towards the A-line, but it's being mirrored, actually, by the team of Cashback.
Both teams just feeling it out in the beginning. Nobody really going for the aggressive push. Barbarian is now in the Foshby. If you remember, there was a Foshby there before that had an unfortunate incident for the side of hit and run. So hopefully he's going to be a little bit more careful. Or check there in the Mino pushing up on the outside. Actually, Bark is starting to clip out on the back of Little. He does find some success. Little now forced to tuck behind that building, and the Tessac just being a little bit annoying. But in the beginning here, Mafia just trading it out a little bit, and I said even just pushing the outside, might just want to start closing up a little bit with his teammates. I mean, he's going forward. He's even going towards the cap. There was a Bacha waiting for this move, and we said that he hasn't had the greatest of matches so far. Kihan takes another pretty significant amount of damage.
Indeed, YOLO there with the better end of the trade, as Kono is once again driving into the ditch with his Batchat, but this means now the push gets called by the tanks of Mafia, and once again a Foshby does a Houdini and completely vanishes on that A-line. Squeezy does get saved by the Barbarian Conrad down towards a one-shot as well, and now the repush coming in from Cashback. There is a strike, but it doesn't connect on the outside, so Squeezy is gonna stay alive, and Isa does get collapsed upon.
Isa in that E4 committed a little bit too much forward. He wanted to go for the strike potentially as well, but it was Mafia to take it. He will give one more big shot on towards Kono. Somebody's going to pick him off. It's going to be YOLO with the V4, that lowest alpha out of the ones there, to pick it up. There is still some potential for Mafia to play with, but Liberty already taking the strike. Aka getting bounced upon, and Barbarian has reloaded in the first B. Finds his first target, his first snack. Profuse the 1-2, a sucker punch into that V4, puts him down. Now looks at the Jagdpanzer, picks up YOLO with the help of Liberty and the strike. Another one in front of him. If he can find the kill on that too, picks it up. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. And the first B continuing on its rampage through, and Cashback find themselves equalizing on Studzianki. But Kihan, we saw another first B decide to int in. I don't understand anymore.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the motivation behind that is probably like you're sitting on 6 loaded shells and you really want to let loose. But yeah, Liberty even able to pick up the Minotauro kind of frontally as a little kills Kono. to equalize the scoreline, we find ourselves at a 3-3 in an extremely competitive grand finals for the Winter Invitational here. But yeah, once again, those Fosh Bs over the A-line on Studzianki, they are, I mean, if their goal is to vanish as quickly as possible and go back to the garage, then they're doing a great job, but I don't think that is the goal.
I mean, it
should be.
You'd hope so, to be honest. You'd hope that isn't the goal whatsoever, because they're doing a good job at it with those Fosh Bs. Again, this burst out of the A-line with a Fosh B starts the engagement, but he just dies. Like, they never seem to get their target. It's like they want to blow the bad shot, but they're never able to do it. And then I think there's also this thing where they get the strike from the side of Mafia, and they're so, like, wanting to make that kill on the bad shot that they actually end up wasting it as well.
Yeah. The strike didn't end up killing the Batcha, and we can see Barkis with that Fosh B. He tried to initiate the fight here, but he only was able to get off 3 shots, and out of those, even only 2 did actually find the mark and deal damage. So yeah, those V4s also not with the best kind of trades here on the outside. And yeah, the combined efforts of Ozek, Kono, and Marcel obviously not enough to make up for those misplays on the A-line. And then I said, even though like he was a little bit caught out in the open, was still able to deal obviously 2k. And if the tanks that are not playing as well on your team still are able to like at least a little bit pull their weight, then yeah, that obviously does help a huge amount. And at the end of the game, like Barbarian just went on a rampage, and you know, like kills left, right, click, click, easy.
I mean, that's the Fosh B coming in pretty strong, right?
Mm-hmm. That is how you should use the Fosh B. Anyway, that is Studzianki done and dusted. So we are going to go to one of the maps in this matchup that I've been looking forward to, Himmelsdorf.
We saw Mafia play it already, yeah? Against Hidden Man. They played it against Hidden Man, huh?
Mm-hmm. And yesterday, actually, we did see Cashback playing it already.
Yeah, just find it a really interesting map because we've seen so little of it. And we saw Hit and Run, you know, utilize triple 50B down the middle, unspotted, secret pathing, finding 5-line success. So I find it a very curious map where teams are not ready for everything yet. Over time, teams become more experienced and they start learning like, okay, this is potential, but on the map like this, you can still get caught by surprise.
You may still get caught by surprise, just like Little yesterday, that basically did have Fosh B, and no, he didn't clip out. He was in a 277, and he just disappeared because there was so many enemy tanks shooting at him. I think, yeah, yesterday, Cashback actually ended up splitting the map 1-1 against Darkside. So let's see if they learn from that today, because obviously, whenever you lose a round, obviously something went wrong. And then you have to look at that and basically have to make an adjustment. Otherwise, it would be like definition of insanity, doing, you know, the same thing again and expecting different outcomes. The fact that both teams have played this map on stream now also means that both teams will have access to at least a little bit of information as to how the opponent thinks the map plays out. But obviously, there is a wide variety of tactics that could get applied here. And Liberty this time around choosing to go with the Inspire medium to boost all of those 5 Batchets, perhaps with a reload initially. And ISAT is taking a tank that we also don't see often, the E100.
Mafia in return a lot more standard. Batchat, AX, triple Bliska, double E4. So, no light tanks, but the M60 makes its return though.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, like this has the potential to go 2 ways. Either the Batchets completely snowball out of control and it looks easy for Cashback, or Mafia just shuts it down and it looks easy for Mafia. Let's see how it is going to unfold, though, as Marcel driving in towards the middle of the map with that Sente-X. And actually, we do see the split coming out. Cashback sending all Batchets on the hill here. And this means that initially not a lot of information is actually going to be available for the team of Mafia that has also taken the first damage here, with Barkis, I think, taking a shot from that E4. Liberty now trying to evacuate with that M60, and that E100 looks mighty fine, mighty ripe for the taking, actually, for all of those Briskas that now make their way over. Liberty with that M60 is obviously not going to have the firepower to stop all of those Polish TDs as shells rain down from the hill. It is all the bat shots opening up, but is it enough? I said already down towards 1100. I don't think he will be able to get out of this one.
YOLO comes in with the kill, doesn't have a driver, so that's annoying. Kono's ammo rack, they need to wait for the cooldowns there. Now you see the bat shots coming down the hill one by one. That's that added ramp, that added slope. You have to be careful when you're dropping down though, because it is very easy to crash somebody else. Been there and done that by accident. So you gotta be careful when you're doing it. But they did find that kill though, and HP really is not that bad for them. They now take over 1-2 line, they evacuate the AX, and gotta say, Mafia looks quite okay.
Yeah, indeed. Currently, the Batchat's not really finding a lot of value here. Yes, they were able to punish a lot of the Briskas that were driving towards the E100, but really, they had to spread the damage up over a lot of the Mafia tanks, so there aren't really any low HPs, and this means that Mafia here with the first kill on the E100, to be honest, I'm not even sure that I agree with positioning him there. Like, even if you put a mouse, in the end, what ends up happening is kind of the same thing, you know, the tank just gets overpushed, and it doesn't matter if you're an E100 or a mouse or whatever, you just die. And now Mafia, they do obviously have the control over the strike close to the cap, and they are starting the double cap with the Batchats now forming a line. But is it going to be a glorious charge to victory, or is it a bloody one back into the garage? The strike does reset the cap here, so that's not going to be an issue. The shots whizzing past, YOLO now being the first focus for those Batchats and those French autoloaders. Yes, the damage reduction is there for YOLO, but he ends up falling. But Cashback, they're bleeding for this as well, and Mafia are coming in with the counter rotation.
Yeah, Mafia now bringing all of the guns. Barkis already arriving, Profuge driving to the open as well, Kono and company arriving, the Batshot flanking on the outside as well. They want to make something happen here, and you can see some small visual issues still, but they are starting to group up here. Baby takes a big one, 737 to the face, but yet, at this moment in time, Cashback ahead in HP, even on guns. They pick up the strike in the middle as well. That's Barbarian. Oh no, he didn't actually end up taking it. Now the rest of the guns are driving in, and there has to be some Mafia push here. Little crossing over, takes a lot of damage. Now Marcel still alive in that AX, but starting to get clipped out. Kono coming in with his Bliskovica as well. Trust me, he's not Harry Potter. He's not invisible. He is getting shot at by the guns from Cashback, as now Aka falls, Squeezy falls as well. This evacuation, they're leaving the teammates left stranded because many of them don't even make it out of the vicinity. The SOS, the helicopters, they need to come.
Indeed, and what you saw there, this is actually just a visual bug by the observer. The players are actually completely fine and unaffected. There is in Onslaught actually a gap there to drive through the houses, but still there are 4 tanks remaining by Cashback. They do have 3 autoloaders plus the Inspire by the medium amongst them. Barbarian is now starting to take the strike. Obviously, there are no one-strikeable targets here at this point in time, but still HP advantage there for Cashback, and I think the fact that they have a lot of autoloaders makes up for the gun disadvantage, as Barbarian now even considering to take the info tower.
He will get the info tower, which would be crucial information for his team, because he will be able to strike, for example, Kono and make him a real one-shot, because he isn't actually a one-shot to anybody at this point in time. If Barbarian opts to use the strike, which is another question, or he was just gathering some information. Looked like he was just gathering some information, but now, ooh, Bark is taking a shot. Dark is taking 2 shots actually, drops to 412 as well. Makes the peak there, but Baby and Liberty, very aware, instantly hit him with the 1-2 combination. And now, though, you can see Mafia is really scratching their head. Like, how do they clean this up? Because they're not winning like this. They're slowly going to lose the strike.
Yep. That is the question. Orzik, they're once again getting spotted in that A4, trying to peek around the corner of the map, but doesn't really get any information for that either. Barbarian holding the angle on towards the 1-2 line as well, and still there is almost 5 minutes remaining for Cashback to get another kill on the board. They cannot afford to lose little, but they still have Barbarian as a playmaker. 2000 HP on his tank, also 1500 on that M60. That can still make something happen either. Now Ozek trying to come close here, and Baby probably has this ability that tells him that something is a foul in front of him, and actually Ozek, he doesn't connect. This means that Liberty does want to commit in, but it does get told no by Marcel here in that Centurion Action X. Now the strike does come down, it connects on 2 tanks, and this means that Liberty does get picked up by Barkis. It is 3 versus 5, it is down to the wire. There is a strike being picked up, however, on the side of Cashback as Barbarian kills one of the Mafia tanks. Are they able to get more value with those strikes? Currently not. Conrad still too healthy. Ozek also not down towards 1 shot quite yet. Barbarian takes another one on the way out.
Yeah, Baby they're in a tough position because look at this, Barkis and Orchek, the hunting wolves are coming, reloading normal ammo, I would assume, to pick him up. The 1-2 combination, I mean, WE4 rolls around, and yeah, Liberty, they're leaving that whole Keyhand a bit interesting, bit of a surprise. Little finds a strike kill. Both him and Barbarian have used their strikes now, by the way. It's just the indicator is not entirely on the money. So they need to find a kill.
Indeed. They need to find yet another kill. Conrad would be a possibility, but still 3 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Obviously, the fact that all of the objectives are scattered kind of around the middle of the map and the Mafia tanks are there. And, you know, that would be a big problem for anyone trying to take this. And obviously, Conrad is gonna try and take that strike on that 1-2 line once again on the rails, and I don't think there is anyone that really can contest him because Barbarian is low HP. Conrad most likely a 3-shot on his part, and Marcel is there to support, so Barbarian would just explode if he tried that.
Conrad picking up the strike. Barbarian is looking to potentially peek that, trying to get some damage, but him and Little have not much to do anymore. Mafia did a really good job at clawing back in this battle.
Yeah, Cashback, they tried to really get those openings with the bad shots, and for the longest time it seemed like a possibility, but I think once again the initial problem for them here was that the initial damage that they were doing was kind of spread out over all those Briskavitzas. This means it didn't translate in towards a gun advantage, and that is obviously what you need when you start pushing in with the bad shots. You don't want to have so many enemy guns anymore looking at you, as Conrad now probably running low noise, does even outspot Barbarian, who is unable to retaliate. He goes down towards 1 shot, but there is the Centurion AX to pick it up. Little left in the 1 versus 3. Basically an unwinnable scenario, because also he's a 1-shot for the hash of the Cent AX.
I don't think that Little's going to go for it. They'll probably use the time to talk about the next battle, or maybe he'll drive down. I mean, there's only 1 minute left. This is Mafia bringing again a point up. Yeah, that E100 in the beginning. I don't know, Keyhand. Like, okay, they traded off from the hill, but still 1 thing down.
Yeah, I don't really agree with leaving the E100 there. Like, what does it realistically do except 1-2 shots and then die? I mean, obviously he was also facing up against like triple Briska. That is basically the perfect thing for Mafia. Yeah, Little is now going to come in here. He does spot the Centurion, however, he only hits one of the house blocks. Marcel now going to peek out. That was probably Hesh as well. He's going to pick it up, and once again Mafia are up a point in the finals here, 4-3.
And it all started with that E100. I mean, I think he did like 2-3 shots of damage, but then afterwards, I think Cashback had a real, like, the evacuation of the 3-line Keyhand was, they left behind all the resources, like 3 of their players, to get out of there. And then Liberty leaving that pocket where he was with Baby, I think they were trying to make a move, but they had more time to work with before they had to make something like drastic. He just like kind of explodes then.
Yeah, exactly. Also, it went pretty good for the team of Mafia here, that essentially then had the proper amount of tanks there to deal with one of the high HP bad shots. And at the end, we are left with, yeah, the E100 doing exactly 1 shot of damage. So that one, I mean, realistically, what could Iset have done in the position that he was in?
Get a
Not
faster
really
tank.
a lot. Yeah, like, not... Yeah. I think it's not really his issue.
Trap
like
some rockets to the tank.
him misplaying, yeah, I don't know. Okay,
Coming to you soon, the 3D attachments from Wargaming that actually push you in rockets.
how do we call it then? The BZE 100?
I don't know, but imagine those 3D attachments, they actually like ended up being boosters.
That would be kind of crazy. Or like, imagine like there is also, I think, the harpoon or something. Like if you can just hook someone and pull them close. But yeah. Anyway.
I mean, it's
for the
going to be a close game. They really seem to be pretty even in terms of like how close they are, and neither of the two really seems to be ahead at this moment in time. Like they're going back and forwards. This round could really have gone either way. Mafia could win, Cashback could win. At some point, we weren't even sure if anybody wanted to win. But looking out, I don't see a clear winner at this moment in time.
No, and I think the score also kind of underlines that. I mean, 4-3 after 7 rounds, that is very, very close together. However, I want to say that, like, especially now that we saw another cashback kind of tactic fall apart on Himmelsdorf with, like, the E100 essentially dying for free. I think one shot, it's fair to say, it died for free.
He did a. They shot a lot from the hill in return, though. You can't, like, you cannot. That's assist damage. It doesn't count anywhere, but it's assist.
I think the Batchats would be seeing the Briskas pushing
Yeah,
the open on the field
that's
anyway,
why it doesn't show into his stats. But they hit at least like 2,000, 3,000 damage with the bats as well from the hill. But it's still a gun, right? And giving up a gun is always annoying.
Yes, exactly. So it's like yesterday when they gave up Little or Liberty in the 277 in the cap. So I think some of these strategies that Cashback seems to be employing on Himmelsdorf could use, let's say, a bit more refinement, maybe. I think that is pretty fair to put it. Pretty fair way to put it. That though being said, I think maybe they are going to prove me wrong in the next and coming round on Himmelsdorf, because there is one more of those remaining, and obviously Cashback, I mean, they were pretty close to winning this last one, and to be honest, if they start snowballing out of control with the Batchats and they end up taking it, then, you know, we're still going to criticize the E100, but not as much. But let's see what they have cooked up, because so far they seem like a team that are not against the idea of experimentation.
I like the part where they sent a lot of tanks to the hill, though, because that was new as well. At least from what I saw. We didn't have a big hill commitment yet. Will we see another one? That's a big question. Cashback, double bat, triple blitzka, V4 and E4. And
for Mafia, we do have Batchat, Sente-X, double Briska, 1v4, and double WZ-113 GFT. Now, why do people take it? It's pretty mobile. The armor is pretty okay against anything that's not really like tier 10 TDs. Like, then you can actually angle up. And you have pretty good DPM with pretty crazy heat pen as well. I think 395 or something. So you end up melting through stuff like V4s. At the end of the day. And I think you also have better DPM than something like an E4. But let's see. Cashback not really abandoning the thought of the hill, it seems, as once again Mafia just straight up through the middle here. They're going to send Conrad in that Batchat to immediately pick up the spotting tower. Conrad also that cozy position that Piotr, we saw him in that one earlier today as Kono is immediately driving in towards the artillery strike. Iset is once again the closest one towards the enemy tanks, does take the first shot of damage, and the second one as well has retaliated on towards YOLO Little there to deal one shot of damage as well, but he gets tagged on the cross, and now the tanks of Cashback, they need to scramble back to support their allies here of Iset and Little that are kind of caught in the crossfire of the Briskovitzers that are coming in.
Cashback now coming back. Barbarian, Twilight, Liberty pushing back in. Barbarian leading the charge like we so often see him coming back in. The mediums are crossfiring though. Conrad and Marcel coming back in as well. But look at the flank. Baby Squeezy in the double batch at 25T now pounding in from behind as well. But they're a little bit late to the party. Mafia already finding Barbarian as the very first kill. And now they're switching targets. YOLO, Kono are pretty low as well. But they're still yet alive, keeping their guns in the game. Little in that E4 getting deleted by a Profuse. Now I said he was the first target. He'll be the third one dead actually, and now Mafia with 5 guns versus just 4 from Cashback, and you can see those bad shots. Squeezy has one more shot, he's reloading now. It's gonna be just Liberty, Squeezy and Baby to hold off Mafia from 5 rounds, and I don't think they're gonna be able to do it as they now turning on towards Liberty. No star performances from him today so far. Kihan as Orchek puts him down, and now Squeezy and Baby with 7 shells between them. That seems about 17 too little.
Exactly, Squeezy does start clipping out on towards Marcel and that Centurion, but Profuse from the sideline is going to absolutely put an end to that as he even rams into it. The Centurion to pick it up, and now only Baby remaining here, even takes a ram by the Briskovitza, and Marcel to shut that one down as well. It's going to be Mafia to cleanly pick up Himmelsdorf. Cashback once again trailing by 2.
Mafia in a golden position now going into our next map again. Absolutely yeah, again, Cashback seems to not expect Mafia to be rolling down the middle, not once but twice, and Mafia says thank you very much.
Mafia is I mean, they didn't do anything overtly like difficult here, but then you know, the balls to kind of immediately go for it as well, right? They recognize, all right, Cashback is doing something weird. Maybe they're going to the hill, maybe they're going to the 1-2, who knows? But actually, who is a good thing? Who cares? We are just going to keep on pushing, rolling up, rolling over the enemy tanks, and that is exactly what we see here. Barbarian does get both of his shots in towards the enemy tanks, but the thing is the focus fire and the amount of guns, that means the relative DPM available in the shootout for the team of Mafia was just always higher, and that is where they essentially ended up snowballing this game once again. And, you know, the team of Cashback, they were trying to, like, play some complicated tactic. They were trying to, you know, take map control, take the hill as well. And for Mafia, it was just brute force. They literally took the Juggernaut ability and converted it into that tactic as well, head through the wall, and it worked.
I mean, they had all the info though as well, don't forget that. I mean, if you're Mafia, you have the info point in the beginning, so they get the info and they just roll from that point on onto the tanks on the 8 line, and they knew that the rest was on the hill. So, I mean, having all of that in your back pocket, knowing that you cannot get flanked, does allow you to set up some pretty good positions, and they did that with the AX, I think, and the Batchat that were going towards the 4-5 line. They were then shooting down the D line, or shutting down the D line, when those Blitzkowitzes did end up peaking. So, because of that, they had every crossfire that they could want.
All right, now we have Murovanka upcoming, and I think that is kind of interesting as well, because not only did Cashback end up winning both of their Murovanka rounds against Dopamine, so it's fair to say that they're probably not to be messed with on that map, but after that, it's also Ensk up and coming, and Ensk, we talked about it yesterday already. Cashback in the entirety of OLS and this tournament as well has a 100% win rate
Not anymore.
on Ensk.
They lost against Dopa.
They lost against Dopa one? Oh no, they just destroyed my storyline. Man.
They lost the game against Dopa.
They have a pretty high win rate. Still, OLS rings true, 100% win rate there, and true, they lost one again. Well, they have a good win rate on Ensk. Let's put it that way. I was so happy to bring like some inside knowledge, you know, and then they actually
Don't worry, old man. Don't worry.
You're gonna get there, young man.
Yeah, but I'll always be younger than you.
That is entirely true.
It's the one race that you can't win.
Looking at it from the other side, it's the one race you cannot win here. Never gonna catch me.
Thank God.
Anyway. Anyway, Murovanka. What do you think, Taki? Because realistically, I think this round is a very important one for Cashback to pick up. I think if Mafia here goes on towards the match point, then I mean, a comeback is still possible, but it grows increasingly unlikely for Cashback.
Man, I would be very, very, very happy for Mafia if they were to close out this match after, you know, misqualification to China, winning this tournament. I mean, it won't compensate for what they've lost out on, but it will definitely, at the same time, though, give them something, right? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like
another victory under their belt.
like a feel-good one.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's see. Cashback are trying to once again close the gap in the scoreline, and they're gonna do so. Excuse me, I think right now for this one the sides are a little bit switched. Yeah, Mafia seems to be on the left. So Mafia is coming in with an RHM, a Foshby, double Briska, double CS, and here we go, it's finally switched, and a bad shot. Cashback, they once again bring the Tessak.
Mafia bringing their IHM, so not the stack. Forge B, double Blitzka, double CS, and the bat. They have really started to use those CSs a lot, if you remember, using them to disengage as well. This is an interesting choice from them.
It is interesting, but so far what they've been able to do, it was pretty cool by Mafia as well, because those CSs, they always seem to find the right window to run and still gun, especially against hit and run. Where, you know, the CSs, they kept drawing the enemy tanks behind them and just enabled their comrades also to do damage, as we do see Profuse getting reset on the spotting tower, and I think there was a shield going on for Cashback with the V4 of Aka providing the shield and the spotting tower, but then Liberty actually taking it. Good dodge, yes, and the plane does end up not hitting the tanks on the Mafia team. Yeah?
It's a really good dodge. So but it also means Liberty doesn't have a plane for a while.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Liberty now needs to somehow accumulate anything, any kind of experience to get back a plane. And meanwhile, you can see YOLO sitting on 2 charges. So that is a pretty big and long plane for him. Now even going on towards the 3rd charge as well. So maximum ability for him, and nothing really to be gained currently for Liberty. That is driving with the rest of the team, actually, towards the western side. Cashback doing a pretty big rotation, but down on HP currently. They bled more.
Changing their mind. They're playing Ring Around the Rosie. Like, we go left, we go right. If we don't know where we're going, they don't know where we're going either.
That sounds like a tactic I could come up with, but yeah, they are going to be running in towards double autoloader and a tank that can run very well. So basically Marcel would spend the entirety of his clip and then give time towards Konrad and Kono to run, that are there with those mediums and are ready to drive away. Now the Briskowitz of Profuse taking the strike, so that is a little bit of additional safety actually for the team of Mafia.
Pretty slow, very, very slow Murovanka. I mean, there's a spot from YOLO on towards an AX. And Mafia just pulling more and more tanks away from 9-0 line towards 1-2 line. And honestly, if we look at the situation that we find ourselves in, right? We could say that if they decide to take over 1-2 line, I mean, who is going to stop the cap? How are they going to stop the cap? What are they going to stop the cap with?
I think all of those questions are currently very pressing, and they become more so as also the CS63 starts rotating around. That's going to be double CS plus Batchat and the RHM with a strike available to push over the cap in towards Little. And yeah, Liberty, the Tessak, is a great tank to stop some pushes, but none of the tanks that are actually just called out have the Juggernaut ability. So the Tessak, it's going to be doing a little bit of damage, but it's going to be kind of useless. And I think the Centurion also realizes now the potential to get overpushed. Now the Briskowitz of Barkis is taking yet another information tower. He's going to pop it immediately. That is full information. Let's see what Mafia does with it.
I mean, you can see them instantly go towards 1-2, which is the obvious decision, right? There will be an information tower taken by Ice that he will see this push up on the 1-2 line, but they're far behind in this game, Kihand. They're very, very far behind at this moment in time. Profuse still holding onto the strike. The triple cap will get started. It's looking rough. I mean, technically, Profus should use the strike immediately here on literally anything at this point and start capturing the other one, because I said now pushing in with his CS63 to face off against Profus. Ooh, Profus with the HE doesn't actually pen. I said now getting pushed by Barkis as well, who does nail the shot. Aka coming back in as well. There's no resets. I said looks to just be wanting to get a mini strike potentially, Kihan, by damage delta to Sak. Came back in as well to get a reset from the eastern side, and now they're pushing off of this gap. But look at what has been done already. I said is down, I said is out, and the hopes for Cashback to hold on, to hold away that match point from Mafia, who are absolutely dominating throughout this round of Murovanka, picking up another one, now converging on towards Aka and Twilight in the middle of the map as well. They have to be careful not to throw it to the wolves, but so far so good for them, as that CS63 combination now finds Barbarian, who also seems to be on reload. The Forge B not quite that scary then, but when we look at the overall situation, the middle's being won by Mafia, the east being won by Mafia. They might lose 1-2 line, but what is that really gonna matter?
Well, the double CS does end up dropping here, and this leaves Barkis in a 1v1, but never mind, Marcel from downtown to pick it up once again. Even tanks, but 2k HP advantage actually for the team from Poland, as Barkis tries to pick up the strike, is not able to. Barbarian there with the Fosh, once again very low, but starting to heal up. Squeezy with the Batchat, looking for the kill on towards Ozek. It's not all over yet. Liberty is going to get the information tower. Once again, full information available for the team of Cashback, as Twilight and Marcel in a very, very weird scenario. But now the Marcel, the Fosh, be able to turn around and double kill for the team of Mafia, reducing the tanks available for the Ukrainian team here towards 2, and one of those isn't really a fighting tank, as the Chesak, yes, it has a lot of shells, but those don't do a lot of damage.
There's nothing stopping Mafia from match point at this point. Double the HP, double the tanks as well. They can close it out. They're going to take back over the cap, replaying the batch at 25T as well. And yeah, Cashback, we said it, Key. They were far behind that whole battle. The information tower being taken by Barkis just put the nail in the coffin, man. They get all the info. They're like instantly driving down 1-2. And I said, you know, he instantly goes to challenge the strike because he knows he needs to do something, right? But maybe still even a little bit over eager at that point. But he needs at least a mini strike.
Yeah, and he didn't get that one. Now we do see Liberty in that Tesak once again coming in, annoying yet another Juggernaut TD, but ends up paying with a lot of his HP for it. And there is 3 enemy tanks against him, and now they're probably going to go on towards the cap to force that little pesky light tank to come close, because well, if all 3 of them actually make it into the cap, that it could do that as well. But I think YOLO is now going to give chase to Liberty. Not sure if that is the best of ideas, simply because the Tesak can actually one-clip that RHM if he chooses to use HE. Liberty taking the strike now, does get reset by another strike on towards his own tank, and this basically means that he cannot really take off the one strike anymore. I mean, he does completely open up against YOLO, but YOLO strikes back, and Mafia take match point.
Well deserved 6-3. I mean, 3 match points for them. Now 3 possibilities, and then even a tiebreaker if it gets that far. Surely they don't let this slip, yeah?
I mean, hopefully for them they don't, but hopefully for us, Cashback still picks up a couple rounds or more, because that would mean obviously a content extension between these 2 teams. And so far, the match and the individual rounds, some of them have been slow, but all of them have been on a very, very high tactical level. So right now, it is really a pleasure to watch those players going at it here. That being said and done, YOLO absolutely putting the team on his back. 4.4k in the RHM. He is making that gun sing.
Yeah, well, YOLO has been farming quite heavily in that RHM throughout this tournament. Not the first time, and probably not the last time we see him that high on the scoreboard, to be honest. He's had a good tournament.
And yeah, Liberty trying to do what he can, even 3 kills to his name. But to be honest, I think the biggest problem for Cashback was that they were simply getting outmaneuvered, out-rotated, and they simply lost the information game. And when they finally got back on towards a spawning tower, at that point it was too late. Like, the push was already rolling by Mafia. Like, the damage I mean, no damage had been dealt, but the damage was done regardless, if that makes sense.
So, what are we thinking? Does Mafia close it out here, Key?
Ooh, difficult. Judging by the match between Mafia and Hit and Run, Mafia has quite a few problems when it comes to closing out tiebreakers. So I wouldn't say they do it immediately, but still, I mean, the possibility is obviously there. Who are we kidding? But let's see if Cashback have within them what it takes to at least extend the match here. Because right now, obviously for them, every single round is going to be do or die. They are with their backs against the wall. They are against the ropes here. Mafia has them against the ropes. They just need to deliver this one last knockout punch.
One more. But like I said, I mean, let's be real, Keyhand. If Mafia wins this, nobody has anything to complain anything about. You know what I mean? Like, Cashback won OLS. Hit and Run won WCI, and Mafia wins Fracstore Winter Invitational. I mean, I feel like they got the, how to say it, the least lucky end of the stick in those three.
I mean, first of all, they have to do it though, right? They have to beat Cashback, and that is something that not a lot of teams have been able to do in the past. Like also in OLS, I think Cashback was one of the teams with the highest win rate. I think they also made it as place 1 of the regular season. And then obviously ended up making it through the playoffs as well as the victor. So that just comes to demonstrate that Cashback losing is not something you see normally. But maybe today is the day. I mean, we have seen one of the giants already falling earlier in the tournament to Mafia, no less. Hit and Run, but Cashback now trying to stay alive in the tournament. And indeed, it is tournament. It is elimination point here. Mafia left to do it all in this single round with a Tessak of their own this time, together with Foshby, Quadruple Briska, and the Centeax.
Cashback then, trying to defend here. With a Bat, a CS, an EX, a Bliska, a Foshby, a 268v4, and a Tessak. One of each.
One of each, and while that means that obviously there are a lot of specialist tanks that are going to be very good at doing different kinds of things, that also means, oh, good reset there, coming out on towards Liberty by that Tessak of YOLO. That's going to delay it a little bit more, but at the same time, Kona and Profuse, they're trying to take the strike. Once again, shield attempted, but both of them get reset, so the initial damage here favoring Cashback.
Good stuff there, getting the resets. No info point taken for Mafia. Now they're the ones trailing in this battle. They will see that Mafia is now responding by pushing up 1-2 line immediately. So good stuff there. And is Isaac able to get crossfired? Is a good question.
Well, first of all, Liberty was once again getting spam sprayed by YOLO, so he wasn't able to take the informational tower. So still no full information available for either team, but we do see on the 1-2 line there's a push forming up, and that is Centeax, Foshby, Batchat, also a V4 getting pulled together with the Tessak. Cashback looking for a punch on towards the team of Mafia that are in the cap with double Briskovitz. Only YOLO to cover. That is not really a lot of firepower because Marcel is out of position.
Marcel now coming in, Orchek realizing that this is happening, is going to be pulling back the Sack of Liberty coming in, but immediately getting punished as well. Can he commit in? Barbarian pops his ability. Conrad running away with his Blitzka. He's not making it. 415 HP remaining. One more shot to put him down. Who's going to do it? It's Aka from the back that finds it. I said immediately falling though, but Kono does not live for that one either. And this knockout punch from Cashback looking good so far. Maybe in a little bit too far with that EX at this moment in time, as Barkis and Profuse are combining on towards Twilight, and that is a lot of damage nonetheless in that Bliskovice. Barkis is now reloading. Profuse there trying to shield a little bit too late on that one, but he should find the kill against Twilight. But is Twilight able to get Barkis in return? That's another question. Yes, he is. He picks him up, but Profuse waiting there for the ability to run out, finds a kill in return, but now he's getting pushed from two ends. Squeezy already coming with the flank. He's going to try and give a shot to Barbarian, but he popped his ability, so he's going to be healing most of that back. And now Profuse getting picked up by Liberty. It's 4-on-2 for Cashback, and they now in the driving scene.
And you can also see Barbarian here currently having popped the ability at exactly the right time. Heals back a huge amount of HP as YOLO in the Tessak does get found, does get shot, does get planed. It's going from bad to worse for him. And Cashback say to the god of elimination, not today.
At least one more round as now Squeezy's like, okay guys, I'm willing to duel it out, but not that much maybe, as Liberty comes back in with his Tessak and starts clapping the sack of YOLO. Barbarian with the Push B. Another rampage there for him. YOLO's still trying, but it's a little too late as Squeezy picks it up. And yeah, and that initial reset there, Kihan, cost Mafia quite a bit.
Indeed, the initial reset enough to, you know, lower the HP to take away a lot of options, because realistically that's what's happening there as well, is if the more HP you lose on a tank, the less options for plays you have, because like, I think the players here, especially in this competitive environment, they see HP as a resource, and at some point in time, if you lose too much HP, then you don't have enough resources to like consider some moves as an option anymore. But yeah, Mafia unable to get the first one, to convert the first match point, but that still means that they have 2 more before we would be heading onto a tiebreaker. And this also means that we are, first of all, I guess, going to take a look at the damage numbers, because well, let's just say there were some tanks on the team of Mafia that were not really able to pull their weight this battle. And those are called Conrad and Kono, because they immediately got pushed, and the focus fire by the team of Cashback was just absolutely brutal.
I mean, it was Conrad and Orchek on the cap. Kono was one of the tanks who were going middle, but the moment you were YOLO middle, you also end up getting shot by the tanks from Cashback. So for Cashback, you know, they pick up another round here. And looking at the roster, like Twilight is back in. I don't know how much switching they've done, but like at some point they have to settle on a lineup, right?
No, actually, in this online format, you can switch as many times as you want. Or do you mean like as a team? Like they should agree on the like first lineup. But here, after every round, you can switch out, switch back in. It doesn't really matter. This now means that we are going on towards one of the maps that Cashback, for the longest time, had a very, very clean record on, and that's going to be Ensk. So one of their like really, really good maps. I guess that is kind of why they selected it. Although, to be honest, Ghost Town is one of those maps as well, where we have known Cashback to be extremely performing extremely well on it. So from now on out, if there are any maps that Cashback could like really pull the comeback on, it's those 2, I think.
They need to win 2 rounds on Ensk to start with, though.
They need to win 2, and against Mafia, no less. And you know, there's a reason that Mafia is actually on a match point. They have been doing extremely well so far in a lot of rounds in this grand final. And now they just need one slip up, one more point to bring it over the finish line.
So, do you want to change your prediction or no?
I mean, my prediction is already down the drain, right? It was 7-4 for Cashback. That's not possible anymore, because already Mafia is on match point. But I do think that obviously Mafia has a much higher chance of taking it home right now, simply because they just need to win 1 out of 3 rounds of the coming ones, if there are that many even. But first of all, Mafia are going to come into Ensk, and they're once again looking to push it over the line. Marcel taking the 430U. That's going to be a DPM medium, if you've ever seen one, together with double V4 and quadruple E4.
Cashback sticking to the Tessak with Liberty. Barbarian on the Wheezy. Little on the E4. Twilight on the E3. And then Akka, Iset, and Squeezy. The combination of V4s. Now, information advantage will be there for Cashback in the beginning.
Definitely, and the fact that 6 tanks from Mafia are now spotted, it will mean towards them that, hey, on the enemy team there actually must be a light tank. They are immediately starting to book it on the field. They are going to have control over the strike, but you know, Barbarian is actually weaseling his way in towards that A0 corner, so he's going to be staying a little bit further back than we have seen some other WZTDs in the past here, as Liberty once again is using this avenue of shots that you have from the artist strike in the city in towards the artist strike on the field, but that one obviously does get taken, so a strike available for either team.
I mean, Cashback and both Mafia are just content with what they have now. One strike each, an information point as well for Cashback, so they get that and they pop it. And I said pressuring forward as well, on towards the cap. YOLO getting planed actually. Interesting that they want to keep the information upon this E4, because that also means that right now Liberty will not have another plane until he hits the strike.
Yeah, right now Cashback have started up the cap now, so they want to see the hand of Mafia here. Obviously, Mafia right now up like 1,500 HP. Not that that is a terrible amount. And now I think Mafia are starting to make a move here. Konrad and Orzek through the southern part together with the 430U. That obviously doesn't get spotted yet because it has a crazy amount of camo. YOLO getting tracked, getting hit though, and in comes the hit squad from Mafia here, but there are not really any low HP targets to collapse upon. But once again, ISET is the first one on the chopping block that drops down to 2k, and in come the reinforcements from Cashback.
It always seems to be ISET that's getting pushed upon. This man is not having a good day. He's always first, always leading the charge for his team. Barkis picks him up, and now Profuse in a little bit of no man's land. That strike is going to hit, and hit hard, as it hits 3 targets, but full Juggernaut ability, 280 damage on each of those, but still numerous targets hits. Profuse seems to be living for far too long here. He smartly doesn't activate the ability there, because you know that would have been pretty awful for him. The replane coming out from Liberty, Squeezy now isolated as well, and Mafia right now in a position where they could win from. Kono takes a big one from Barbarian though. Cashback I think realized what's happening right now, that they gotta make a move, because look at Squeezy, he's getting pressured by Orchek and by Marcel. That 4 to the U, that DPM medium. Twilight is out. 5 tanks from Cashback standing between them and a loss against Mafia. Profuse gets picked up by Barbarian. You know that he can do the damage, and he's trying to do it as well. He finds a kill. Marcel now and Orchek combining on Squeezy. No ability active for that man. Bark is low HP. The Tessak of Liberty trying to get a kill there. 45 HP remaining, 7 HP remaining. The Tessak gets it with that clip. It took a lot out of the Tessak, but it does find it. Still 5 tanks left standing now from Mafia. 4 from Cashback. Make that 3 as Liberty gets caught out by Konrad and Marcel. Now Barbarian and Aka forced to make the move, forced to make the push to pick up Konrad. Barbarian with another kill. Aka cannot kill Kono. I would assume in one shot drops him to 40 HP. Now Orchek and Marcel combining on towards Little, and it's looking ever so good for the side of Mafia if they could just make these final kills. But Barbarian picks off Marcel. Maybe victory was called too early, as now Barbarian is down towards the one shot, but it's now on Mafia to find the kill, as they do with YOLO. Now Aka's the next one. Orchek coming from behind. They're gonna make it 3-on-1 as Little is the last one standing, and the impossible seems to happen as Mafia look right now to win the Frag Store Winter Invitational.
Indeed, little is everything that remains between Mafia and the tournament victory. Kono does make it over here, so that means even more crossfire available for the team of Mafia that also have a double the HP between the 3 tanks that they have. Orzek here, very, very healthy, is going to start off the 1v1. Little doesn't even have a charge on his ability currently. That means he takes full damage. Orzek popping the Juggernaut. Little down towards 261. And Orzek sooner rather than later, or it's going to be YOLO from the sidelines to lock it in. Mafia are your Fragstore.com Winter Invitational champions. They take it 7-4, so both of us with a good prediction regarding the scoreline. Just the wrong team.
Just the wrong team. I mean, well deserved by Mafia. They played very, very well throughout the series, and again they take a round here on Ensk, which is one of the strongholds from Cashback, but apparently no longer seems to be the case, as it gets broken twice. But yeah, well deserved to Mafia. That means 3 events, 3 different winners, Gihan. That is a good thing, I think.
That is absolutely perfect. I mean, for OLS Season 2, this means that basically it should be very, very difficult to predict who's actually going to be like strong, who's not going to be strong. Also, for example, with the team of LTP coming in and bringing Hit and Run to Tiebreaker, that's also pretty crazy. But yeah, first of all, damage numbers, Little alive for the longest time here for his team, and does manage to pull 5k a 5k damage round, but it wasn't enough here, as once again I said, down there does get found by the enemy team too quickly. And on the other side, the 430U not really with the best of performances. You can also see like 1174, but to be honest, like he was good enough as a distraction for the rest of the team that ended up hitting even harder. Ozek here with a 5.6k damage round to close it out, 2 kills to his name, and your victors, Mafia, congratulations. They're gonna take home a whole bunch of prize money together with some Frag Store vouchers as well that they can spend on the website for the merch that's available there. Pretty cool stuff. So Mafia in a pretty close series here, actually. Like a lot of the games here were extremely close, but like the final result actually not that much so, but still Mafia are going to lock it down. And for the OLS that's going to happen in the coming year, that only means that, you know, a lot of the matches are going to hold so much more suspense.
Yeah, like I said, 3 different event winners. I mean, Cashback winning OLS, Hit and Run winning WCI, and now Mafia winning the Frag Store Winter Invitational. It's with a lot of competitive matches. Again, when we look at this bracket, there was nowhere really, except for the Dopamine Berber match, but that one should have been closer as well. There was nobody really sticking out above the rest, like we saw Cashback do in the OLS playoffs, right? There was nobody really sticking out and claiming this tournament as their own. I mean, Mafia barely made it here as well.
Yeah. So that is, I mean, it only spells great things for the coming like Onslaught matches that we are going to see in the future. That being said and done, though, I think we're just about at the end of the stream. These are obviously the Twitch drops that are up for grabs today, and they will even be leading into a little bit of tomorrow. Obviously, if you haven't been able to grab all of them, we will be raiding a Ducky after the stream, and I'm going to personally make sure to activate the drops on there as well. This man is doing a marathon of a stream right now. I think you still have a little over 100 hours remaining on it.
Something like that. I love World of Tanks. It's my favorite video game.
So yeah, if you haven't yet, then you should definitely stick around for the raid. And also there is some great content on Ducky's stream as well, because I think if he wouldn't be casting, then he would probably be playing in the tournament, because this dude actually is a pretty good player in his own right. That being said, I want to give a huge thanks as well to the people behind the camera, to the production team that are making all of this possible, because realistically we are sitting here and smiling into the camera, at least today for you. Yesterday Ducky was running an entire production of his own. Can you believe it? So thanks to all of those wonderful people. Thanks to the players as well, because without them we wouldn't have awesome matches to cast. And last but not least, thanks to everyone in the audience for watching, because without you watching, then all of this would be for nothing. And now I'm gonna leave the last words to you.
Yeah, what a great run. Mafia getting a little bit compensated for not making it to China, and that only proves for bigger things to come in the future. If you haven't had enough World of Tanks action just yet in 2025, we're not going anywhere. More tournaments will be had with the OLS coming up as well. So if you enjoyed this tournament, I hope to see you guys all in the new year for the OLS. But for today, enough from Kihan and me. Hope you guys have a wonderful Christmas, and if we see you again, see you in 25.